The story begins on a battlefield, where we see the estate of a noble family in ruins. Maids are being slaughtered in the yard, some even burned alive, falling one after another like flies. Even those who don't resist are mercilessly killed. Amidst the chaos, two swords clash as two men engage in a fierce fight. One man raises his sword and swings down, but the other blocks the strike, his eyes filled with fury. We are introduced to the Ragnar clan, a grand ducal family that guards the empire at the northernmost edge of the continent. The Ragnar clan has been able to maintain their position as the Great Northern Wall for over a millennium due to a unique trait they possess. It is said that they carry the blood of dragons. Every member of the Ragnar bloodline is born with exceptional magical abilities, physical endurance, and a natural talent for swordsmanship. Everyone, except for the man currently fighting. As the man is slashed across his chest and collapses, bleeding out, the robed figure before him says that, even in the end, the man never understood that there are things he simply cannot achieve, no matter how hard he tries. The man inquires about what he means, and the robed figure starts to remove his cloak, revealing his face. We learn that the fallen man's name is Theo, and the robed figure is called Rendon. Theo asks why Rendon is here. Rendon smirks and replies that watching Theo train tirelessly every day despite his lack of talent was a pitiful sight, especially when hard work alone would never get him anywhere. He laughs, mocking Theo, saying that the nickname Imbecile of Ragnar suits him perfectly. He adds that Theo should have hidden away, calling him a talentless fool. Theo, gritting his teeth, accuses Rendon of approaching him under the guise of becoming his sword instructor and teaching him useless sword techniques, only to betray him and sell out the Rose Palace to their enemies. Theo barely gets the words out before Rendon slices off his arm, leaving him screaming in agony. Rendon sighs, asking why Theo is blaming him. He grabs Theo by the head and tells him that this all happened because of him. Rendon forces Theo to look at the carnage, the burning Rose Palace, the slaughter of his household members, even his mother being dragged lifeless before him. Rendon coldly informs him that all of this happened because he is the imbecile of the Ragnar clan. In the Ragnar clan, where strength is everything, it's only natural for the weakest to suffer such a fate. Theo, devastated, calls out to Rendon as he grabs his blade with his remaining hand, screaming in a desperate charge. But before he can land a blow, another sword pierces his chest, sending him to the ground. The man who threw the blade tells Rendon to finish it already. Rendon apologizes, saying he was just reminiscing and is almost done. As Theo lies dying, he wonders if this is truly the end. He couldn't accomplish anything in life, and now he watches everything burn. He laments that perhaps, if he had possessed talent, things could have been different. With his final breath, he is consumed by the flames, and just as he dies, a status window appears before him, informing him that his trait Ragnar's talent has activated, returning him to the regression point. Theo opens his eyes, now staring at a wooden sword. It's Rendon, once again, offering to end the lesson for the day. Theo is shocked and confused, wondering what's happening. Rendon remarks that Theo seems distracted today. Theo, bewildered, believes he must be having flashbacks of his life since he just died. He can't believe he's seeing Rendon's face again in size, thinking that death is cruel even in its final moments. Suddenly, a status window appears before him again, with a tutorial quest instructing him to punch Rendon. Theo is confused, looking at the window and then at Rendon, wondering if he's hallucinating. He doesn't think Rendon can see the window. Rendon asks if something is wrong, and Theo, still confused, drops his sword, thinking that perhaps this is some sort of divine gift, a chance to vent his frustrations before he passes on. Deciding to go with it, he rears back and punches Rendon directly in the face. However, Rendon doesn't even flinch, and Theo is surprised at how weak his punch felt, commenting on how realistic the dream is. Frustrated, Theo swings his sword, knocking Rendon back. Rendon sighs, understanding Theo's frustration, remarking that with the awakening ceremony approaching, it must be difficult to see no progress despite all his hard work. Theo is startled to hear about the awakening ceremony but stays silent as Rendon lectures him on controlling his emotions. Rendon says that as a member of the Ragnar clan, Theo should rely on his sword, not his fists. With that, Rendon walks away, leaving Theo dumbfounded. The other trainees mock him, laughing at how the talentless Theo dared to strike his master. They question how someone so incompetent, even for an illegitimate child, could be a member of the Ragnar clan. Theo grasps a handful of sand from the ground, trying to make sense of his situation. The pain he feels is too vivid, too real. That's when it hits him, this isn't a flashback. Everything around him is real. A chill runs down his spine as he realizes that the awakening ceremony is still 10 years away, meaning he has returned to his 17-year-old self. He wonders how this could be possible. Once again, the status window appears, congratulating him for completing the tutorial quest and informing him that Ragnar's talent has activated. The window asks if he would like to receive his reward now. Hesitating for a moment, Theo raises his hand and selects yes. Immediately, he feels a strange sensation in his chest, as if he is being blessed with the talent of his ancestors. The window informs him that he has now received his reward, and all his stats will increase at an incredible rate. Theo, overwhelmed by the bright light from the activation of his reward, wonders what is happening. The window reveals that a new quest has started. The scene shifts to the Rose Palace, still standing in all its glory. A figure puts down a teacup, commenting on the situation. We see Rendon speaking to someone, mentioning that it's rare to see someone so talentless. Rendon, whose full name is Rendon Harvey, explains that this is why he is here, to be a true teacher. He vows to train Theo for the upcoming awakening ceremony, with only 5 months remaining. The woman he is speaking to is none other than Theo's mother, Cecilia, the Lady of the Rose Palace. She hands Rendon a bag of money, requesting that he give Theo more attention. Rendon assures her that he will teach Theo day and night, though inwardly, he laughs, knowing that he has no intention of doing so. The story continues as Rendon muses over Theo's lack of talent. He scornfully remarks that both Theo and his mother are doomed to failure, calling her a concubine and implying that, like mother, like son, there is no future for their bloodline. Rendon sneers at the money he's received, thinking it's exceptional pay for betraying Theo. After all, he now holds the prestigious title of tutor to the Ragnar clan's direct line, and for feeding information about Theo and stunting his growth, someone has guaranteed Rendon's own future. In his eyes, Theo, the imbecile of Ragnar, is nothing more than a stepping stone to his own success. As Rendon contemplates his windfall, he suddenly notices Theo sprinting down the hallway, not even sparing him a glance. Annoyed, Rendon clicks his tongue and shouts after Theo, calling him a loser. But Theo is too focused, his heart racing with excitement as he rushes toward his mother. Bursting into her room, he throws his arms around her and calls out her name. Surprised, Cecilia asks if he's tired from his training but is taken aback by the sudden embrace. Theo, overwhelmed with emotion, begins to cry, realizing that he's truly back, 10 years in the past. Memories of his mother's lifeless body flood his mind, along with the heavy realization of his failure, being talentless in his previous life. But now, he's determined to change the future. Tears of joy stream down his face as he clings to his mother, resolved to grow stronger and change his fate. He explains to himself that though he's currently weak and without status, if the mysterious status window he encountered is real, he has a chance to grow. He vows to become powerful enough to hold his ground in the looming succession war and strong enough to exact revenge on Rendon. The next quest from the status window appears, train his body to the limit. He starts at 0%. That night, Theo is seen running furiously through the training grounds, determined to get stronger. He burns with the desire to defeat Rendon, but he knows that with his current weak body, that goal is far off. He recalls his previous life and the intelligence agency he had worked with, Blackwood. Though he was part of the information team due to his lack of combat ability, now the information he gathered will serve him well. He recalls a potion from his past, the Bloody Sword Emperor's Elixir, and its secret manual, understanding its potential to greatly enhance his body. All the extreme training he had given up on before is now achievable, thanks to the activation of Ragnar's talent. As he continues to run, the other trainees notice and comment, surprised by his sudden stamina. Theo, pushing harder than ever before, is now 65% of the way to completing his goal. Days pass, and Theo shows no sign of slowing down, training tirelessly day and night. Evelyn, the manager of the training ground, watches him with curiosity. She yawns, wondering how Theo ever earned the nickname Imbecile of Ragnar when he's clearly showing immense drive and stamina. After days of ceaseless training, Theo is now at 97%, his eyes burning with determination, but his body nearing its limit. We flash back to the previous night, when Theo had rested at 90% progress, only to find that the percentage had decreased. This meant he couldn't afford to rest, he had to push himself to the absolute limit. With this realization, Theo trained relentlessly for 2 straight days without a single break. With each swing of his sword and each lap around the training ground, he gritted his teeth and pushed himself further, determined not to stop until the task was complete. At last, as he teeters on the brink of collapse, the percentage ticks from 99% to 100%. Theo feels an overwhelming sense of relief as the status window appears, congratulating him for completing the second tutorial quest. As a reward, he has been granted a dragon's heart, and for completing the quest so quickly, he receives an additional bonus 10 years worth of magical power from his past life. Completely exhausted, Theo falls to the ground, barely able to move. The status window asks if he would like to receive his rewards now. With trembling hands, Theo clicks yes. The rewards flood into him, a brilliant blue aura emanating from his body as he lies on the floor. Evelyn, who is still watching from a distance, is stunned by the sight, feeling the shockwaves of energy radiating from Theo. After some time, Theo wakes up in a bed, disoriented. He looks around, wondering where he is, when Evelyn walks in, telling him not to worry. She explains that he is in the break room of training ground number 4. Even a Ragnar, she notes, would collapse if they pushed themselves as hard as Theo had. She reintroduces herself, noting that he lost consciousness while training alone that morning, so she moved him here to rest. Theo, still tired but grateful, thanks her. However, Evelyn's curiosity hasn't faded. She offers him a drink and then drops a bombshell. She asks if he knows that within the Ragnar clan, opening one's mana hall before the awakening ceremony is strictly forbidden. Theo calmly acknowledges this and drinks, but Evelyn presses further, reminding him of the consequences for breaking this rule. She then asks him directly if he knows what happens when someone opens their mana hall prematurely. Theo is startled, unsure of where she's going with this, and asks why she's asking. Evelyn then reveals that just before he lost consciousness, a mana wave had occurred that was consistent with the opening of a mana hall. Theo's eyes widen in surprise. Her tone sharpens as she demands to know if he really opened it. Theo nervously tries to play it off, insisting that if he had opened his mana hall, he wouldn't still be alive. But he begins to sweat, recalling the dragon's heart he received as a reward. He realizes that the dragon's heart is actually where a mana hall can be placed, and having it there would make the mana flow through him far more efficiently than normal. Normally, warriors like those in the Ragnar clan long for a dragon's heart because it could bring overwhelming power. However, no human has ever been able to overcome the limitations of using one until now. Theo inwardly marvels at the incredible power he's been given by the quest rewards, but also realizes that it's placed him in an awkward situation with Evelyn. She is a high-ranking swordswoman who retired after losing her left arm. Though she now manages the training grounds, she once commanded the white-armored dragon cavalry, and was so skilled that even the demon dragon of the cavalry admired her. She was known for her fierce principles, the type of person who didn't judge based on status or strength. Dishonesty or cowardice didn't matter to her. Theo reflects on what to say to her, remembering how, when he was being rigid in the past, she had stripped him of his position as his direct superior. If she discovers his mana hall, she will execute him right here and now. He sweats nervously but asks himself if she can really go through with it, wondering what would happen if he isn't caught. Thinking about how well he knows her, he realizes he can use her strict personality against her. He tells her he is also an heir of Ragnar, and if anyone finds out she is spreading false rumors, it would be seen as defiling the family name. She acknowledges this, agreeing that's true by the rules. He then asks her if she knows what the punishment is for humiliating a Ragnar heir. She answers that it is execution, and he says it's good she understands. He tells her to go ahead and check. She's puzzled, wondering if he's always been this bold, but insists that what she sensed was definitely a mana wave. She begins to manifest mana in her hand, telling him to excuse her while she checks. Even if he is of Ragnar bloodline, she tells him, rules are rules and there are no exceptions. She analyzes his abdomen for a mana hall, but finds nothing, which leaves her baffled. She mutters in disbelief, saying there isn't a mana hall. Theo calmly asks her if she felt it or not. Immediately, Evelyn drops to her knees, begging him to execute her for her mistake, offering her life to atone for her sin. Smiling, Theo thinks to himself that, of course, there wouldn't be a mana hall because he possesses a dragon heart, something far beyond ordinary mana halls. Having a mana hall means being able to control one's mana freely, so with the dragon heart, Theo can conceal his mana at will. The fact that humans could possess dragon hearts wouldn't be known for years, so Evelyn would have never suspected such a thing. Patting her on the shoulder, Theo reassures her that there's no need for her to worry. He admires how principled she is, saying that there aren't many people willing to risk their life to enforce the truth, even against an heir. He realizes that having someone as strong as Evelyn indebted to him would be advantageous. The reason the opening of mana halls is forbidden before the awakening ceremony is to prevent overflow, so for her to be concerned about even him, the bastard of Ragnar, makes him happy in a way. He thanks her for taking care of him after he passed out and leaves, leaving Evelyn stunned and wondering what just happened. Theo reflects that, with the dragon heart and the magic power from his past life, he'll become absurdly powerful very soon. A few days later, Rendon is shouting again, telling Theo to swing more to the right. He yells at Theo, frustrated, wondering how many times he has to explain such a simple thing. Theo, on the other hand, doesn't care, pretending to be weak while steadily growing stronger. But it's starting to grate on his nerves. He glares at Rendon, knowing that his instructor is deliberately teaching him poor sword techniques to make him look foolish. Theo becomes more certain that there's a mastermind behind Rendon's actions, possibly the same person responsible for his death in his previous life. He needs to figure out who that is. Suddenly, Theo comes up with a plan and calls out to Rendon. The instructor barks at him, reminding him that he can't talk during lessons. But Theo dismisses this, saying he can't listen to such trash anymore, snapping his training sword in half and demanding to know how someone with such third-rate skills could have become a mid-rank swordsman. He accuses Rendon of being commissioned to monitor him, and that he would likely struggle against even low-ranked demonic beasts. Rendon, infuriated, asks Theo to repeat himself. Theo walks forward, mocking him, saying his skills are trash and that he'll force him to resign as his instructor. Rendon, growing even angrier, realizes that if things go wrong for him, he'll have to contact the mastermind. The scene shifts to a place called the Chameleon Palace, where a man bursts into a room, calling out to someone named Axion, asking if he's heard that the bastard of Ragnar is going to duel his master next week. Axion sits, drink in hand, as the man continues talking, suggesting that Theo might be left half-crippled after the duel. Without warning, Axion throws his glass, headshotting the man with pinpoint accuracy and knocking him out. Axion, known as the Dark Tiger of the Four Hounds of the North, tells him that it doesn't matter if some bastard becomes crippled. Beside him is Remington Narrow, the Silver Lion of the same group, though he remains silent. Another man enters the room, saying it should matter because if they let their guard down, things could go wrong. This man is Ed Troyvon, one of the 9 dragons and also known as the Sky Dragon. Axion dismisses his uncle's concerns, arguing that they only need to worry about people with talent. Ed warns that even the smallest spark can ignite a blaze with Ragnar, but Axion is unfazed, confident that their instructor will handle the situation. 1 week later, back at the training grounds, the duel between Theo and Rendon is about to begin. Trainees are laughing and chatting, with some skeptical about Theo's abilities. Evelyn, on the other hand, looks worried. Theo raises his blade, thinking to himself that things have escalated far beyond his original plan. He only intended to humiliate Rendon and get him fired, but now the duel has drawn a large crowd. The cheers echo around him, but he calms himself, determined to get his revenge on Rendon. He doesn't care about any of that. If his employer says he's fired, then that's that. Given his past life, Theo feels an intense urge to beat him to death right there and then, but he knows he's not confident in his skills yet. First, he decides to distance himself from Rendon and gather more information about him. Rendon quickly realizes this is bad news. If Theo gets fired like this, his mission will end in failure. Desperate, he pleads with Theo, telling him that this goes against the rules and that he might end up facing the tribunal. Just then, the status window appears before Theo, informing him of the tutorial quest. Evelyn, thinking quickly, says she has an idea: they should resolve this the Ragnar way. She smiles knowingly. Theo asks if she means by the rule of the strong, and she nods, saying exactly that. They should settle this with a sword match, and there would be no need for Rendon to go to the tribunal. The victors shall be final. Rendon laughs, thinking it's a fantastic idea, fully believing this is going to work in his favor. Evelyn suggests that the match take place a week from now. Theo, taken aback, hesitates, but Evelyn laughs and asks if that timeline is alright with him. Theo responds confidently, though internally he knows it's far from ideal. He cannot beat Rendon yet. The scene shifts to 1 week later. The trainees, buzzing with gossip, mention that from what they've heard, Theo can barely swing his sword properly. One trainee scoffs, saying that's hard to believe. After all, Theo is still a Ragnar. His friend jokes, saying that if Theo were a regular Ragnar, he wouldn't even comment, but since he's the heir to Ragnar's bloodline, there's no way he'll lose to a mid-rank swordsman like Rendon. As the two prepare for the duel, Rendon offers Theo one last chance. If you apologize now, I'll act like none of this ever happened. There's no need to risk your life over something as trivial as pride, he says. Theo smirks and replies, that's exactly what you should be saying. If you don't want to end up a one-armed swordsman, it'd be best for you to accept that you've been fired. Rendon's expression darkens. Furious, he snarls, you're really going to keep this act up to the very end? I was going to let this slide because you're so pitiful, but now I see that won't do. I'll kill you and just call it an accident. The outcome of this match is already decided, so there's no issue here. The duel begins with Rendon offering Theo the first strike, confident that the result is already decided. Theo charges in, their swords clashing. The trainees are instantly captivated, though it's clear Rendon is pushing Theo back. It looks like Theo barely knows how to use his sword, and at this rate, he might die. All he can do for now is block Rendon's relentless attacks. Rendon chuckled mockingly, asking Theo what had happened to all his confidence. He sneered, saying that Theo couldn't do anything against him, yet had dared to look down on him. This outcome was obvious, he added. Theo wasn't even a low-ranked swordsman, merely an apprentice. While his skills had recently shown some strange improvement, it wasn't nearly enough. If Theo were at least at the level of one of the 4 Hounds of the North, that would be a different story, but there was no way that imbecile of Ragnar could defeat him. We flash back to Theo confronting Evelyn about her suggestion of the duel. What were you thinking? Theo had asked, but Evelyn simply responded that it was an act of goodwill. If Theo wanted to cut Rendon off completely, he needed to be thorough, she explained, since it seemed like Rendon had someone backing him. Firing him wouldn't be enough. Surprised, Theo asked how she knew this, and Evelyn replied that once she saw Rendon teaching Theo a weird sword style, she had someone investigate him. After all, the way he was teaching looked awkward and excessive, so she wondered where such a lousy instructor had come from. Theo reflected on how Evelyn hadn't caught on to this in his past life, but now, due to the incident with his mana haul, he must have piqued her interest. Evelyn set her tea down, revealing that every trace of Rendon led back to a single place, the Camellia Palace. Theo, shocked, asked if this was all because of their miserable war for the throne, anger swelling inside him. He quickly calmed down, surprised by how much Evelyn had discovered. Still, he pointed out that with his current skill level, he couldn't defeat Rendon. What's your plan now? He asked. Evelyn smiled, assuring him that he was underestimating his potential. Back in the present, Rendon, now desperate, charged forward, swinging his sword recklessly at Theo. If you kneel now, I might just forgive you, he taunted, swinging his sword down heavily. Theo blocked it effortlessly, not even straining. Rendon, puzzled, started to realize something was wrong. How was Theo blocking all his attacks so easily? This wasn't the Theo he knew. Growing more frantic, Rendon continued his assault, but to no avail. From the sidelines, Remington watched with the other trainees, shocked. He's not being pushed back, he's actually holding his ground, one whispered in disbelief. Evelyn, as expected, stood smiling. She had told Theo that 1 week of her personal training would be more than enough to surpass someone like Rendon. He was merely a pathetic excuse for a teacher, after all. Theo grinned, realizing how well things had turned out. Having Evelyn indebted to him had been more than worth it. However, there was one thing nagging at him, and he had asked her during their conversation why she was helping him so much. Evelyn had responded that while part of it was indeed because of what had happened before, she also knew someone who was obsessed with gathering talented individuals. Meanwhile, Rendon was panicking. Theo shouldn't have any talent. Is he acting this whole time? He wondered. His mind raced as Theo suddenly asked, "Who's backing you?" Caught off guard, Rendon stammered, "What are you talking about?" Theo, unimpressed, continued, "Did you really think I wouldn't notice? You've been giving me those worthless lessons on purpose. Show me a palace, perhaps?" The moment Theo mentioned the palace, a chill ran down Rendon's spine. How did he know? Theo smiled, pleased with the response, and said, "So you are being honest. Tell me, do you know what it feels like to have your arm chopped off?" In an instant, Theo dashed forward, swinging his blade toward Rendon's arm. Before Rendon could react, his arm was severed, just as Theo had lost his in his past life. Rendon, horrified, watched his arm fly through the air, growing more distant with each passing second. He looked up at Theo in disbelief. Remington, too, was taken aback by the sudden turn of events, while Rendon collapsed, screaming in agony. Theo stared down at him, eyes cold and resolute. "I've definitely gotten stronger," Theo thought. "And there's still so much room to grow." He then reminded Rendon of the last words he'd heard before his death in his previous life, "It's your fault this has happened." Rendon, now in utter panic, pleaded, "What are you talking about?" But Theo simply readied his blade. "It's your fault you're dying here today," Theo declared. "Of all the Ragnars who believe in the rule of the strong, you are the weakest." These were the exact same words Rendon had spoken before killing Theo in his past life. Desperation filled Rendon's voice as he cried out, "Wait!" But it was too late. With one swift strike, Theo decapitated him. Rendon's final sight was his own body, now separated from his head. With that, Theo completed his third tutorial quest. The trainees looked on, dumbfounded, unable to believe that Theo, an apprentice swordsman, had defeated a mid-tier opponent like Rendon. They murmured amongst themselves, "How did he do that?" Theo, however, simply looked down at Rendon's corpse with disdain. "So weak," he muttered, disgusted that he had suffered at this man's hands in his previous life. But now, things were different. The system window popped up, notifying him that, in addition to completing the quest, he had earned an extra reward, a new ability called Observation. Theo also regained a year's worth of magic power. Confused yet intrigued, Theo wondered what Observation was. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, landing directly behind Theo with an explosion of aura that shattered the ground. Theo turned to see none other than Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon and commander of the white-armored dragon cavalry. Julius's overwhelming aura filled the air. How long has he been watching? Theo wondered, his heart pounding. Even Evelyn, usually calm, was annoyed by her former superior's dramatic entrance. "Does he really have to destroy the floor every time?" she muttered to herself. Julius approached, eyes glowing red. Theo braced himself for the worst, but Julius suddenly burst into laughter, slapping Theo on the back. "That was exciting," Julius boomed. He praised Theo for his talent, even adding that he had surpassed his master. While Theo was still processing everything, Julius put his hand on his shoulder. "Join the white-armored dragon cavalry," he said, leaving Theo completely stunned. Evelyn, on the other hand, had seen this coming. The trainees couldn't believe it either. "There's no way, the imbecile of Ragnar got scouted by the white-armored dragon cavalry," they whispered in disbelief. "No matter how well he fought, that's just not possible." Remington then speaks up, addressing one of the trainees. He asks if there's ever been a case where an apprentice swordsman, who hasn't even gone through the awakening ceremony, has been scouted. The trainee responds that he hasn't heard of such a case. Remington confirms, saying it's because it's impossible to accurately measure someone's potential while their mana hall is still sealed. Even if their swordsmanship is exceptional, their magical ability might be lacking. He admits that no matter how incredible Julius's intuition is, even he can't be completely certain. But for some reason, it seems Julius sees something in Theo that they don't. Remington wonders what kind of potential Julius saw in Theo and even muses if the commander might take an interest in him as well. Theo, however, firmly declines the offer, his expression stern. Julius is stunned, speechless, as is Remington. Evelyn drops her cigarette in disbelief, The entire arena is met with dead silence. Later on, rumors begin circulating among the trainees. Some speculate that Theo refused Julius's offer because he thought his own skills weren't yet worthy. After all, it's not every day one sees a humble Ragnar. The gossip spreads quickly. At Chamia Palace, a woman remarks on how complicated things have gotten, expressing disbelief that Rendon was killed. This woman is revealed to be Emil Ragnar, the lady of Chamia Palace. Ed, her brother, reassures her, reminding her that they didn't assign Rendon because of his exceptional skills. Emil brushes off Rendon's death, stating it's of little concern to them. She explains that Julius, the demon dragon, personally reached out to Theo, and what's more, it seems Evelyn was behind it. This means they can't interfere by assigning Theo a new master. If Theo starts gaining too much attention, it will only become harder for them to gain control over the Rose Palace. Asks Emil why she's so concerned about Theo standing out, suggesting that the clan head won't take much interest in him anyway, so their plans should proceed as normal. Emil reminds him that their best shot at taking control of the Rose Palace without offending the clan leader is to keep Theo weak and powerless. Axion agrees, saying that Theo is still powerless. He questions how much someone like Theo could have changed. Evelyn and Julius, after all, have always had a soft spot for underdogs. Ed, however, isn't convinced, warning Axion that they should have told Rendon to be more careful. Axion dismisses his concerns, saying their mother and uncle worry too much, and confidently announces he'll pay Theo a visit himself to remind him of his place. Back at the training grounds, Evelyn compliments Theo on his performance. He thanks her, acknowledging that training under a true master has made all the difference. She teases him, saying it would have been even better if he had joined the white-armored dragon cavalry, and asks why he turned it down. Theo admits that a small part of him regrets it since joining Julius's cavalry had been a dream of his in his previous life. But he believes that joining now would be premature and that there's no need to limit himself so early. He points out that the privileges awarded to the top performer at the awakening ceremony are far greater than simply joining the cavalry. He confides that he doesn't want any special treatment and is content training under her until the ceremony. Evelyn, satisfied with his response, tells him Julius won't be disappointed either. Theo then activates his newly acquired skill, observation, to analyze Evelyn. He discovers her age, title, rank, and even her admiration for his humility and character. Theo muses that this skill will be incredibly useful, and he's confident he'll be able to leverage it to his advantage. While scanning her status, he notices something unusual. Her profile mentions that she misses the white-armored dragon cavalry. He's intrigued by this revelation. Suddenly, a man approaches and introduces himself as Sybil from the Southern Inspection Post. He informs Theo that he has something important to discuss with him. Theo, finding him a bit intimidating, uses observation on Sybil and is startled by the results. Sybil's title is revealed as the Dunce of the Southern Inspection Post, and his demeanor is described as full of enthusiasm and excitement. He longs to cross swords with Theo, though this sentiment comes across as unsettling to Theo, who starts to feel creeped out. The last tutorial quest has begun, and it's titled Discard the Imbecile of Ragnar. Sybil pleads with Theo, admitting that in the past, he ignored him, fully believing that the title of Ragnar's imbecile was appropriate. Theo debates whether to kill him on the spot, but Sybil goes on to explain that he's been observing Theo's efforts. He notes that Theo trains harder than anyone else, day in and day out. He then confesses that after seeing Theo's performance against Rendon, and the fact that Julius himself invited him, Theo has now become his idol. He shares that he was once on the verge of giving up after being labeled the idiot of the Southern Inspection Post, but Theo inspired him to keep going. He begs for the chance to spar with Theo. Theo, initially skeptical of Sybil's intentions, uses observation to verify his sincerity. He's surprised to find that Sybil's admiration is genuine. Reflecting on how people react to him, Theo realizes that after defeating Rendon and gaining Julius's attention, he expected people driven by jealousy to come and challenge him. Instead, he's finding that there are those who genuinely want to follow him. He concludes that perhaps the Ragnar family members still have some pride left after all. Realizing that he'll need loyal allies if he's to rise to the position of clan head, Theo sees this as an opportunity. This quest, which is the final part of the tutorial, gives him a chance to shed the unwanted title of Ragnar's imbecile, something he was never able to escape in his previous life. He asks Evelyn for a moment to spar with Sybil, and she agrees, encouraging him to showcase his skills. Theo and Sybil take their positions, each formally introducing themselves and their masters. Evelyn smiles upon hearing Theo proudly name her as his master. Sybil, too, introduces himself, revealing that he wields the swordsmanship of the core clan and specializes in the quick sword. He expresses his excitement for the fight. Sybil charges in with a flurry of swift attacks, which Theo effortlessly blocks. Sybil, impressed, comments on how fast Theo is, despite his reputation. He adds that even though he was called the fool of the Southern Inspection Post, he takes great pride in his speed. But as expected, Theo's skills are the real deal, as he easily fends off every strike. Theo reflects that if this had been his previous life, he would have struggled against even a few of these hits. But now, things are different. With a single, decisive swing, Theo sends Sybil flying across the training grounds, crashing into the wall with such force that Sybil vomits a little. Sybil, still in awe, thanks Theo for the fight, saying he learned a lot. Theo then catches his reflection in his sword and wonders if he can use observation on himself. To his surprise, it works. He sees his own title, his talents, and a few locked abilities that Red Access denied. He's also surprised to see that he's still at level 1, and there are sections of his profile that are hidden. Having finally accessed his stats for the first time, they will now be notated with numbers. He notices that his magic power is high, likely due to inheriting his past life's magic in his dragon heart. But oddly, his luck is in the negatives, bro is cursed. Theo speculates that the bad luck he experienced in his previous life may have been due to this and decides he'll need to figure out a way to improve his luck in the future. While lost in thought, Theo suddenly realizes he's completely surrounded by the other trainees. He wonders what's going on. Evelyn explains that no matter how weak Rendon was, he was still a mid-rank swordsman, and now that Theo has defeated him and earned the approval of the commander, the Ragnar family, being focused on strength, has two ways of reacting. They either become envious or begin to admire him. The ones gathered around clearly fall into the latter category. The trainees murmur amongst themselves, admitting that if they were in Sybil's place, they don't know if they could have even blocked Theo's strikes. A battle-hungry energy begins to fill the air as they express their desire to spar with him as well. Theo, feeling a bit overwhelmed, sighs and calls forward one of the men he recognized, named Eody, surprising the man that Theo knew his name. Theo calls Eody forward, saying he looks forward to sparring with him. Eody, feeling honored, introduces himself as the third son of Viscount Naylan and a practitioner of the double ascension swordsmanship. Theo, as he did with Sybil, introduces himself formally, expressing his hope for a good fight. They charge at each other, clashing swords several times. Theo's basic swordsmanship proficiency increases during the duel. As Eody prepares for a powerful strike, aiming for Theo's neck, Theo calmly raises his sword and deflects the blow, disarming Eody in the process. His proficiency increases once again. Eody, in shock, admits his defeat, stating that it's clearly his loss. With this, Theo gains Eody's approval, which results in his luck stat increasing by 1. Theo realizes that his luck seems to be tied to his growing reputation. He also gains experience points, strengthening his resolve to continue challenging others. His goal is simple now, he needs to fight as many people as possible. Soon, he gains the approval of several others, including Bonat Ramiro, Eric, Manfred, and Manuel. Though there are too many names to mention individually, each duel raises his luck further. After fighting continuously, Theo becomes visibly tired, but he remains eager. Looking at his quest progress, he notices that despite the many fights, his completion percentage has only increased by 1. He speculates that perhaps all of his opponents already respected him, and to make greater progress, he needs to face stronger foes or situations where many doubt him. Suddenly, Remington approaches and remarks that Theo looks exhausted, asking if he'll be alright. Theo responds that he'll rest when necessary, but not yet. To his surprise, Remington steps forward and requests a spar with him, revealing his identity as the Silver Lion. Theo is astonished, recognizing the man, and so does the crowd. Remington is one of the famed Four Hounds of the North, a title reserved for the strongest of the Ragnar clan's awakening generation. Remington formally introduces himself, saying he's come to test the swordsmanship of his fellow Ragnar before the awakening ceremony. He expresses gratitude for this opportunity and reveals his talents: sword genius, keen senses, and extreme hard worker. His status shows that he sees Theo as an unexpected rival. Theo, awestruck, introduces himself once more, this time mentioning that he is the 31st son of the great guardian of the North, Kyle Ragnar. He humbly states it's an honor to duel someone as respected as Remington. They begin their duel, their swords colliding and sending sparks flying. Theo's quest progress increases by 1 as the battle intensifies. Their swords grind against each other, and then suddenly, pieces of Theo's sword shatter, flying through the air. Remington stands confidently, having broken Theo's blade. The crowd is stunned, while Evelyn watches with a knowing expression. The trainees are in disbelief, and Sybil struggles to accept the result. Despite breaking Theo's sword, Remington unexpectedly admits defeat, saying it's his loss. The trainees are confused, but Remington explains that Theo's sword was already worn out, and on top of that, he was clearly exhausted from previous fights. Theo, however, responds that in a real battle, no one would offer such considerations. As soon as his blade broke, he had already lost. Remington smiles, and they shake hands, acknowledging each other's strength. This moment earns Theo a 5% increase in his quest completion, and even Evelyn seems pleased with the outcome. Theo reflects on the duel, realizing just how strong Remington is. While he's grown stronger through acquiring talents and secret techniques, he still has a long way to go compared to the other elites of his generation. Despite the duel being cut short, he gains a lot from it, including a significant increase in his luck and reputation. Remington then reveals that he didn't come just for a duel. He formally invites Theo to join the Scaled Dragon Society, an exclusive group that only those selected can join. Sybil, overhearing, is astonished and explains that the society is prestigious. Theo is curious about Remington's true motives but sees this as an opportunity. The society, led by Action, is filled with individuals who look down on him. It's the perfect environment for Theo to progress his quest and gather intelligence on Action. Without hesitation, Theo accepts the invitation, thinking it will also provide useful reconnaissance at the Camellia Palace. Later, at the Rose Palace, Cecilia bursts into Theo's room, overjoyed by the news of his invitation to the Scaled Dragon Society. She informs him that, since Action and other influential figures will be present, everything about him, from his attire to his behavior, will be scrutinized. She takes his measurements, preparing him for the event, reminding him that as a former actress, she can help him make a strong impression. Theo reflects on his past life, remembering how his mother had always carried guilt for him being labeled as the child of a concubine. The cold and harsh Ragnar clan had been unforgiving to them both. He realizes how difficult it must have been for her, having a son who never quite met expectations. His mother, resting her head on his chest, assures him she believes in him. She knows he can succeed, and he smiles, comforted by her unwavering faith. Hugging her tightly, Theo vows that every step he takes forward will be for both of them. He's determined now more than ever he's going to crush the Scaled Dragon Society. The scene jumps to the night of the banquet for the Scaled Dragon Society. Remington is standing outside a carriage, waiting, when he's surprised by the sight of Theo slowly approaching. Theo is decked out in sharp attire, and he gives Remington a confident smile. Remington, astonished, asks if it's really Theo, remarking that he looks like an entirely different person. They both chuckle, and Remington gestures for Theo to head inside. Theo admits that Remington has a point. Not only has he grown taller, but his body is also more developed after 2 weeks of intense training. During that time, Remington visited him daily, and they've grown close. Theo has also amassed quite a few followers, though he notes that most of them look like the same guy with slightly different haircuts. Evelyn, observing the situation, sighs and mutters that she only intended to train Theo for a short while, but it has turned into a much bigger ordeal than she expected. Theo reflects on the past 2 weeks and sighs, admitting it was exhausting. As they approach the venue, Remington comments that he heard this is Theo's first formal banquet, and Theo confirms it. Remington reassures him, telling him not to be nervous, he'll do well. But there's one thing Theo should know. Curious, Theo asks what it is. Remington explains that his friend, Action, can be quite mischievous, and it was actually Action who extended the invitation, wanting to meet Theo personally. Remington hopes Theo won't judge him too harshly, as Action is the one who organized the banquet. Theo realizes that it wasn't Remington who invited him but Action instead. He muses that things are going almost too smoothly and tells Remington that he's looking forward to it. At least now he knows that when he arrives, he'll likely face some hostility, which works to his advantage. Meanwhile, Action, who is already at the banquet, thinks about the imbecile of Ragnar coming to meet him, excited to have a new toy to play with. As the carriage pulls into town and comes to a stop, Remington informs Theo that they've arrived. Stepping out of the carriage, Theo immediately spots the Camellia Palace, a place deeply tied to the trauma of his past life, as they were the ones who interfered with his growth and ultimately consumed him, his mother, and the entirety of the Rose Palace. Remington asks if Theo is ready to enter, and Theo replies that he is. Remington then shares the news that Action will personally come out to greet him, and they should find him near the entrance. As they approach, Theo begins tuning out Remington's words, realizing that Action is likely trying to put him in his place. But he didn't come here without a plan. Action will soon realize that Theo is no longer the same as before. Theo's attention shifts when he notices a blue light shining from one of the windows, the same light that signals a quest, making him wonder if a new quest awaits inside the palace. While Theo is distracted, something suddenly explodes near him, releasing a white powder into the air. Remington shouts Theo's name and rushes to him, but Theo reassures him that he's fine. Remington yells at the culprits, demanding to know what they were thinking. Theo, on the other hand, muses that in his past life, he wouldn't have been able to dodge that. He initially suspected that Remington was in on the prank, but now he realizes that Remington is genuinely confused. The ones who threw the powder laugh from a window, saying it was just a friendly greeting and a basic courtesy. Remington, furious, asks them what they mean by greeting. Action steps in, telling Remington not to be angry, it was just a greeting between brothers. Action's behavior reveals that he has a talent for manipulation, and Theo mentally prepares himself for the challenges ahead. Looking at Action, Theo pauses for a moment, then smiles, thanking him. His response catches Action off guard. Theo adds that with such a warm welcome, he can only be grateful, and he's looking forward to the party. This subtle shift annoys Action, though he quickly masks it with laughter, remarking that Theo has become quite entertaining since he last saw him. Inside the palace, people are already socializing, though most are murmuring about why Action would even invite Theo in the first place. Although Theo is from a direct line, his reputation as the imbecile of Ragnar leaves many questioning the decision. Remington apologizes to Theo, saying the group usually doesn't behave this way. Theo brushes it off, saying he's actually more than grateful. Remington, puzzled, wonders why Theo is so nonchalant about the situation. In reality, Theo is pleased. The more they underestimate him, the easier it will be to crush them later. His attention drifts back to the blue light upstairs, confirming that it must be related to his quest, but he doesn't yet have a natural way to approach it. As Theo sips his drink, deep in thought, Action begins descending the stairs, asking how Theo is enjoying the party. Theo briefly feels a surge of anxiety but quickly calms himself, smiling and thanking Action for the invitation. Action, with a sly smile, apologizes for the earlier incident, admitting it might have been too much. He steps in close, his tone turning menacing, and asks Theo if he agrees. Remington, sensing the tension, grows concerned, but Theo surprises everyone by asking why Action would apologize. He plays it off casually, saying he only remembers it as a friendly greeting that even caught him off guard. Theo then slaps Action's back playfully, laughing and complimenting his mischievous side, claiming he never knew Action was so fun. Theo continues, saying he's changed a lot and that he likes this new side of him. The others, watching from a distance, laugh quietly, assuming Theo is only playing along because he knows he's inferior to Action. They comment that as an illegitimate child, Theo has no real standing and cannot possibly challenge the noble bloodline of thron. Even though both he and Action are Ragnar's sons, they are on entirely different levels. As the banquet continues, someone remarks that there's no way to compare thron, the prestigious swordsmanship clan from the east, with some random woman from who knows where. Tries his best to stay calm, especially after hearing the insult aimed at his mother. Soon after, they start taking jabs at Remington, asking why he's wasting his time with that imbecile, but then they add that it makes sense Remington, after all, is also an illegitimate child. Remington begins to grow visibly irritated. The atmosphere shifts as the other party members realize they've touched on a forbidden subject. Remington is clearly struggling to hold back his anger. Theo, seeing this, decides he's done watching and calls out to Action. With a smirk, he tells Action he should greet his new friends as well. He grabs Action's hand, pulling it off his shoulder, and strides toward the ones who were insulting Remington. He picks up a wine bottle and raises it towards one of their glasses. The man, clueless, asks if he said something wrong. Without warning, Theo smashes the bottle directly into the man's face. Action and Remington are both stunned as the man collapses to the floor, screaming in agony, blood pouring from his head. The man, still in shock, looks up at Theo and curses, calling him a bastard. Theo responds without hesitation, landing a fierce kick that sends the man flying to the other side of the room. He mocks him, asking who he thinks he is to insult him, and sarcastically adds that it was just a little greeting, nothing more. His viciousness starts to change how many in the room view him, and the progress on his quest suddenly jumps from 41% to 43%. Remington, still shocked, realizes that this isn't the Theo he's used to. He wonders if Theo's aggressive actions were because of him. Theo, standing over the man, says that he believes he's given a warm enough greeting and places his foot on the man's arm. He smiles cruelly, asking if he was wrong. The man screams, begging him to stop, but Theo, showing no mercy, snaps the man's arm with a swift motion, shattering the bone completely. Panic ripples through the crowd as they realize they've greatly underestimated Theo's brutality. His quest progress jumps to 58%, and when the man loses consciousness from the pain, it ticks up another percentage point. Theo, now satisfied, releases the man's arm and glances around the room, asking if anyone else would like to say hello. His progress skyrockets to 66%. Suddenly, 4 men leap down from the upper floor, surrounding Theo in an instant. Each one unsheathes their blade in unison, pointing their weapons directly at his throat. One of them declares that Theo has committed the grave sin of harming the young master, and such a crime will be repaid with death. Theo, unfazed, laughs and remarks that this is exactly how it should be. He asks who the young master is, and the guards respond that he is the third young master of the Hanabi clan. His name is Ian. Theo smirks, realizing this is what he expected. He came here knowing the place was filled with enemies. He recognizes the Hanabi clan as one of the 6 snow clans that serve Ragnar, and he anticipated that they wouldn't sit quietly while the imbecile they've long mocked suddenly started causing trouble. Theo then shrugs, asking, "So what?" His question unsettles the guards, but Theo is done letting others walk over him. He questions whether the dogs of one of Ragnar's bannerman clans dare to demand his death and asks if they can truly take responsibility for their words. His aura grows heavy, causing all the guards to sweat nervously, unsure of what kind of pressure they're feeling. They begin to wonder if this is really the same imbecile of Ragnar they thought they knew. The guards come to a terrifying realization: while Theo has been treated like a joke for so long, he still has the right to succession. He carries Ragnar's direct bloodline. Ragnar, after all, is the lord of the north and ruler of the 6 snow clans. Declaring death to one of Ragnar's bloodline would normally result in swift retribution, with an entire clan potentially being wiped out. They now realize the situation has changed, and they need to apologize quickly. Before the guards can act, Theo coldly orders someone to kill them all. In the blink of an eye, swords flash, and all 4 guards lose their heads, one after another. Blood spills across the floor, but Theo remains unfazed. A familiar figure taps the ground. It's none other than Evelyn. She wipes the blood off her blade, shocking everyone in the room. Even Action didn't expect to see her here. Theo's quest progress hits 70%. Evelyn calmly asks Theo when he realized she was following him. He laughs, saying it was obvious. He's not entirely sure why, but having her here will allow him to turn the tables without any worries. Standing before the 4 headless bodies and the unconscious Ian, we flash back to a scene with Julius. He's popping open a bottle of wine, remarking that Evelyn once told him she wouldn't take on any more disciples, which means Theo must be someone special to her. Evelyn brushes it off, but Julius presses, asking if she doesn't have somewhere to be. He teases that his recent joy has been tormenting her. She comments that the wine is expensive, to which he responds by chugging it, grinning. Evelyn, realizing she can't argue with him, admits that Theo's talent is exceptional. Among all her disciples, he's the best. Julius, recalling that Action also trained under her, asks if that means Theo is better. Evelyn confirms that in terms of potential, Theo far surpasses Action. These are not empty words, either. Julius laughs, saying she's always had a sharp eye for things and should have seen this long before him. He then sighs, asking if that means Theo has been hiding his strength this whole time, as people can't change that drastically overnight. Evelyn agrees, noting that it's odd for someone who has concealed their true power to suddenly flaunt it. She's concerned that Theo might be rushing into things, as his sudden change seems like he's being chased by something. His attendance at this banquet also carries that same weight. Julius, sensing her worry, puts down the wine and says it's probably because of Action. He advises her to follow Theo to ease her mind. Evelyn asks what he means, and Julius hints that it might not be what she's concerned about, but something significant will definitely happen when young wolves thirsting for blood gather together. He encourages her to try and tempt Theo to join their ranks, and if she wants, she's welcome to return as well. Julius even teases her about how she still longs for her old group, placing a uniform on the table. He invites her to come back and take responsibility, especially after she gets Theo to join them. He then leaves, remarking that the wine was fantastic, while Evelyn watches in disbelief. She grumbles that it only tasted good because it was expensive. Back at Camellia Palace, Evelyn observes Theo and realizes he must have orchestrated everything from the start. She now wonders if he planned to attend the banquet aiming for this exact outcome and if he was someone she needn't have worried about all along. She contemplates when exactly he noticed her presence. But, of course, Theo had sensed her the moment he entered the carriage. As a possessor of a dragon heart, he has enhanced energy perception, akin to a sixth sense. With the stage now set, Theo addresses Evelyn, stating that most of the people here have disrespected a successor candidate and asks what the punishment is for such an offense. Evelyn responds that, according to clan law, immediate execution is an option. Theo laughs, saying since they're all just kids who haven't even undergone their awakening ceremonies, they should lose an arm each, and that will suffice. Without hesitation, Evelyn charges into the crowd, cutting off the arms of everyone who had mocked Theo. As she does, Theo calls out their names and their family status, making it clear how insignificant they are compared to the power of the Ragnar family. By the end of Evelyn's ruthless spree, Theo's quest progress hits 79%. One man, trembling, grabs onto Action's pants, begging him to intervene. Action looks down at him, asking why he should help in the first place, adding that this is merely a greeting. The man, confused, looks back, but before he can say anything else, Evelyn's sword flashes, severing his arm. The man screams in agony on the floor. Evelyn and Action exchange glances. Action remarks that he never expected to see her again like this. Evelyn, calm and collected, replies that it's been a while. The quest progress hits 82%. Action observes that Evelyn only targeted those who made comments about the bloodline. Theo had made it clear that even as a fellow successor candidate, not even he could halt Evelyn's actions. Evelyn turned her head toward Theo, reporting that she had severed the right arms of the 14 individuals he had commanded her to. He complimented her, saying, "Good job," and asked her for a status update. She informed him that if they hurried to a priest, the arms could be reattached, but their future as swordsmen would be uncertain. Theo nodded, stating that was sufficient. Remington, concerned, asked Theo if he was all right. Action, observing how close both Evelyn and Remington were to Theo, realized that Theo had truly changed. He was no longer burdened by the title of imbecile. A chuckle escaped Action, but it quickly turned into seething anger, and he expressed his desire to crush Theo even more now. Theo, unfazed, said it was time to leave, and both Evelyn and Remington followed him. As Theo walked past Action, he tapped his arm, smirking as he waved goodbye, saying he had fun. This final gesture was the last hurdle Theo had to overcome, and his escape from the title of imbecile was now complete. He told Action he'd see him later, and a notification appeared, declaring the completion of the tutorial quest. Action, enraged, screamed Theo's name as Theo relished the thought that his quest was finally over. However, he knew this was only the first step toward his true revenge. His rewards included an experience elixir, which would grant him 5 level ups as long as he remained under level 30, though there were likely more rewards yet to be revealed. As the sun set, back in the Camellia Palace, Emile was working on some papers. She was visibly shocked by something her attendant had just told her and demanded he repeat it. She isn't going to like this, he thought. The scene shifted to a lively tavern, a stark contrast to the noble banquet they had just attended. Sybil was leading the celebrations, loudly cheering for Theo and his successful debut in society. The trainees were in high spirits, enjoying themselves, and even Theo allowed himself to relax and join in with the revelry. This place felt much more comfortable than the stiff and pretentious noble party. Meanwhile, back in the Camellia Palace, a sharp sound echoed a slap. It was Emile, berating Action. She furiously demanded to know how he could let that imbecile justify his actions and even allow people's arms to be cut off. Action, looking to the side, muttered a weak acknowledgement. This only enraged her more as she shouted that she had warned him repeatedly not to take things lightly. Instead of pressuring Theo into submission, he had given him the grounds to act freely. She reminded him that she had already warned him that if Theo stood out, it would make it much more difficult to take control of the Rose Palace. The scene panned to the view of the Rose Palace from their window, something the audience had not known was so close by. Action tried to reassure her that he would handle it, but Emile wasn't having it. She snapped that she didn't want to hear any more excuses. He needed to reflect on his failure and how he had nearly ruined her meticulously crafted plan with his reckless pursuit of shallow enjoyment. Bitterly, Action promised to keep that in mind. Emile, fanning herself to cool down, wondered aloud whom Action took after to be so impulsive. A voice from the shadows responded. It was Ed, who remarked that Action resembled her when she was younger. Emile shot him a withering glare, asking if that was supposed to be a joke. Ed, unfazed, advised her not to be too angry. He believed that this incident might not be as terrible as it seemed. Curious, she asked why. Ed explained that since the Rose Palace had once been part of the clan head's harem, it had been difficult to claim ownership over it. Though it had fallen out of favor and had become a gathering place for third-rate individuals, it still held the backing of the clan head. To take it over, they needed justification, and Theo's actions at the banquet had provided just that. Ed continued, explaining that Theo was slowly becoming the representative of the Rose Palace, and using the incident where he cut off the arms of several people, they could now move forward with legal proceedings to suppress him. Emile closed her fan, her mood shifting instantly, and asked Ed how long it would take to set their plan into motion. Ed chuckled, informing her that the preparations were already complete, and by tomorrow morning, she would receive some delightful news. He even prepared an aromatic candle from the volcanic region of Akron for her to enjoy a relaxing bath before bed. Their closeness was unsettling, almost inappropriate for siblings, as Emile wrapped her arms around Ed, praising him as always and saying that this was why she adored him so much. The atmosphere was eerily intimate. Back at the tavern, Remington expressed his surprise. He was still in disbelief over how much Theo had stood up for him. Theo, confused, asked what he was talking about, wondering if Remington had had too much to drink, even though he'd only been sipping orange juice. Remington clarified that he was talking about the banquet. While Remington had been willing to endure the insults aimed at himself, the moment they insulted Theo's friend, Theo had immediately acted without hesitation. Remington admitted he had done nothing to defend himself and found it embarrassing. Looking at Theo, Remington realized how extraordinary he truly was. Despite all the ridicule he had faced for being an untalented, illegitimate child, Theo had grown into a formidable person. Not only that, but even when confronted by enemies he stood little chance against, he had the courage and resolve to emerge victorious. Theo had gone up against the formidable Camellia Palace, a force that no one else dared to challenge, yet he wielded his sword without hesitation, all for the sake of defending a friend. Using his observational skills, Theo notices that Remington believes Theo's actions at the banquet were driven by how much he cares for him. Theo, however, tells him that he seems to be misunderstanding something. Remington, ignoring the comment, reveals that although his clan head had instructed him to build ties with Action, he's had a change of heart. He declares that, from now on, he wishes to follow Theo instead. The other trainees, witnessing this, get excited, shouting that it's only natural for the strong to recognize strength in others. Theo, still unconvinced, insists that Remington is misunderstanding things. At that moment, he hears Evelyn's voice in his mind, using telepathy to tell him to just let Remington be. Startled, Theo glances over at her and sees her smiling. She says it's not a bad misunderstanding, after all, and perhaps everyone just wants to get along with him. Theo sighs, surprised, and says he's really not anyone special. Reflecting for a moment, he considers that everything might be because of the message window he has. Whether it's his regression to the past, acquiring Ragnar's talents, or becoming stronger, he can't quite pin down what it is. At first, he thought it might be fragments of his regret, but the window is far too detailed for that. A vague sense of déjà vu nags at him, but he concludes that since it's been helping him, it doesn't matter. As the banquet wraps up, Theo notices his level has gone up. He realizes that each level up grants him stat points that he can allocate however he wants, allowing him to enhance his abilities at will. He finds this both thrilling and frightening, and he gets excited at the thought of how powerful he could become. But first, he knows he needs to prepare for the inevitable counterattack from the Camellia Palace. Turning to Remington, he gives him the nickname Remy and says, "Since you've mentioned it, maybe you can help me with something." Remington, eager, agrees and asks what Theo needs, before noting how Theo just called him Remy. Theo pulls out a piece of paper and tells him that the battle for the throne between him and Action is about to intensify. To prepare, he really wants Remy's help. Remington is taken aback by this, but Theo explains that in the future, Remington will become the head of the Narrow Clan, and their forces will grow strong enough to rival even the Ragnars. Theo adds that Remington's strength and leadership are symbolized by the silver lion and that he hopes to have him on his side. Theo then hands Remington an envelope, saying he really hopes Remy will take it. Still surprised, Remington accepts the envelope and pledges to follow Theo, saying that if there's anything he can do to help, he will. Theo laughs, thanking him, while Remington again points out how Theo called him Remy. Just then, someone shouts Theo's name from behind the door. The door bursts open, and a group of knights enters. Everyone in the room is shocked. The knights, known as the Swords of the Law, essentially medieval night cops, present Theo with a warrant for his arrest on charges of threat, assault, and intimidation. Evelyn, outraged, demands to know what nonsense this is, but Theo calmly tells her to relax. Walking over to the warrant, Theo notices the ink is still wet, indicating they were in a rush. Smirking, he tells the knights he's ready to go. They handcuff him and lead him out. Remington calls out to Theo, who turns around with a grin. Both Theo and Evelyn realize that this is likely part of Theo's larger plan. They exchange a knowing look, glancing at the envelope still in Remington's hand. At the banquet, she sighs, murmuring to herself, who would have thought that his invitation would lead to this? Despite her worries, she holds faith that Theo will get through it because that's the kind of resilient kid he is. Gazing out the window with hope, she quietly wishes for Theo's safe return. Meanwhile, Theo, now inside a carriage, is being escorted away by the night watch. Peering out the window, he comments to himself, "It's been a while since I've been here." As the view of the tribunal comes into sight, a grand, imposing structure, he mutters that his actions at the banquet won't result in mere imprisonment. He's certain this will lead to a trial. After all, bringing Ragnar's successor to the tribunal signals that they're questioning his worthiness as the next in line. Upon arrival, the knights order him to step out, and Theo realizes they likely want to crush him completely. A grin spreads across his face though, as he thinks, "That's exactly what I'm hoping for." As they escort him in, one knight announces, "We've brought Theo," and a commanding voice from within instructs them to bring him forward. As the doors open, Theo thinks to himself, "If I'm going to reveal what I've prepared, it should be on a stage this grand." He steps into the chamber to find 4 figures seated above him in throne-like chairs, scrutinizing him from above. Theo feels a bead of sweat trickling down, noting, quite the impressive gathering. Among them, he recognizes Julius and Ed, as 4 of the 9 dragons who protect Ragnar are present. Reflecting on his past life, Theo acknowledges that he would have been so overwhelmed in this situation that he might not have been able to breathe. The scene introduces us to the Lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, Osa Ragnar, also known as the Sword Dragon. The elder dragon and head counselor, Wolfgang Ragnar, is there as well. Wolfgang calls out Theo's name, and Theo nods in response, saying it's been a while and that he didn't expect to encounter him here. Theo notes that Wolfgang highly values bloodlines and likely considers him an illegitimate half-blood, distasteful, something the man doesn't even try to conceal. Wolfgang cuts off any pleasantries, sternly stating that Theo is here to answer for his misdeeds. He recounts all the people who suffered and lost limbs, emphasizing that due to Theo's reckless actions, many now threaten to sever ties with the family. He questions if a bastard like Theo can bear the consequences of the damage he's inflicted, adding that he will hold Theo accountable for dragging Ragnar's honor through the mud. Unfazed, Theo replies exactly as Wolfgang has described, admitting he was far too reckless. Wolfgang sighs, but then Theo, with an intense gaze, adds that he should have gone further by severing heads, not merely limbs. Everyone in the chamber reacts with surprise as the atmosphere shifts, becoming sharp and tense. Theo continues, passionately asserting that the subjects of a lord are granted land and honor, and in return, they owe loyalty in their lives. That's the essence of chivalry. He bellows, "How dare they threaten their lord? Had I known they'd be this insolent, I would have beheaded them without hesitation. They must be punished if the principles of chivalry are to be restored. How could I sit by while Ragnar's 1,000-year-old honor is being trampled?" Wolfgang nearly rises from his seat in anger, but Julius chuckles, admiring Theo's boldness and muttering that a simple punishment won't suffice for this. Wolfgang, fuming, accuses Theo of mocking him with such sophistry. OSA speaks up, saying that while Theo's opinion may be controversial, he is theoretically correct. Wolfgang, startled, wonders why OSA seems to agree with Theo, but she goes on to explain that Ragnar, though strong, would never truly be great if it ignored the voices of its knights and vassals. To rule through tyranny alone is a surefire path to downfall. Taking this in, Theo responds, "I'll be sure to keep that in mind." We finally learn more about OSA. She is the clan head's first wife and one of the North's greatest swordsmen. Surprisingly, she doesn't appear hostile toward Theo, though he recalls that she had something to do with the fall of the Rose Palace in his previous life. OSA tells him she hopes he understands that his punishment will be justified. Theo asks what punishment he's to receive, and Wolfgang hesitates before declaring that he'll serve 3 months of probation. Theo objects, noting that the awakening ceremony is only 2 months away. Wolfgang snaps at him for talking back, but OSA reassures Theo, saying she considered the timing and has arranged for him to participate in next year's ceremony. It's also been decided that the 15 children Theo injured will join him in next year's event. Ed, seated nearby, remarks that, due to the demon dragon's interference, Theo's punishment ended up lighter than expected. We then see Ed conversing with others, explaining that while the lighter punishment isn't ideal, it serves his plan. With the awakening ceremony delayed, Theo will bear great dishonor within Ragnar, and as the Rose Palace's representative, this dishonor will give the Camellia Palace an opportunity to overtake them. Ed contemplates that if Theo tries to fight back, they could simply kill him, though he doubts Theo would be that foolish. But his thoughts are interrupted when Theo unexpectedly announces his intention to appeal. Shock ripples through the room at Theo's brazen decision, and Ed begins to laugh, covering his face with his hand, calling Theo an idiot and saying his arrogance knows no bounds. This, he notes, will make things even easier for him. Julius turns to Theo, asking if he understands what an appeal truly entails. Theo nods, responding that he's well aware this isn't a matter that can usually be resolved with just 3 months probation, something Julius likely helped to arrange as a mere slap on the wrist. In the proud and powerful Ragnar, appealing means war, and he has no intention of accepting a simple slap on the wrist. He adds that only the victor's voice is heard, and he expects to be rewarded, not punished. At this, a blue notification in Theo's status window appears, showing he's about to enter the main scenario, and we see OSA and Julius exchange surprised looks. The status window explains that by completing the scenario, Theo can uncover many secrets hidden in this world, wishing him success as the Successor's Path quest begins. Meanwhile, we jump to the Sarah Merchant Guild's branch, now engulfed in flames. Amongst the burning chaos, mercenaries lay slain on the ground, some cut to pieces. Remington observes the destruction, muttering, "So this is where they were hiding," just as young Lord Theo said. He and Evelyn look down at a small chest, concluding that with this discovery, Camellia Palace is finished. Back at the tribunal, a heavy silence lingers before Wolfgang finally speaks, asking Theo if he truly plans to turn a matter that could be settled with 3 months of probation into a full-fledged war. He accuses Theo of being arrogant beyond belief, questioning if he really thinks he can face the might of the 15 clans alone. Theo calmly replies that he will handle it, noting that in cases like this, where there's a vast imbalance of power, appeals are usually resolved through proxy battles. Julius nods, explaining that while appeals typically mean settling matters through war, when a battle is near impossible due to power disparity, each side may send a representative for a one-on-one duel, the proxy battle Theo mentioned. In this case, Theo would represent himself as the defendant, while it's likely that Axion will represent the plaintiff, a match almost guaranteed to end in Theo's loss. Julius wonders why Theo would make such a reckless choice, suspecting he might be banking on Julius or Evelyn stepping in as his proxy. Yet, he knows they won't, meaning Theo will inevitably face Axion alone. Ed confirms this, announcing he will send Axion, who will make Theo understand his place through death. As Ed continues to outline the representatives, a cold, powerful voice suddenly cuts through, sending chills down everyone's spine. Someone remarks that he thought Theo was a quiet child, but now, seeing him involved in such clever schemes, it's clear he's changed a lot since their last encounter. Calling Theo his son, we are introduced to the Ragnar clan head, Kyle Ragnar, a towering figure who commands attention. All 9 dragons present at the tribunal greet him respectfully, as does Theo, who bows, greeting Kyle as the incarnation of the great dragon god. Theo's status window lights up once more, revealing that his next objective is to take over the Camellia Palace and uncover its secrets, marking the beginning of his first tutorial quest. Reflecting that the blue notification from earlier was the key to the palace's secrets, he regrets not pursuing it during the banquet. He quickly brushes off the thought, focusing his attention as he looks up to meet his father's intense gaze, watching Kyle Ragnar approach. Theo steels himself, muttering that he has to handle this first. An unexpected variable has just appeared, and his carefully laid plans could quickly unravel. He wonders what brings his father here. Kyle then commands him to stand, explaining that he had heard of Theo's predicament by chance on his way here and is aware that Theo's situation is rather complex. He mentions that he learned Theo wants to make an appeal through a proxy battle. Theo hesitates momentarily before confirming. Kyle considers this, saying that if Theo's plan involves a proxy, it'll be challenging, and he asks who Theo intended to choose as his representative. Realizing this is a test, Theo replies that there's no one who could represent him and that he planned to fight himself. At this, Ed senses something amiss, growing uneasy. Kyle tells Theo he'll likely lose, but Theo meets his gaze steadily, replying that he can't know that without trying, and even if forced to yield, he won't willingly bow. Kyle starts to grin, then laughs heartily, proclaiming to everyone present that these words define his son. Even if he's made to bend, he will not lower himself. He commends Theo, calling this attitude the very essence of a Ragnar. Theo thanks him, explaining that the proxy battle is just bait, he doesn't intend to actually fight, and it's refreshing to be able to admit it freely. The work he assigned to Evelyn and Remington will prove Camellia Palace's treason, securing his victory without bloodshed. But then, Kyle takes it a step further, declaring that he will personally grant Theo an opportunity. As Ragnar's leader, he wishes to test Theo with a single strike. Theo is taken aback, unsure if Kyle is serious, but Kyle calmly orders him to follow outside, declaring that if Theo can withstand this one strike, all charges will be dropped. Ed, visibly panicked, shouts in protest. He realizes that if Kyle is testing Theo, it means he's ready to approve of him as a potential leader. Even though Ed doubts Theo can survive the blow, he knows that if he somehow does, he'll gain the clan head's approval, a fact Ed can't tolerate. With a controlled tone, Ed objects, insisting that the tribunal should continue as planned. Kyle, unfazed, cuts him off coldly, telling Ed that any vassal brazen enough to speak out against the Ragnar bloodline should simply be dealt with. Ed bites his lip, grumbling that he understands. Kyle then turns his attention to Julius, who has been stifling laughter, asking if he has something to add, since he seems amused. Julius brushes it off, saying it's just been a while since Kyle has shown such keen interest. Kyle waves him off, calling it nonsense, and dismisses the small talk, turning back to Theo, asking if he intends to go through with the challenge. Theo pauses, thinking about the fact that this single strike from his father has altered everything, dismantling his original plan entirely. Yet he begins to chuckle, welcoming the unexpected change. Smiling, he tells his father that his blow seems too heavy, asking how a single strike from him could compare to a proxy battle with mere vassals. Kyle raises an eyebrow, asking if Theo intends to refuse. Theo clarifies that he merely wanted to express how unfair it is, but he has no intention of declining. Kyle, intrigued, asks what he means by unfair, and Theo boldly suggests that, since the trial has become so severe, shouldn't his reward be greater? Amused, Kyle asks what Theo has in mind. Theo scans the room, fixing his gaze on Ed, who stares back warily, and confidently states that he would like something akin to Camellia Palace. Ed clenches his fists, struggling to keep his anger in check. Wolfgang watches, thinking Theo must be mad to propose a deal with the clan head. A deal assumes both parties are equals, and he mutters that Theo's arrogance will lead to his ruin. But his shock deepens as Kyle, surprisingly, agrees, saying that if Theo truly aims to become his successor, he'll need that kind of boldness. He then turns to Ed, asking if he has any objections. Ed, seething, replies that everything within Ragnar's domain belongs to Kyle, so he couldn't possibly question his decision. Kyle smirks, declaring that everything is settled and ordering preparations to be made. He will test Theo Ragnar here and now. Theo stands in the arena, visibly anxious, while across from him, Kyle watches, preparing to unleash his strike. 4 of the 9 dragons observe closely, along with Ed, who sneers to himself that his trap to ensnare Theo has somehow transformed into a platform to elevate him. Ed reminds himself that, even if Theo has grown stronger, there's no chance he can withstand a single blow from the clan head, a feat that even high-ranked swordsmen would find daunting. Theo must fail here, he thinks, as Theo clearly occupies every inch of his thoughts. But Theo, sensing Ed's intentions, smiles subtly. Unbeknownst to Ed, Theo is fully prepared to handle this, thanks to a tutorial reward he recently received. Kyle narrows his eyes, noting something different in Theo's demeanor, and asks if Theo took an elixir in secret. He remarks that even if Theo had, such rapid improvement would be unlikely, and adds that he's interested in seeing just how strong Theo has become. Theo admits Kyle is sharp, even the 9 dragons hadn't noticed, but confirms he's ready. Kyle then points out that, though he usually wields a greatsword, he'll be using a rusty steel blade this time, out of fairness, since Theo doesn't yet know how to use mana. He asks if Theo has any objections. Theo, keeping his voice steady, says he has none. Kyle releases his fiery red aura in a powerful wave, the pressure forcing Theo to stagger slightly. With his blade aimed downward, Kyle tells Theo to prepare himself. Theo trembles under the sheer force of Kyle's fighting spirit but maintains eye contact, saying he can endure it. He notes that his strength has nearly tripled due to leveling up with the experience elixir, and he put all he could into building his strength. Feeling the raw power coursing through him, Theo muses that he's crossed into the extraordinary and believes he can handle a single strike from his father. However, as Kyle draws closer, Theo envisions him as an unscalable wall. The strike comes, and the tension mounts as the spectators watch in stunned silence, except for Count Brad, who secretly hopes Theo will fail. As the strike lands, the ground shudders, and a shockwave blasts out from where their swords collide. Kyle, sensing something, immediately eases up, a satisfied laugh escaping him as he steps back. Theo's sword splinters and shatters, but Kyle, clearly impressed, chuckles, saying it's been a long time since he's felt so proud of a son. He then declares that Theo has proven his innocence, and the trial has concluded. Theo has passed out while still standing, completing the quest single strike of Kyle Ragnar. He's earned an inventory as well as a mysterious blue key as a reward. The scene shifts to Theo waking up in bed, disoriented. He sees Cecilia holding his hand, her face full of relief. She tells him he fainted while standing and that she's been worried. Theo assures her he's fine, asking where exactly he is. At that moment, Julius enters, informing Theo that the former lady of Camellia Palace, Axion, and the intelligence director have all been removed by order of the clan head. Theo's eyes widen, and he asks if this means what he thinks it does. Julius nods, grinning, confirming that Theo now resides within Camellia Palace. The scenario updates, and Theo's new task is to uncover the palace's secrets. Outside in the garden, we see Emile furiously stomping on a flower, railing against the injustice of being forced to leave her own palace. The butlers around her plead for her to stay calm, while Axion watches in silence. Ed, determined, walks over and calls out to Axion, who releases an intense killing intent and coldly asks what he wants. Ed insists that Theo Ragnar must be killed. Axion calmly suggests he could injure Theo during the awakening ceremony, perhaps take an arm, but Ed interrupts, demanding that he take Theo's head, convinced this is the only way to redeem the chaos Theo has caused. Axion studies him closely, noting his rat-tail hairstyle and apparent desperation. Meanwhile, back in Camellia Palace, Theo reflects on how things have unexpectedly shifted in his favor. Despite the drastic changes, he finds this outcome far better than he could have anticipated. He's gained control of the palace without even using his trump card, and he now holds a new ability called Inventory. Testing it, he reaches in, pulls out an apple, and takes a bite, marveling at the newfound convenience. Reaching in again, he retrieves the blue key, noting that it unlocks a dungeon. Looking around, Theo notices a bluish aura near a door and realizes the key is likely tied to it. Stepping closer, he spots a small blue keyhole embedded in the door. Theo fits the key into the lock and carefully opens the door, intrigued by what lies beyond. To his surprise, he's greeted by a vast cave. Wondering how something like this could even exist inside the palace, he suddenly sees a window appear before him, notifying him that he's discovered a dungeon for the first time, and as a bonus, he'll earn double experience for everything inside. Theo recognizes this as another quest and confidently steps forward, vowing to conquer it and maximize the experience rewards. Yet, he quickly stops himself, deciding it's foolish to enter unarmed. He dashes through the palace, gathering weapons and loading his inventory to the brim with swords, feeling much more prepared to face what lies ahead. As he ventures deeper into the cave, blue torches light up the stone walls, guiding him to a wide, open chamber. But then, to his shock, he spots a huge, silver wolf, its teeth bared in a menacing snarl. Noting its size, he realizes this wolf might be as powerful as a demonic beast. Without warning, the wolf lunges at him, and Theo raises his shield, but the beast's powerful bite punctures a hole right through it. Theo pushes forward, unwilling to lose in a test of strength, and swings his sword at the creature. But the wolf deftly evades, countering with incredible speed. Frustrated, Theo acknowledges that the wolf's hide is thick and impervious to weak attacks, while its agility makes it nearly impossible to land a strike. This creature is no ordinary wolf, it may even have the strength of a demonic beast from the dangerous northern seas. As it swipes a massive paw at him, Theo dodges and dashes underneath, mentally replaying his father's awe-inspiring, pure white strike. He raises his sword overhead, trying to emulate his father's flawless technique, but the wolf dodges effortlessly. Leaping back to create some distance, Theo realizes that simply imitating the skill won't work. He recalls the essence of his father's technique, known as the single strike, meant to deliver certain death in one blow, and he guesses the key may lie in channeling everything he has into one decisive move. Casting his shield aside, he decides to focus purely on speed and technique, incorporating Evelyn's teachings. He lunges forward with such blinding speed that the wolf momentarily loses sight of him. When the creature finally detects his presence, it's too late. Theo's blade is already thrust into its eye. Blood spurts from the wound as the wolf howls in agony, now one-eyed. Realizing he's finally gaining the upper hand, Theo steels himself for the finishing blow. He and the wolf launch at each other, ready for a decisive clash. 2 months later, on training ground number 4, a crowd of onlookers has grown. Among them, a man named Manhwa notices the increased number of spectators, and Sybil, standing nearby, agrees, suggesting they might need a new training area altogether. Theo's single strike technique has drawn a steady stream of sparring challengers. Just then, an arrogant voice interrupts Henry Morris, an apprentice swordsman from Plum Blossom Palace, home to OSA, loudly questions when Theo will actually show up, commenting that he's been absent for 2 months. Mocking Theo's commitment, Henry suggests he probably fled, fearing his own exaggerations about winning the trial. Sybil, seething, listens as Henry continues, calling Theo's triumph over the tribunal a fake story and even questioning his win over the Camellia Palace as mere rumor. Before Henry can finish, Sybil's fist slams into his face, sending him sprawling across the ground. Henry's companion rushes over, shocked, yelling his name. Furious, he points a finger at Sybil, demanding to know how a mere dropout dared to strike him. But the trainees all glare back in support of Sybil. Without hesitation, Sybil insults Henry's skill and appearance, declaring that he's nothing compared to the young master. Manhwa chides Sybil, telling him not to comment on someone else's appearance. Sybil shrugs, saying he never liked these troublemakers showing up and stirring things up, but now that they dare to insult Theo, they've crossed a line. At his words, all the trainees draw their swords, declaring that if this is war, their challengers better be prepared to back up their words. Henry's friend smirks, saying these dropouts must really have a death wish. Suddenly, a chill fills the air, and Henry's friend's sword, along with Sybil, is frozen in place. An icy barrier has materialized, separating the two sides. It's none other than Ragnar, one of the four hounds of the north, known as the Frost Sword. Sybil is shocked, wondering when she even arrived. Another voice chuckles, calling out that they couldn't leave him out of the fun. It's Hulkus, another member of the Four Hounds, known as the Black Bear, approaching the training grounds. Sybil, already surprised by Ray's presence, is stunned to see Hulkus there as well. Hulkus scans the crowd and scoffs, disappointed that there are only trainees present. He demands to know where Luster Tiger is, the supposed master of the training ground. Hulkus, wielding an oversized blade reminiscent of the Dragon Slayer, shouts, asking if the guy is deaf and repeating his demand for Luster Tiger. Without a word, Ray stands by, and it's clear Hulkus is referring to Theo. It cuts back to Theo, deep in the dungeon, panting heavily, clearly exhausted, his sword shattered. A notification window pops up, telling him he's leveled up, and not just once, he's gained multiple levels. Theo, resting atop a large wolf's corpse, realizes he's taken down a total of 170 demonic beasts, leaving only one remaining. He uncorks a potion, chugging it, thinking about how close he came to death on multiple occasions, and marvels at how this potion has saved his life. What seemed impossible at first has gradually gotten easier with each level he gained. Thinking about the intense grind, Theo notes it's already been 2 months since he entered the dungeon. Looking around at the cave's dim glow, he senses a powerful presence nearby, realizing that with only one beast left, the final challenge must be close. He readies himself, knowing this encounter can only mean one thing: a boss fight is coming. Theo steps onto the 5th floor of the dungeon, heading up the stairs and examining his broken blade. He sighs, realizing it's completely unusable now. After tossing it aside, he reaches into his inventory and pulls out the last sword he has left, a ceremonial blade his mother gave him as a birthday gift. This answers his earlier question about whether he had any swords left. In his previous life, there had been a lot of tension between him and his mother leading up to the awakening ceremony, and he'd left this blade to rust in his room. Now, as he inspects it, he realizes it's actually a quality sword, forged from rare white snow steel. Regret fills him as he recalls that he never treasured it. We get a flashback of his mother opening his door, her face lighting up with joy as she wishes him a happy birthday, eager to shower him with gifts. Instead of appreciating her gesture, he had yelled, saying he had no time for birthday presents with the awakening ceremony approaching. He told her that no equipment could change his bloodline, and demanded she leave. The look of pain on her face had been clear, and it stings him even now. Reflecting on his past, he vows not to repeat his mistakes in this life. As he approaches the boss room, a warning screen appears, notifying him that a powerful demonic beast is about to emerge and to proceed with caution. Theo tenses up as the creature comes into view: scales, a dragon-like snout, and a hulking blue form. It's a lesser drake, peacefully sleeping. Theo is thankful it's not a full dragon, but still notes the resemblance, recalling that Ragnars are said to be descendants of dragons. He wonders if it's a mere coincidence that the final boss of this quest is draconic. Regardless, he knows one thing: defeating this beast is the only way to complete his quest and perhaps uncover the dungeon's secrets. Although unsure if he can actually win, Theo steels himself, acknowledging that, dragon or not, he must face it. He decides his best option is to use the single flash technique he's practiced. He's perfected it against the wolves, and although it's nowhere near as powerful as his father's skill, Dragon Strike Flash, it should be enough. Blue aura flares around him as he charges forward, his entire focus on the creature. The lesser drake opens its eyes just as Theo brings his blade down with all the strength he can muster, aiming to harness his dragon heart to its fullest. Blood sprays through the air as Theo's strike lands, wounding the lesser drake, which begins to react to the assault. The drake roars in pain, and Theo is relieved his attack landed. But before he can fully react, the drake retaliates with a swift tail swipe. Theo dodges to the side, muttering that he'd hoped to pierce its brain, though his attack didn't quite go deep enough. Still, with the creature now partially blinded, he feels he has the upper hand. Ready to press his advantage, he grips his blade and uses a technique called Jester's footwork, dancing around the drake and slicing it repeatedly. He begins to think he might actually win. Positioning himself behind its leg, Theo plans to distract it with a normal attack before going for a weak point. However, the lesser drake unleashes its fear ability, releasing a bone-chilling yell that shakes Theo to his core. The fear status effect slows his movements by 10%, and Theo finds his body less responsive. The drake doesn't waste time, slamming a paw down on him. Though he manages to raise his sword in defense, the force of the impact sends him crashing into the wall with a loud bang. As the dust settles, blood drips from Theo's head, and he mutters, "This really is a boss battle, and I can't afford to let it drag on." Both he and the drake charge at each other, and Theo knows he needs to aim for its weak point. As he studies the beast, his gaze falls on its mouth, then to its neck, where he spots the reverse scale. A dragon's weak spot, he realizes. He thrusts his sword directly into the scale, and, to his surprise, it pierces through. The drake, feeling the blow, roars in agony as Theo strikes repeatedly, like a man possessed. Though injured, the drake isn't down yet. It turns, enraged, snapping its jaws at Theo. Back at the training ground, the trainees find their swords frozen solid. Hulkus yells, demanding a match with Theo, but dismisses him as a loser, noting that his skill hasn't changed much. This provokes Hulkus, who challenges her to a duel, insisting he's closed the skill gap in the last 3 years. He swings his massive sword at her, but easily blocks it with the side of her blade. Watching the exchange, Syl and Henry exchange nervous glances. Suddenly, another figure steps forward. It's Remy, who steps in to block both Ree and Hulkus, scolding them for causing trouble on Theo's turf and insisting that they take their fight elsewhere. Hulkus, undeterred, declares he's wanted a duel with Remy as well. Remy's tone turns deadly as he warns them both to leave, and his killing intent silences the arena. But then, an even more powerful killing aura fills the air. Ree glances around, curious, as Remy mutters, shocked, what happened to him during his training? It's Theo, approaching slowly, his gaze cold and fierce, as he radiates the drake's fear ability. In a flashback, we see Theo landing the final blow on the scarred drake as it falls dead at his feet. The system congratulates him on successfully hunting a lesser drake, and, exhausted, Theo admits he nearly lost when he touched the reverse scale. Fortunately, it wore itself out over time, and he's relieved the scale's weak spot wasn't a myth. His rewards include a lesser drake's tooth and claw, both of which are valuable enhancement materials for crafting weapons. Theo inspects his mother's gifted sword, deciding to use these materials to restore it after it's worn down from the fight. His final reward, the lesser drake scale, surprises him. It's a D-ranked item with 1% mastery, allowing him to release a killing intent unique to drakes, inflicting fear on anyone weaker than him. Only a select few can wield this power, and Theo marvels at the opportunity to harness it. Tossing his spoils into his inventory, he admits he's not certain how useful the scale will be, considering the powerhouses in Ragnar. Regardless, with the dungeon of Camellia Palace now cleared, Theo is ready for what comes next. Theo exits the room, closing the door behind him, and says that with this, the quest is now completed. As a reward for clearing the scenario quest, he'll receive a special item. Something materializes in front of him, and as he reaches out, he finds it's called the Nest Compass, a tool that guides the holder toward the nest. He wonders what this could be, guessing it might have something to do with his next quest. Shrugging, he stows it in his inventory, figuring he'll look into it later, and notes how exhausted he feels. He decides to return to his room to rest. Just as he's about to head off, one of the maids rushes down the hallway, visibly alarmed. She tells Theo there's an urgent matter he needs to handle and is shocked to see him out of the dungeon. When she asks where he's been, Theo simply responds with a quick, "What's going on?" She tells him there's a brawl happening at training ground number 4, and in a flash, he recalls the current situation there. Back in training ground 4, the scene resumes with Theo using the Drake's Fear ability. His intense aura overwhelms everyone, and he scowls, telling them all to leave since he needs to rest. Henry's lackeys, visibly shaken, start foaming at the mouth, while Henry, horrified, screams that the aura is practically toxic. One by one, they start collapsing from the pressure. Hulkus laughs at the chaos, impressed with the killing intent, and charges at Theo, declaring that he knew Theo would be a worthy challenge and eager to see his strength firsthand. He swings his massive sword down on Theo, but Theo deflects it with an upward swing, sending Hulkus flying backward. Remy, along with the others, looks on in shock, as even Hulkus is stunned by how easily Theo repelled his attack. Internally, Theo is a bit surprised that he actually managed to deflect Hulkus's strike. Hulkus, regaining his balance, smirks and charges in again, telling Theo he won't back down so easily. Theo recalls that Hulkus, while considered the weakest of the four hounds, was still powerful in terms of brute strength. As Hulkus comes in for another heavy strike, Theo uses the single slash technique, smoothly deflecting Hulkus's blade down the side of his own and countering in a seamless, precise motion. To his own amazement, Theo's blow lands cleanly on Hulkus, causing him to cough up blood as a deep wound opens across his abdomen. Hulkus stumbles, bleeding heavily, and falls to the ground, defeated. Theo notes, a bit shocked, that he used his full strength without realizing it, and thinks it's lucky Hulkus is only unconscious since anyone else might not have survived. Sybil and the other trainees are stunned for a moment before erupting in cheers, shouting that Theo has just taken down the Black Bear, one of the four hounds, in a single strike. Theo waves them down, reminding them that Hulkus is still alive. But as he's saying this, his sword suddenly snaps and falls to the floor in pieces. Staring down at it in dismay, Theo realizes with dread that it was the sword his mother had gifted him. The trainees only seem to get more excited, declaring in awe that Theo even broke his own sword with a single, powerful strike. Theo looks at the group around him and asks why they're so happy about his broken sword. Nearby, Remy and Ree are observing, with Ray glaring at Theo. It seems she's deep in thought, remembering a memory from years ago. In a flashback, we see a little boy asking someone who they are, and it's revealed to be a young Ray. The boy quickly wraps his scarf around her, noticing she still looks cold, and insists that she come to his house until the snow lets up. The boy is none other than a young Theo, who assures her he'll take her home once the storm passes. Ray smiles as she remembers this moment and quickly turns away, leaving Remy wondering if he just saw her smile. Later, back at the Camellia Palace, Theo is wearing a new hat, and the maids are congratulating him on his recent title, Luster Tiger. They tell him he's worked so hard, and now he just has to keep up the momentum until the awakening ceremony. His mother then brings out a table full of food, showing her excitement, though she can't help but rant a bit while stuffing his mouth with food. Theo wishes she would stop talking, but seeing her happy, he reflects on her sad fate in his past life and how he once treated her. This time, he chooses to embrace the moment and tells her that the food is delicious. After a while, he shows her the broken sword. She screams, asking what happened, and he tells her it broke during training. He apologizes, feeling bad that her precious gift was damaged. Furious, she blames the damn old man, and Theo is taken aback as she explains that the man swore it was crafted with white snow steel and ebony steelwood, claiming it would never break. Theo, puzzled, asks if she means ebony steelwood from the southern Gaia jungle, and she confirms, saying the old man assured her it was made of rare and precious materials, yet here they are with a broken sword. Theo is impressed, explaining that ebony steelwood is rare because it's a plant that grows by feeding on iron, giving it the flexibility of wood but the strength of steel. He knew it was a fine weapon, but he didn't realize it was that valuable and wonders where she managed to get such a sword. But Cecilia dismisses his apologies, saying this won't do. She decides to get a new sword from the best workshop in Winra and refuses to let him attend the awakening ceremony with its shabby old sword. Though Theo offers to use another one, she insists, stating that people are finally seeing his true worth and he needs to uphold that image. She then heads off, saying they'll go immediately, and he follows, asking where they're going. She declares it's time for a custom weapon at the Basque workshop. At the Basque workshop, one of the three great weapon manufacturers of Winra, Theo is amazed. Known for its sheer size, which rivals a factory, it's most famous for its master craftsman and elite blacksmith of special rank. Suddenly, a woman appears, and Cecilia, calling her mother, yells at her to stop smoking. Theo is shocked, he never knew his mother had family, thinking she was an orphan. The woman, Chiron, a high elf known as the Elf of Capitalism Incarnate and Demon Craftsman, responds coolly, saying their relationship as mother and daughter ended when Cecilia chose to leave home. Stunned, Theo realizes that this revelation makes him a quarter elf, musing to himself that this must be why he's so strikingly handsome. Chiron then asks why Cecilia has suddenly come to visit, and Cecilia tosses her the broken sword, saying she's here to return it defective product. Chiron catches the sword, surprised at her accusation, and when she draws the sword from its scabbard, she's visibly shocked to see it broken. Cecilia tells her that if this isn't a defective product, she doesn't know what is. Chiron, intrigued, asks who wielded it, and Cecilia says, "Who else but my son?" Chiron looks Theo over and asks if he's really the kid standing behind Cecilia. Cecilia bristles, telling Chiron to watch her mouth, saying Theo is a genius destined to rule over Ragnar. Theo then formally introduces himself, expressing how honored he is to meet the famed master of the Basque workshop. Chiron acknowledges she's heard of him, but quickly shifts back to the topic, questioning if he was truly the one who wielded the blade. Theo confirms, and Cecilia insists again that the sword was defective. Chiron, looking like she has a lot to say, tells them this conversation is going to be long and motions for them to follow her inside. As they walk, Theo asks Cecilia how she's related to the master craftsman. Cecilia replies that it's exactly as he's heard. Theo clarifies, asking if Chiron is really her mother. Cecilia, in a thoughtful tone, explains that for a short period of 6 months, Chiron acted as her foster mother. His headcanon of her as a pure elf dissipates. Cecilia goes on to say that Chiron has a deep love for anything she finds beautiful, be it jewels, music, theater, or even people. That's why she was taken in as Chiron's foster daughter. She must have liked her a great deal. Chiron, sounding annoyed, tells Cecilia to stop reminiscing, calling it pointless. Cecilia laughs, saying that Chiron doesn't truly believe that. Theo asks how Cecilia ended up leaving the workshop. Just as Cecilia begins to answer, Chiron interrupts, saying Cecilia walked away on her own, determined to become the wife of Ragnar's clan head. She scoffs, calling it foolish to leave for such a miserable place, though she grudgingly admits it's impressive that Cecilia has survived this long. Cecilia grins, saying she left because the clan head was just too handsome, dashing, manly, and utterly devoted to her. Chiron, exasperated, fires back that for all Cecilia's bravado, she came crawling back last year, asking her to craft a sword as a gift for her son. She shakes her head, saying she's never seen anyone as shameless. As they bicker, Theo observes with amusement, marveling at how he's never seen his mother act like this before. He realizes he never truly got to know her in his past life and reflects on how blind and ungrateful he was, too absorbed in the clan to notice the people around him. He glances at Chiron, sensing she also cares for his mother, and wonders why she didn't help in his previous life. They reach a door, and Chiron announces they've arrived at her master office. Cecilia asks why they've come so far inside and insists that Chiron better give Theo the finest sword as compensation. Chiron tells Cecilia to wait outside, grabs Theo's hand, and shuts the door, leaving her behind. Inside, Chiron's gaze sharpens on Theo, who is a bit startled. She bluntly asks him if he possesses a relic of the primordial dragon. Confused, Theo asks if she means an artifact related to the guardian dragon that protects their clan. He explains he's heard the legend of their progenitor distributing the primordial dragon's treasures across Winra for the Ragnar descendants. Growing impatient, Chiron unsheathes a blade and demands to know if he's going to keep pretending ignorance, questioning how her sword ended up in such a state if not for clashing with a relic. She emphasizes that she poured her heart and soul into forging it, and it would never break against anything but a relic. As she begins to tear up, she asks if he understands the cost and effort put into creating it. Theo apologizes, explaining that it was damaged in a battle with a drake and wondering aloud why she's mentioning a relic. Chiron sighs, saying it's easier to just show him, and pulls on a set of chains. She asks Theo what he sees behind her. He notices a coffin glowing with a blue light, the same glow he saw from the door to the dungeon in Camellia Palace. Chiron explains that she cannot see or sense anything from it herself, but based on his reaction, he clearly does. She confides that she's tried countless times to open the coffin and obtain the item within but has always failed. Then, she places it on the floor in front of him. Chiron delves into the legend of the primordial dragon's relic. In ancient times, during the Age of Myths, the primordial dragon removed one of its fangs and forged a blade from it, the legendary Moonlight Blade. She tells him that if he can break the seal on this coffin and retrieve the sword, she'll grant him the white Moonlight Blade. Theo is taken aback, and Chiron warns him that he might lose his life if he proceeds, asking if he still wants to try. Despite the danger, Theo feels a thrill and grins, declaring the sword will be his. The next scenario quest begins, to be chosen by the sword. We learn more about the White Moonlight Blade, a weapon held by the leader of the Black Snow and one of the 9 dragons, known as the Black Dragon. However, few know what the sword looks like since nearly everyone who has seen it disappeared or died. We flash back to a moment when the Black Dragon, glancing over his shoulder, asks if someone can actually see the blade, and it's none other than Theo. By sheer chance, Theo had seen the true form of the White Moonlight Blade. He wonders why the Black Dragon allowed him to live, recalling it was troublesome and he was unsure what to do. Now, back in the present, Theo finds himself puzzled as to why the sword, a relic of the primordial dragon, is here with Chiron. He realizes he met the Black Dragon 4 years later, which means the sword was with Chiron during that time. Chiron asks again if he's willing to give it a try, and Theo observes that the place resembles the Camellia Palace, noticing a keyhole on the coffin. He wonders if the blue key might work, and Chiron is surprised when he pulls it out. As Theo inserts the key and turns it, the lock begins to glow, causing the chains around the casket to snap, releasing an intense aura that even Chiron can feel. Suddenly, the energy flows from the casket and engulfs Theo. He is overwhelmed by darkness and finds his vision blurry. He wonders where he is as he sees the Rose Palace in flames, shocked to be witnessing it again. Gazing at his mother's lifeless form, he reflects that he was far too weak back then, realizing he craved more power to defeat the tyrant and crush Camellia Palace. The sword's true form manifests, attempting to take hold of Theo by feeding on his desire for strength. It tries to pierce his mind, but Theo shuts its beak firmly, challenging it. He tells the creature that trying to manipulate someone through their hunger for power is futile, especially since he already has his own quests. The creature scoffs, calling him insolent, and asks how he escaped its influence. Theo explains that he conquered that despair long ago and mocks the creature's attempts to tempt him with mere power. Surprised, the creature asks what he's talking about. Theo notes that it looks different from the griffin in his memory, as it once stood over 10 meters tall but now appears similar in size to him. He suspects that the sword's prolonged confinement has weakened it. Regardless, he sees it as an opportunity and declares he'll claim the sword by force. The griffin, taken aback, tries to reason with him, saying it's actually quite civilized. Meanwhile, Cecilia is trying to wake Theo up, tapping his face frantically and asking her mother what she did to him. Cecilia says she wanted a sword forged for her son, not for him to die. Chiron, visibly concerned, explains that the sword's energy has merged with Theo's bloodstream, something she's never seen before. She thought he'd be fine since he already possessed a relic, but now she is unsure. With tears in her eyes, Cecilia looks at her mother and vows that if anything terrible happens to Theo, she will never forgive her. As tension fills the room, Theo's grip tightens on the blade, and a dark aura swirls around him, forming a black orb that descends into his chest. Cecilia calls out to him, confused, and he finally opens his eyes. She embraces him, relieved that he's awake, and cries with joy. Theo reassures her that he's alright and that she doesn't need to worry. With the completion of his second quest, Theo now holds the White Moonlight Blade. Chiron sighs with relief, acknowledging his success in claiming the legendary sword as his own. Theo notes that he was fortunate the griffin was easy to overpower, thanks to its recent unsealing, and, of course, its attempts at psychological manipulation didn't work on him. By absorbing the sword's monstrous energy, Theo's magic power has increased significantly, giving him an additional boost of 30. With his power now surpassing 200, a faint white aura begins to emanate from him, indicating that his magic has started to gain a hint of divinity. He realizes that his magic is now on par with that of a high-ranking swordsman, though he regrets not being able to fully wield this newfound power until after the awakening ceremony. His stats are phenomenal. Chiron, visibly impressed, congratulates him on his success. Theo asks if she'll honor her promise, and Chiron reassures him that elves don't lie. Just then, he feels the sword vibrating and is puzzled. Chiron explains that it's merely resisting not because it hasn't accepted him as its master, but rather because it feels stifled after being trapped for hundreds of years. Now, finally freed, it wants to unleash its pent-up energy. She points to a wall with sword marks on it and tells him to give it his all against it. Theo asks if it's truly safe, but Chiron laughs confidently, saying his concern is unnecessary. Even the white moonlight blade, she boasts, couldn't possibly harm the Basque workshop from a swing by a brat who hasn't even undergone his awakening. Theo finds her words slightly annoying and asks if she's sure, thinking this is a perfect chance to test his sword. Walking toward the wall, he wonders whether he should channel his magic, politely asking for her forgiveness. The bandages on the sword begin to unfurl, revealing its true form, and Theo's eyes darken as he imbues it with his magic, widening his stance in preparation for a powerful swing. Realizing too late what's about to happen, Chiron frantically tells him to stop, but Theo unleashes a single flash, mimicking his father's technique and completely obliterating the wall. In fact, it's not only the wall, the entire side of the Basque workshop has been sliced cleanly down the middle. Cecilia stares in shock while Chiron, now wearing a mystical mask, screams in horror about the damage to her workshop and the money she's lost. Theo, sheepishly, admits that may have been a bit too intense, as the sword drained all his magic power in one go. Suddenly, Chiron is in front of him, pressing her hand against his stomach. Theo, taken aback by her speed, realizes she's assessing him. She remarks on his lack of proficiency with magic, noting she can't detect a mana core, and asks if he achieved that cut through the blade's sheer sharpness alone. She gazes into his eyes, confirming he is indeed a genius, and realizes that this genius is her grandson. Calculating how much wealth she could earn from this prodigy, she places a hand on his shoulder and declares she will be his patron. All he has to do is show the world his skills, he'll become her workshop's greatest advertisement. Theo is surprised by her sudden interest, and even Cecilia is a bit taken aback, pointing out that she can practically see dollar signs in Chiron's eyes. That night, as Theo and his mother prepare to leave, Chiron watches them go, holding the treasures he retrieved from the dungeon to help her repair the workshop's wall. She's pleased, marveling at how her daughter has raised such an incredible son and guessing he must have acquired this loot while retrieving the relic. Laughing, she admits her pride. As they leave, a voice calls out to Chiron from above, greeting her with a long time, no see. She scowls, looking up at a tree and demanding to know why this person has shown up, addressing the stranger through a bird perched there. 5 days later, it's the day of the awakening ceremony, and Theo is training with Evelyn. He's nearly pushing her back, though she manages to deflect his strikes and eventually starts pushing him back. She comments that his swordplay has become sharper and faster overall, and he notes with relief that she's complimenting him. Observing from the sidelines, the trainees are stunned. Evelyn reflects that it's been 6 months since Theo began changing, and he's already strong enough to challenge her. With his magic power awakening today, she's certain he'll soar to incredible heights and knows for sure it'll mark the birth of a true powerhouse. She smiles and praises his progress, telling him he could even aim for valedictorian at the ceremony and wishing him success. Theo laughs, crediting her training, and says that if he does win, he'll mention her in his speech. She cringes, embarrassed by the thought, and the other trainees chime in, asking him to mention them too. Theo jokes about the trouble of being popular, to which Evelyn cringes even more. With a wave, Theo bids her goodbye, mentioning he has somewhere else to be. We are taken to the central headquarters of the Ragnar family, where Theo stands before the gate and introduces himself, instructing them to open the door. A large crowd has gathered outside to witness the awakening ceremony, the most significant annual event for the Ragnars. The spectators look up as the gate swings open, and Theo enters, noting that every participant hopes to achieve favorable results at the ceremony and that becoming a swordsman of Ragnar is the first step toward recognition and honor. Inside, the venue is packed with competitors, and Theo feels a bit anxious, realizing that every member of the Ragnar clan is watching, including his father. He knows he must do his best. The 9 dragons are present as well, along with Hilda Ragnar, the former clan head from 2 generations ago. As Theo observes her, he finds it hard to believe she is 150 years old. Nonetheless, he feels relieved to see her in attendance. Suddenly, a drum beats, signaling that it is time to begin. A man, who is a judge named Vanna, calls for everyone's attention and announces that they will now proceed with the preliminary examination. This round simply involves picking up a sword placed on the ground and leaving a mark on the steel wall in front of it. The wall has been forged with a blend of white snow steel, which means that ordinary steel blades cannot scratch it. However, that changes when magic power is infused into their strikes. Vanna explains that he will distribute some to each participant. One some pill grants 10 years of magical power. It is an elixir designed to help them open their mana hall, which they must do in their abdomen. Only then will they be able to cut through the white snow steel wall with their blades. The depth of their cut will determine their results. He calls out the names of participants one by one, starting with none other than Theo. As Theo steps forward, he reflects on how, in his past life, Axion had been the valedictorian. He reaches out to take his pill and grabs one of the blades, stepping forward with determination, vowing that he won't let Axion be the star this time. His quest is to become the valedictorian of the awakening ceremony. Hilda turns to Kyle and asks if Theo is the one he mentioned in their earlier conversation. Kyle nods, acknowledging that Theo must have piqued her interest. Hilda admits that she grew curious after what he said and expresses her eagerness to see how competent this descendant of hers truly is. Theo lets out a quick sigh, starting to limber up his body, admitting he feels a bit nervous since it has been a while. Vanna instructs him to swallow the pill, and Theo responds with an okay. In his past life, swallowing the psalm had led to him losing control over his mana, severely injuring his Danon. He swallows the pill, assuring himself that he won't face the same fate this time. As the magical power swells around him, he staggers slightly. Vanna calls him an idiot, explaining that causing a mana wave of this magnitude means he will struggle to control it. When one consumes the pill, they must use it cautiously to allow the mana hall to settle in the Danon. The more talented Ragnars possess vast amounts of mana, and if they aren't careful, they risk becoming disabled. Just as it appears he is about to become crippled, the mana suddenly calms down as Theo shapes it into an orb around his body. Vanna is surprised that he has managed to endure it. Clenching his fist tightly, Theo realizes that he is now both a dragon heart and possesses a mana hall. He admits it's somewhat disheartening that he succeeded so easily compared to his last life, but from this moment on, he is officially allowed to wield mana. Using his newfound power, he prepares to leave his mark. As the mana flows around his blade, he readies his stance for a powerful swing, proclaiming that he just needs to go all out from the start. A vision of a dragon appears behind him, projecting an immense presence upon the audience. The other four hounds instantly recognize that the gap between them has widened significantly. As the aura of the dragon swings its claws forward, Theo executes a technique called single flash, leaving an enormous mark on the wall. Axion looks furious as he sees the mark on the wall. It is so deep that it can be spotted from a considerable distance, nearly cutting the wall in half. Vanna is taken aback, stuttering for a moment before announcing his past. Theo walks away with confidence, while the trainees murmur in awe, stating they have never witnessed anything like this. They refer to him as young Master Theo and question whether this is truly the sword slash of someone unleashing mana for the first time. With his reputation soaring, Theo realizes that his luck has now dropped to 0. However, he is relieved to see that his status window indicates the curse of bad luck that had been affecting him is finally over, and his fame has spread across the realm. Theo feels exhilarated, declaring that he has finally reached the same starting point as everyone else. Many people have taken notice of his remarkable performance. Osa wishes to take him on as a disciple, while Julius is enraged by the amount of attention directed toward Theo. Even someone named Rubber Ragnar is shown to be cautious of him, just like the bird Chiron had mentioned. Hilda, too, shows interest, smiling as she observes the scene. Theo reflects that, although the black dragon and the sword dragon were unexpected, he is particularly thrilled to have caught Hilda's attention. After all, she possesses the heart of Garuda, and if he can gain that, he can achieve so much more. It is now Sybil's turn, and he gives it his all with a powerful swing that leaves a mark on the wall, securing his pass. Overcome with emotion, he cries manly tears, exclaiming that he has succeeded. Hulkus, and Remington also manage to leave their marks, each one befitting of their sword techniques. However, poor Sybil realizes that while their marks were impressive, none made nearly as significant an impact as Theo's. The only participant remaining is Axion, who steps forward after his name is called. The crowd murmurs that at this rate, it seems to be a contest solely between Theo and Axion. Some even speculate that even Axion cannot compare to the performance they just witnessed, unable to believe Theo has reached such an advanced level. Angered by the chatter, Axion grabs his blade and quickly consumes his pill. As he begins to infuse his aura into his sword, Vanna tells him to wait, but it's too late. Axion unleashes a dragon-type aura reminiscent of Theo's, but it produces a terrible sound as it scrapes against the wall. Vanna exclaims that this is outrageous, he has been surprised multiple times today. Axion's attack is just as grand as Theo's, leaving an X mark on the wall. The onlookers wonder how this is possible, noting that their marks are almost identical. In this case, precision grading will determine who emerges victorious. Axion inspects his mark, looking somewhat displeased before turning away. Once everyone has had their opportunity, Vanna declares that the first stage of the ceremony is complete. He praises the participants for their hard work and expresses his satisfaction with the number of individuals who have improved their scores. Those who have passed are instructed to prepare for the second stage in 4 days, at which time he will announce the rankings that everyone has been eagerly anticipating. The crowd beams with excitement for the results as Vanna prepares to announce the valedictorian for the first stage of the awakening ceremony. Both Theo and Axion wait in anticipation to hear the results. The scene begins with a booming announcement marking the end of the first stage of the awakening ceremony and the results about to be revealed. Among the participants, Theo Ragnar and his cousin Axion stand in tense anticipation. Suddenly, Theo's name is called, and the crowd gasps in shock as Theo is declared valedictorian. He has achieved a perfect 10 out of 10 in every category, earning the nickname Flash Tiger. Whispers spread through the crowd, marveling that Theo outperformed Axion, who was deemed unbeatable. The announcer notes that Theo's sword mark is nearly identical to the legendary Thorol Ragnar's, leaving everyone in awe. Meanwhile, in the snow-covered mountains, Thorol Ragnar, a major figure in the clan's succession, is seen walking alone, his presence hinting at his importance. Back at the ceremony, Axion is announced as second place, his perfect score edged out by Theo's slightly longer sword mark. Axion's blazing eyes reveal his fury as the crowd falls silent, tension thick in the air. The announcer concludes by congratulating the participants and announcing that the second stage will take place in 3 days in the Winter Mountains, leaving the 87 examinees preparing for what lies ahead. Later, Theo celebrates with Remington and friends in a cozy cabin, humbly thanking them and emphasizing that the journey is far from over. Reassuring Remington, who feels ashamed of his performance, Theo brushes it off and reminds him of their friendship, reigniting his determination as they toast to the next stage. Alone in the snowy mountains, Theo reflects on his victory, knowing it isn't the end and recalling his true enemies, Axion and Skydragon. Pulling out the nest compass, Theo sees it pointing toward the Winter Mountains, realizing the second stage might reveal the nest's location. Suddenly, sensing someone behind him, Theo vanishes and reappears with his sword at the intruder's throat. The man, introducing himself as Jotun from the Gil Sword Unit, explains that his captain was impressed by Theo's performance and offers him the chance to take the entrance exam for their elite squad. Theo, still wary, questions why he must take a test if the Gil Sword Unit is so eager to recruit him. Jotun explains that merely being invited to the test is a rare privilege. Before their conversation can go further, a sharp voice cuts through the tension, addressing Jotun and his group as Sword Platoon Fools. It's the fiery vice commander of the Black Iron Cavalry, nicknamed the Fire Goblin, who wastes no time offering Theo a position in her unit, claiming her offer far outweighs anything the Gil Sword Unit can provide. Suddenly, representatives from other elite units arrive, each vying to recruit Theo into their ranks. Chaos erupts as the heated competition intensifies, with each group trying to outdo the others. Theo, growing increasingly amused, considers quietly slipping away from the escalating madness. Just as he's about to make his exit, a calm yet commanding voice echoes through the air, silencing everyone. Flower petals drift gently around as Prunus Ragnar, the lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, steps forward, her arrival stunning the crowd. She gracefully announces her interest in Theo, leaving onlookers in awe. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Axion Ragnar, consumed by rage over Theo's victory, vents his frustration in a furious rampage, striking down anyone near him. His uncle intervenes, effortlessly stopping Axion's sword with 3 fingers. Chiding Axion for his outburst, his uncle advises him to focus and leans in with a chilling promise, "Follow me, and I'll show you how to make the second stage Theo Ragnar's funeral." Back with Theo, Prunus Ragnar steps forward with confidence and elegance, commanding attention. Her presence alone leaves a powerful impression on everyone, with whispers of admiration and speculation filling the air. As some try to impede her, Prunus unleashes a surge of energy, silencing any opposition and creating a separate space for herself and Theo. Within this mystical energy, she demonstrates her sword technique, Celestial Flower Rain, a style emphasizing grace, precision, and control, in contrast to the destructive power of Lord Kyle Ragnar. A breathtaking flurry of flower petals accompanies her moves, leaving Theo awestruck as he absorbs every detail. Prunus reassures Theo that mastering the technique immediately isn't necessary, encouraging him to reflect on its essence. With a final burst of energy, she invites Theo to seek her out after the ceremony for further lessons, leaving him both inspired and humbled by her gift. 3 days later, the scene shifts to the vast winter mountains near the northern Great Wall, an expansive, imposing range that has served as a bastion of protection for humanity against horrors beyond for over a millennium. Here, amidst this historic and treacherous landscape, the second stage of the awakening ceremony is about to begin. Jackie Ragnar, the ceremony supervisor, steps forward to address the participants, emphasizing the sacred duty of the Ragnar clan as humanity's shield against the Demon Sea, a cursed land teeming with monstrous creatures. He reminds the apprentices that they will one day shoulder this responsibility. For this test, they must remain within the Great Wall, as venturing beyond is too perilous. The objective is simple: hunt beasts, collect the bells around their necks, and survive in the harsh winter mountains for 15 days. The bells vary in color, with higher value ones indicating tougher challenges. Jackie warns of a beast so powerful it requires teamwork to defeat, hinting at significant rewards for those who succeed. Participants are allowed to use any means necessary, including stealing bells from others, in this survival of the fittest trial and embodiment of the Ragnar way. Jackie also points out totems marking safe zones where they can rest and resupply. As soon as the test begins, the participants scatter, diving into the snowy terrain. Theo's allies head into the forest to gather supplies and support him, while the red-haired siblings Hulkus and his sister charge in eagerly. Axion Ragnar, however, races through the mountains with grim determination, his uncle's chilling words echoing in his mind, "Make this Theo's grave." Watching from the shadows is Ragnar, one of the clan's 4 hounds, keeping a close eye on Axion. Meanwhile, Theo prepares to enter the forest but is stopped by Remington, who confesses that after days of reflection, he now sees Theo not only as a friend but a rival. Theo warmly accepts the challenge, admitting he feels the same, and the two part ways with newfound resolve. Alone again, Theo steadies himself, pulling out his compass to guide him to the dragon's nest. The compass lights up, pointing him through the snow-covered wilderness, and Theo's excitement builds as he sets off. Elsewhere, deep in the mountains, a mysterious blue light glimmers on a steep, snow-covered cliff, hinting at secrets waiting to be uncovered. Trudging through the snowy outskirts, Theo mutters to himself about the difficulty of following his compass in such conditions, joking that a shovel might have been more useful than his prized moon-white sword, Griffin. Gripping the hilt, the blade trembles as if alive, and Theo swings it with all his strength, releasing a surge of blue energy that clears a path and reveals a hidden trail beneath the snow. Suddenly, he senses someone watching him and calls out, daring them to reveal themselves. From behind a tree, 3 men emerge, one of them chuckling as he asks when Theo noticed them. Theo instantly recognizes the trio, Hai, Cho, and Lon, notorious as the roughnecks of the mountain. These aren't just petty thugs. In his past life, they'd left behind a massacre of over 700 innocents during their missions, a horrifying scene that Theo had once been forced to clean up. Confronting them now, Theo suspects Axion might have sent them, but they dismiss the idea, sneering that they don't take orders from someone their age. Theo presses them, and their taunts reveal the truth: they were sent by the Senate. Realizing the stakes, Theo calmly draws his sword. The leader mocks him, but in a flash, Theo's blade erupts with a blue dragon's energy, tearing through them with 3 swift, precise strikes. Blood stains the snow as their bodies collapse in a heap, their severed heads left intact as a warning. Gazing at the carnage, Theo mutters, "I don't want to be like you," before tossing their heads off the cliff. As he reflects on Lady Prunus's technique, Celestial Flower Rain, Theo acknowledges he has a long way to go before mastering it. Just then, he notices something hidden near the cliff's edge, a staircase carved into the rock, partially concealed. The system pings with a hidden quest: find the invisible staircase and explore the blue cave. Without hesitation, Theo leaps down the spiraling stairs into the mountain's depths. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, tension rises as an announcer updates the rankings, declaring Axie and Ragnar in first place, closely followed by Ragnar, as the second stage unfolds in the unforgiving Winter Mountains. Julius, seated at a large round table, quickly inquires about Theo's progress. The announcer hesitates before revealing that Theo has yet to score any kills or ally with anyone. Julius raises an eyebrow in surprise while the announcer speculates that Theo might be hiding or preparing an ambush. Before the conversation can continue, Prunus begins to speak, but Wolfgang interrupts with a menacing laugh, dismissing Theo's chances in the current round. He sneers, claiming that just because Theo excelled in the first round doesn't mean he'll shine here. Wolfgang goes further, mocking Theo as a coward with no real-world battle experience and even ridiculing him as an illegitimate child. Grinning maliciously, Wolfgang smugly thinks about the roughnecks he sent after Theo, confident they've already eliminated him. Sitting across from Wolfgang, Ed narrows his eyes in suspicion and telepathically asks if Wolfgang had any involvement in Theo's predicament. Wolfgang chuckles, admitting he didn't bother to inform Ed of his plans. Frustrated, Ed clenches his jaw, inwardly fuming at Wolfgang's recklessness. Ever since Theo took control of the Camellia Palace, Ed and his allies were forced to relocate to the Rose Palace, which gave Ed the opportunity to search for the ancient dragon artifact. Despite his efforts, he hasn't found it and now suspects Theo holds the key. Determined, Ed gives a silent telepathic order to his subordinate to find Axion and urge him to accelerate the plan to eliminate Theo. Meanwhile, Prunus warns Julius that the Senate must be plotting something and suggests implementing a backup plan. Julius dismisses her concerns, confident in Theo's resilience. He believes Theo is likely biding his time and adds, with a smirk, that he hasn't forgotten Prunus met Theo behind his back. Prunus brushes off the remark with a laugh, stating that what truly matters is Theo's perspective. Meanwhile, Theo has entered a dark cave filled with skeletal remains, bones and skulls scattered across the ground. As he ventures deeper, the skeletons seem to come alive, letting out eerie roars meant to unsettle him, but Theo's mental fortitude renders him unfazed. Placing a hand on the cold wall, he activates his sensory perception skill, sending a surge of awareness through the cave and mapping out the paths ahead. His lips curl into a smirk as he detects a glowing path. This must be the hatchling's nest. A memory from his past life surfaces, he recalls Huel discovering a legendary item in this cave years later. Determined to claim the prize first, Theo follows the path to a massive, ancient door. Standing before it, he feels a slight pang of pity for Huel, knowing he's about to claim the treasure long before Huel ever has the chance. As he steps closer, the door seems to awaken, and Theo senses a presence behind it. Then he sees it, a massive eye, wide open, staring at him from the darkness. Dumbfounded, Theo pushes the door open, stepping into a vast, fantastical chamber. Before him lies a hoard of glittering gold, rare swords, and treasures from across the world. Yet, instead of excitement, Theo feels unease. This isn't the hatchling's nest he anticipated, it's something far greater. This is the lair of the ancient dragon. A bead of sweat rolls down his face as he grasps the magnitude of the situation. Challenging a dragon of this caliber is unthinkable. Survival alone would be a miracle. Scanning the treasure, Theo wonders if he arrived years too early or if Huel's intel had been wrong. Deciding to retreat, he turns to leave, but an intense gaze freezes him in place. Slowly, he turns back to see a massive, gleaming golden eye locked onto him. The dragon awakens, its voice resonating through the cavern with ancient authority. "You are the first selector in a very long time," it says. The dragon, lounging atop the treasure, watches Theo intently. Overwhelmed by the honor, Theo drops to his knees, bowing deeply, and greets the dragon as his ancestor. The dragon, amused, tilts its head at the term ancestor. Theo hurriedly explains, recalling his clan's history. Wasn't the guardian dragon the lifelong companion of Sigurd, the Ragnar clan's great progenitor? Wasn't it also the mother of the famed dragon that birthed their bloodline? The dragon snorts in what sounds like amusement, its voice laced with sarcasm as it clarifies the myths. That bastard Sigurd spread quite the tale, it says. While it's true Sigurd and the dragon shared a bond of mutual respect, there was no familial lineage or romantic connection. Their relationship was forged through a deep, sacred pact, not blood. After all, the dragon adds with a sly grin, a human and a dragon? Hardly a compatible mix. Theo feels his cheeks flush at the implication, but he presses forward, asking if all the Ragnar family's talk about carrying the dragon's blood is just exaggerated propaganda. Roadbroke nods, confirming that while the claim is largely mythical, it isn't entirely false. The contract with Sigurd did leave traces of the dragon's power, but only in a symbolic sense. Feeling more at ease, Theo recognizes the rare opportunity before him. This isn't about fighting, but about learning invaluable truths that could aid him in his climb to the top of the Ragnar clan. Sensing Theo's anticipation, Roadbroke sighs and explains that, as the guardian dragon, it is bound by an ancient pact. Any worthy selector who passes its test earns the right to ask 3 questions. The scene shifts to Axion Ragnar, who is busy taking down a ferocious beast with a technique known as Thousand Dragons Roar. In one devastating strike, he brings down a tiger-like creature, which collapses at his feet. He smirks as he picks up a small green bell from the beast's neck, muttering that this makes his 57th. Tossing the bell to a subordinate, he asks if there's been any news about Theo. Orion, a loyal member of Axion's group, reports that they still haven't tracked Theo's location. Orion can't help but admire Axion's incredible strength, thinking about how easily his leader dispatches creatures others would avoid. But his admiration gets the better of him as he mutters something about Theo's intelligence. Axion's expression darkens, and before Orion can react, Axion grabs him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. With a deadly glare, Axion growls that true strength is fearless. Orion, gasping for air, stammers out an apology. Just then, another messenger arrives with news that the Central Intelligence Bureau has ordered them to hasten their mission. Axion releases Orion, still radiating menace, and brushes off the message, telling the messenger to inform the Bureau that no one is more eager for Theo's death than he is. His body seems to hum with unrestrained bloodlust, leaving his intentions unmistakable. We return to Theo, who is deep in thought, carefully considering how to frame his 3 questions for Roadbroke. He knows each one must count. After a moment, he takes a steadying breath and asks the first question, one that's been on his mind: why are you here? Roadbroke's eye gleams with approval at the question. A good start, it remarks with a chuckle. The dragon explains that far beyond the edges of the known world exists a being called the Nameless Monarch, a monster of unfathomable power. For thousands of years, it has been Roadbroke's mission to shield the world from this threat. Winter Mountain, grand as it is, serves merely as an outpost in a far greater conflict. Theo feels a chill as he realizes that even this ancient, powerful dragon harbors fear of the Nameless Monarch. Pushing aside his unease, he asks his second question: what is the ancient dragon's relic? Roadbroke, impressed by Theo's curiosity, explains that there are 3 relics tied to its soul, each a powerful artifact. But with a mysterious glint, the dragon reveals that Theo already possesses 2 of them. Shocked, Theo quickly recalls the dungeon in the Camellia Palace and his moonwhite sword, Griffin, but wonders about the 3rd relic. Roadbroke identifies it as paper, a result of the dragon's soul being split into 31 fragments, each given to humans to aid in defending against the Nameless Monarch. These relics, Roadbroke explains, can take many forms: an item, a weapon, or even an event. Theo's mind races as he connects the dots to his miraculous return to the past. Could his regression, a phenomenon he once thought impossible, have been caused by a relic? The revelation leaves him stunned, forcing him to rethink his entire journey. Gathering his courage, Theo asks his 3rd and final question: why was I chosen? Inwardly, he wonders why someone like him, who was once talentless, would be deemed worthy of facing the Nameless Monarch over others far stronger or more gifted. Roadbroke meets his gaze with a knowing look and counters with its own question: why do you think you're the only one chosen? Theo's eyes widen in shock as the implication sinks in. Others must have been selected by relics as well. His mind races to figures like Ed and even the Black Dragon. Did they know about the relics? Could they have experienced regression, too? The weight of the dragon's answer leaves Theo reeling, filling him with both clarity and more questions. A terrifying Nameless Monarch, an ancient dragon bound by duty, and the possibility of other regressors, the enormity of it all settles on his shoulders. Breaking the silence, Roadbroke declares that Theo's 3 questions have been answered and that the hidden quest is now complete. As per their covenant, Theo is entitled to a reward. A system notification appears, congratulating him on completing the quest and offering him a treasure. Roadbroke gestures to the vast trove surrounding them, inviting Theo to choose whatever he desires: gems, relics, elixirs, skill books, or armaments, each beyond ordinary imagination. Scanning the treasures, Theo feels a spark of boldness and surprises even himself as he smiles and declares, "I want you." Roadbroke freezes, visibly stunned, utterly bewildered by Theo's unexpected request. Roadbroke lets out a booming laugh, remarking, "It seems my popularity is truly eternal," and calling Theo's claim an amusing jest. However, her tone sharpens as she asks what he genuinely desires. Theo remains silent for a moment, then cryptically hints at something about her standing atop the treasure. Confused and increasingly irritated, Roadbroke narrows her eyes and demands, "That wasn't a joke, was it?" With unshaken confidence, Theo confirms her suspicion. Spreading her massive wings, Roadbroke generates a powerful gust, the sheer force nearly toppling Theo as it drives him back. Radiating an overwhelming aura of dragon fear, she demands, "Are you seriously trying to claim all my treasure and my knowledge with clever wordplay?" Theo braces himself against the oppressive force, his thoughts racing as he realizes the full weight of the guardian dragon's aura pressing down on him. Determined to withstand it, he grits his teeth, blood trickling from his eyes and mouth as he fights to stay upright. Summoning Lesser Drake's fear, a blue, smoke-like energy begins to emanate from him. Roadbroke sneers at his attempt. "How foolish," she mocks. "Do you think you can stand against me with such a minor fear?" Yet Theo remains resolute, defiantly declaring that the guardian dragon had promised he could claim any treasure within her nest, without any limitations. He boldly suggests that she herself, as the heart of this hoard, could be considered a treasure. Knowing he's gambling with his life, Theo clenches his jaw and resolves to press forward. He understands that Roadbroke, the legendary guardian dragon who had once forged a pact with Sigurd, the Ragnar clan's progenitor, represents an unparalleled claim to legitimacy. Summoning every ounce of his will, he declares that he will not let this opportunity slip through his fingers. Blood continues to drip as he demands that she honor her promise, choosing her as his prize and asking her to stand by his side. Roadbroke, watching Theo endure her overwhelming aura with unflinching resolve, feels a strange familiarity, a reminder of Sigurd's unwavering determination centuries ago. Slowly, she exhales, her fiery gaze softening. "Very well," she says, her voice carrying both amusement and nostalgia. "I accept your request." Theo, stunned by her words, takes a moment to process them. As her enormous form begins to transform, her dragon body is enveloped in a thick fog, and her golden eyes glow with an ancient, otherworldly light. When the fog fades, a humanoid figure emerges from the treasure, stepping into view. The mist clears entirely to reveal a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Horns curl gracefully from her head, her eyes shimmer with a golden hue, and an aura of ancient majesty radiates from her. Taking a few steps closer, she chuckles at Theo's awestruck gaze. "You seem captivated by my beauty," she teases. Then, with a somber tone, she reveals that she is over 2,000 years old and has suffered the loss of her heart 50 years prior. Her time, she explains, is short. She has only 3 years left to live due to her condition and is bound to her nest, unable to leave. Extending a hand toward him, she asks, "Do you still wish to choose me as your reward, even knowing this?" Theo smiles, his resolve unwavering. "My answer remains the same," he replies firmly. "I choose you, Roadbroke." A system notification appears, confirming that Theo has selected Ragnar's guardian dragon, Roadbroke, as his reward. Roadbroke shakes her head, half amused, half resigned. "You're a fool," she says, though her tone carries a hint of approval. "But such stubbornness is fitting for a chosen one." The system window updates, granting Theo 2 new titles, Guardian Dragon's Significant Other and Descendant of the Progenitor. Theo, bloodied yet triumphant, stands with fierce determination as Roadbroke gazes at him, her expression unreadable. Theo vows to grow stronger in search for more relics of the primordial dragon, determined to find something that can substitute for Roadbroke's lost heart. A system notification appears, indicating that a soul link has been established between him and the guardian dragon. Eyes filled with resolve, Theo assures Roadbroke that he will uncover a relic capable of fulfilling the role of her heart. Another system message informs him that he has gained a significant amount of experience points, resulting in a level up. With newfound determination, Theo declares, "I must at least accomplish this to be worthy of the title Guardian Dragon's significant other." Roadbrook smirks and instructs him to care for her in his new role as her chosen partner. However, she warns that since she cannot leave her nest until a solution is found, she will soon enter hibernation. Before doing so, she produces a glowing blue book and, in an instant, appears directly before him. Pressing the book against his chest, she explains that reading it will awaken his mind gate, enabling him to form a true soul link with her. She gestures around the cave, informing him that food is available near the nest and encouraging him to take his time studying. A system notification appears, announcing that Theo has acquired the Grimoire of Aman. Stunned, Theo stares at the book in his hands as the system elaborates. The Grimoire of Aman is a mystical tome containing principles tied to the sound that resonated at the dawn of creation, a holy resonance embodying the universal truths of existence. Marveling at his fortune, Theo asks Roadbrook about the timeline for awakening his mind gate. She clarifies that the initial awakening process takes roughly a month. Theo's expression shifts as the weight of her words sinks in. He recalls the urgency of his current situation. The second stage of the awakening ceremony is underway, and he has only 15 days left to complete the exam. Anxiously, he asks if he can return to her nest after finishing the trial. With a teasing yet authoritative tone, Roadbrook perches on one of the treasure chests, her golden eyes gleaming. "I won't permit you to leave until you open your mind gate," she declares. Theo freezes, realizing she's serious. The pressure mounts as he calculates the time he has left, just 13 days to accomplish what others would need a month for, all while his competitors are out gathering bells and battling to secure their positions. 3 days prior to the commencement of the second stage, snow carpeted the grounds of the Central Intelligence Bureau. The chill in the atmosphere wasn't solely from the freezing weather but from Axion's uncle, whose malicious grin hinted at something far more sinister than frost. Axion stood stiffly as his uncle rifled through a container, eventually pulling out what appeared to be an innocent marble. But in this world, nothing was truly innocent. With the theatrical flair of a villain delivering a dramatic soliloquy, his uncle elaborated on the marble's purpose. It enhanced the energy of fiends trapped within, creating an anti-field safety zone to repel other fiends. Then, to demonstrate its power, he shattered the marble, releasing a swirling haze of purple and black motes. The disturbance condensed into a hideous, four-eyed creature with a maw wide enough to swallow Axion whole. Before Axion could fully process the situation, shadows surged from his uncle's feet, taking the form of a dragon that obliterated the fiend in a single devastating strike. The spectacle left Axion torn between admiration and disbelief at the monstrous legacy he seemed to have inherited. Unfazed by Axion's inner turmoil, his uncle continued detailing the next step of their scheme. The objective of the second stage was straightforward: exterminate fiends and amass points. However, Axion's mission was far more specific and vindictive. His task was to lure Theo out using the marbles. Axion, never one to embrace subtlety, suggested torturing Theo first to wring out every shred of information about the Rose Palace relic. His uncle, the ever-pragmatic voice of reason, reminded him that Theo wasn't someone to be underestimated. "Restraint has never been your forte," he chided, earning a murderous glare from Axion, whose clenched fists cracked audibly. Instead, they would exploit Theo's emotional vulnerability, targeting his treasured followers from Training Ground 4. Fast forward to the present, and Axion's plan was unraveling. Theo hadn't risen to the bait. Instead of participating in fiend hunting like a conventional contender, Theo had opted for a Where's Waldo approach, remaining elusive. With only 12 hours left on the clock, Axion brooded in growing irritation, his rank of 860 points doing little to soothe his temper. Behind him, pulsating lights announced the arrival of Felix Ragnar, a swordsman from Plum Blossom Palace and currently ranked 7th with 446 points. Felix, ever the self-proclaimed investigator, suggested Theo might have been apprehended by the council scoundrels. Axion's retort was cutting, a frigid, soul-piercing glare followed by a sneering jab: "Your deductions are as pathetic as your rank." To twist the knife further, Axion ridiculed Felix's association with Lady Plum Blossom. Felix's jaw tightened, his hands quivered slightly, but he wisely restrained himself, unwilling to retaliate. Axion dismissed him with a wave, declaring it was time to drag Theo out of hiding. Gathering members of the Scaled Dragon Society in Plum Blossom Palace, Axion laid out a plan to systematically hunt down Theo's companions. The scaled dragon members grinned maliciously, relishing the prospect. Unknown to Axion, an eavesdropper lurked nearby. Concealed behind a tree, Ragnar, ranked third with 561 points, listened intently. In the shadowy, echoing forest, the agonized shriek of a dying forest lizard reverberated. A band of hunters stood triumphantly over its carcass, the rancid odor of blood mingling with the earthy scent of damp moss. This wasn't just any forest lizard but a mid-tier fiend. The hunters, however, basked in their own inflated sense of accomplishment. Among them was Sybil, ranked 68th with a paltry 31 points, barely managing to escape the realm of participation awards. He clutched a yellow demon bell, a keepsake from an earlier triumph over a fiend that had somehow been even less formidable than their current prey. His comrades, Gordon, ranked 53rd with 52 points, and Romero, ranked 62nd with 36 points, shared in his self-satisfaction, equally thrilled by their modest triumphs. If points were currency, Sybil and his crew would still be destitute, but at least they were breathing. Sybil held up the yellow demon bell, a lackluster emblem of mediocrity, and grumbled, 12 hours left, where's Theo? His tone carried less worry for Theo's well-being and more irritation over their meticulously saved supplies now feeling like wasted effort. The group's self-proclaimed strategists speculated with a blend of respect and cynicism, Theo's probably orchestrating something big. He's not like us, scrounging for points just to scrape by. The resident optimist added with a spark of excitement, what if he takes the top spot again? His glee earned a round of annoyed glances. Without warning, Ragnar, ranked 14th with a formidable 173 points, drove his blade through Sybil's back. The gruesome crunch of steel-piercing flesh echoed sharply, and Sybil's victorious grin contorted into a mask of shock as blood darkened his clothes. Orion yanked his sword free with a flourish. You're nothing more than fodder, he said icily, his disdain as cutting as his blade. His frosty stare locked onto the others, daring them to act. As he raised his sword again, chaos erupted. Meanwhile, as if destiny couldn't resist checking in on its chosen protagonist, the scene shifted to Theo. Deep within Lord Brock's nest, Theo stood in the ominous presence of the ancient dragon herself. The beast's glowing amber eyes studied him with an unnerving blend of curiosity and appraisal. Her voice, a resonant rumble akin to rolling thunder, filled the cavern as she scrutinized his progress with the Mind Gate, a feat he had achieved in under a month, a timeline so extraordinary it could crush the spirits of even the most gifted. A system notification flashed before Theo, proclaiming his partial mastery of the Grimoire of Amon, magical principles partially understood. Theo smirked, muttering with wry amusement, that's my life, always the overachieving B+ in a world that demands an A++. The Grimoire, a notorious relic veiled in mystery, demanded not only immense mana but also the heart of a dragon to unravel its profound secrets. Luckily, Theo had both the mana and the dragon's heart, enabling him to advance at twice the pace of the average overburdened sorcerer. Yet, as always, the system, ever ready to crush his momentary sense of accomplishment, informed him that his stats were still subpar, granting him a skill called hatching. The ability wasn't entirely worthless, it allowed him to manipulate lingering thoughts through psychokinesis. Sure, it sounded impressive on paper, but Theo had been hoping for something far more dramatic, like conjuring infernos or bending reality itself. Lord Brock, unimpressed by his grumbling, closed her enormous eyes and remarked bluntly, "You've barely qualified to call yourself my consort." Theo blinked, dumbfounded. Consort? What kind of twisted partnership terms was this dragon operating under? Before he could respond, she continued, "You'll need rigorous training to master advanced skills. And don't forget, I've only got 2 years left. Prioritize my restoration, or we're both doomed." Her matter-of-fact tone only bolstered Theo's resolve. Flashing a determined grin, he replied, "Don't worry. I'll fix this. You're stuck with me now." Satisfied with his conviction, Lord Brock began the primordial covenant. Wisps of smoke coiled around Theo as her molten gold eyes burned brighter than ever. "You're my consort, the first in a millennium," she intoned, her voice laden with ancient authority. In a blink, she disappeared, teleporting Theo to a snow-covered mountain cliff. Standing amidst the expansive, frost-bitten wilderness, Theo exhaled a frosty sigh, his breath mingling with the biting cold. His gaze swept over the barren landscape as if willing it to offer him a lifeline. 12 hours, just 12 scant hours remained, and what did he have to show for it? A towering pile of regrets and an awakening ceremony that seemed about as useful as trying to teach a fish to climb a ladder. "This is going nowhere," he grumbled, kicking at the snow with the irritation of someone realizing they'd been playing in the wrong league all along. Hunting fiends? What a joke. It was nothing more than a glorified scavenger hunt compared to the level of skill he needed. First place wasn't just slipping through his grasp, it was sprinting away at lightning speed. Then, inspiration struck, a dim, flickering idea, but an idea nonetheless. In his prior life, Axion had claimed the top rank during the awakening ceremony. If he wanted to take that title, he needed to abandon the Boy Scout routine of scavenging fiend tokens. No, it was time to target the real prizes, other participants' spells. But just as his determination solidified into a plan, a darker thought loomed in the back of his mind like an ominous thundercloud. The name itself left a sour taste on his tongue. That guy wasn't merely tough, defeating him wasn't just challenging, it bordered on outright lunacy. The thought lingered, heavy and suffocating, casting a shadow over his freshly devised plan. Before his spiraling doubt could take hold, a faint rustling broke the oppressive silence. Theo's head snapped toward the noise, his heartbeat quickening. A figure stumbled into view, their steps uneven, leaving a grisly trail of blood across the pristine snow. Then it came, a voice, soft yet chilling, slicing through the frigid air like a dagger. Theo froze, his muscles locking as if his blood had turned to ice. His gaze darted between the stumbling figure and the dark presence that accompanied it. Yet, it wasn't the staggering person ahead that unsettled him, it was the other entity lurking just beyond sight. A thick blanket of snow muffled all sound, cloaking the forest in an uncanny silence. Theo stood amidst the towering trees, every nerve alert, his eyes scanning for any trace of movement. His vigilance was rewarded when he spotted a figure stumbling toward him. "Ray," he called, his voice tinged with both surprise and concern. Ragnar, the warrior celebrated for her indomitable strength, appeared almost unrecognizable. Her shoulders drooped under an invisible weight, and her steps faltered as though her body could barely support her. Her face, typically a portrait of determination, was ashen and lined with exhaustion. As she approached, Theo noticed a subtle quiver in her hands and a sheen of sweat glistening on her brow despite the biting chill. "Ray, what happened to you?" Theo hurried to her side, his gaze quickly scanning for injuries. "Were you attacked by beasts?" Ray didn't reply immediately, her breathing shallow and ragged, her trembling hand clutching the hilt of her sword with desperation. Theo's sharp eyes caught the dark stain spreading across her side, a fresh wound, raw and jagged. A cold knot formed in his stomach. "This wasn't the work of a monster," he muttered, his tone heavy with apprehension. "Ray, did someone ambush you?" Ray attempted to steady herself, but her knees buckled. Theo moved swiftly, his strong arms catching her before she collapsed completely. "You need to rest," he urged, his voice firm yet filled with compassion. "Tell me everything later." Ray shook her head weakly, her voice strained and barely audible. "Go west, now," she rasped, her urgency palpable, even as her body betrayed her exhaustion. As Theo eased her to the ground, her grip on her sword slackened, and the blade slipped from her grasp. Reacting instinctively, Theo caught the weapon. The instant his hand closed around the hilt, a brilliant flash of light engulfed him. System notification, hatchling synchronization initiated. Accessing memories within the sword. Reading the thoughts of its owner, Ragnar. Theo's vision blurred and twisted, pulling him into a vivid recollection. The scene around him transformed, and he found himself in a secluded part of the forest. Concealed within the shadows of towering trees, he saw Ragnar crouched behind a colossal trunk, her piercing gaze fixed on a group gathered a short distance away. In the center of the clearing stood Axion, his imposing presence dominating the space. Around him, Theo's comrades were bound and bloodied, their faces swollen and battered from relentless abuse. Axion's subordinates loomed over them like predators, their weapons gleaming menacingly in the pale light. "No trace of Theo yet," one of Axion's men reported gruffly. "But we've left enough tracks to lure him here." Another henchman snickered darkly. "We even let monsters roam the area. If Theo's alive, he'll come." Axion's icy, calculating eyes remained fixed on the hostages. His expression was unreadable, cold as stone, as though he was already several steps ahead in this cruel game. After a prolonged silence, Axion finally spoke, his voice cold and deliberate. Should I execute them? Why bring so many? 2 or 3 would have sufficed. One of his subordinates shrugged nonchalantly, raising his blade. Then why not dispose of a few? It'll make the message clear. The blade shimmered menacingly in the dim light as it descended swiftly, promising death. Just as it was about to strike, a resolute voice cut through the tension. Stop this. Rei emerged from the shadows, her sword unsheathed, her stance defiant. Axion turned toward her, his brow furrowing with a mix of irritation and surprise. Ragnar? What brings you here? This doesn't concern you. They're Theo's companions, Rei said, her tone firm as steel and her fingers tightening around the hilt of her weapon. Release them. A smirk played on Axion's lips, his tone dripping with mockery. So, you've sided with Theo too, have you? Rei offered no verbal response. Instead, she charged, her blade flashing as it carved through the air. Axion met her head-on, his sword drawn in a fluid, practiced motion. Sparks erupted as their weapons clashed, the metallic screech echoing through the clearing. Rei attacked with unwavering determination, her strikes relentless, but Axion's skill and sheer power were formidable. With a crushing blow, he sent her sprawling to the ground. She attempted to rise, her body trembling with exertion, but her strength was fading rapidly. The memory dissolved like mist, and Theo found himself back in the present. Rei leaned heavily against him, her breath shallow and labored. Theo's mind reeled as he processed the vivid memory. Rei, he began, his voice taut and brimming with tension, why did Axion take my comrades? What's his objective? Rei hesitated, guilt shadowing her features. He was desperate to find you, she admitted softly. When you didn't appear, he seized your friends to force you out of hiding. Theo's fists clenched tightly, his nails biting into his palms as anger, guilt, and determination churned within him like a storm. Where are they? He demanded, his voice sharp and unyielding. Where is Axion? You can't go, Rei whispered, her voice fragile and strained. The Central Intelligence Bureau's supervisors are backing him. Not even you can handle them all. Theo's jaw tightened, his resolve like iron. I don't care. Every moment we stand here, they're in danger. This isn't just a trial anymore. Rei shouted, her voice breaking under the weight of her emotions. It's a carefully laid trap to eliminate you. We need to regroup, rally support, and strategize. There's no time, Theo barked, urgency blazing in his voice. I won't stand by and let them perish. Rei's frustration boiled over, her voice trembling as she countered, even if it means sacrifices, I can't bear to lose anyone else. Theo's voice exploded, reverberating through the hushed forest. I've already lost more than I can bear. Not again. Meanwhile, in a secluded grove, Axion stood surrounded by Theo's captured allies. The once pristine snow beneath them was tainted with streaks of crimson, evidence of a fierce and ruthless struggle. A subordinate approached cautiously, bowing slightly before speaking. Sir, Theo has been sighted. He's at the northern cliffs, currently in communication with Ragnar. A wicked smirk spread across Axion's lips. Finally, Theo Ragnar. I'll make you understand the price of defying me. A guttural, raspy voice resonated in his ear, audible only to him. Remember, young Master Axion, there's no need to confront him head-on. Extract the information about the relics, we'll handle Theo ourselves. Axion's expression grew darker, and he inclined his head slightly. Understood, but I intend to make him suffer first. The voice continued coldly, use the summoning orb to divert the supervisor's attention. Meanwhile, with Theo, Rei made a final, desperate plea to deter him. Theo, please, don't do this. You're walking straight into their ambush. Theo's resolve didn't falter for a moment. Thank you for warning me, Rei, he replied, his tone unwavering, but I refuse to stand by while my comrades are in peril. As Rei was not ready to answer Theo, he pleaded her to tell their location, as memories of the time spent with his subordinates flashed through his mind. Hero's palace fell in his previous life and he couldn't do anything but watch as he was weak. With resolve and power this time he tells her that she also interfered, so Theo cannot just stand by and watch his subordinates die in front of his eyes. The air around Theo grew dense, charged with an unmistakable energy. A faint, dragon-like aura flickered behind him, embodying the sheer force of his determination. Rei's eyes widened, her breath catching as she felt the weight of his presence bear down on her. Where is Axion? Theo demanded, his voice steady yet authoritative, his gaze unrelenting. Elsewhere, deep within another part of the forest, three figures stumbled across a grim and disconcerting scene. Supplies lay scattered across the snow, and faint streaks of blood trailed away from the area. One of them, Remington, ranked second in the competition, knelt to inspect a blood-stained box. His expression grew somber as he spoke. "These provisions, they belong to Theo's team." Behind him loomed Hulkus, a towering figure ranked fifth, and Eric's, who held the fourth rank. Both scanned the area, their faces etched with unease. "This doesn't look promising," Remington remarked grimly. He turned to his companions, his voice resolute. "We need to find them before it's too late. I'll need both of you to back me up." Chaos erupted as Theo faced a gargantuan white creature, its absurdly massive weapon poised to pulverize him. "Perfect," Theo muttered sardonically, evading at the final instant as the ground shattered under the beast's colossal blow. Unperturbed, he tightened his hold on the blade. Just a giant, ill-mannered brute with no respect for boundaries, he quipped before lunging forward with surgical precision, targeting the creature's vulnerabilities. The beast collapsed with a guttural wail, but Theo spared it no glance, already forging ahead, his thoughts fixed on his imprisoned friends. As if fate conspired against him, 5 identical monstrosities emerged, their glowing crimson eyes radiating menace. "What is this? Axion's discount monster factory?" Theo snapped. Drawing upon the dragon's third claw, he unleashed a cataclysmic sword strike, annihilating the pack in one sweeping motion. "Efficiency," he muttered, stepping over the wreckage, though triumph was fleeting. The ultimate adversary appeared a colossal abomination dwarfing its predecessors. Its very presence seemed to mock Theo's readiness. "Massive, but I've seen worse, mostly my own poor decisions," he sneered. As the beast bellowed, Theo launched himself skyward, descending like an avenging meteor, his blade embedding deep into its skull, silencing it instantly. The tumult faded, transitioning to Ray, who lingered in the eerie quiet of Theo's departure. Memories flooded in young Theo, grasping her hand, courage blazing in his small frame. "Always so reckless," she whispered, frustration and nostalgia mingling. Resolving not to stay idle, she clenched her fists. "Go on, play the hero, but don't think I'll let you have all the glory." With a determined stride, she vanished into the forest. Meanwhile, in Axion's lair, Theo's captured companions, brimming with fury, strained against their bonds. One, channeling fiery defiance, yelled, "You'll regret this, Axion." Predictably, the flamboyant villain responded with a mix of disdain and gratuitous cruelty. Axion's boot slams into the captive's face, forcing him to the ground as a derisive smirk spreads across his lips. "Such clamor," he sneers. Ever the performer, Axion draws his blade, the steel glinting menacingly as he levels it against the man's throat. Before he can escalate further, a velvety voice slithers from the shadows. "Young Master Axion," it murmurs, laced with condescension. "Recall the Bureau's directives. Any reckless action could jeopardize the operation." Axion growls, his jaw tightening as he begrudgingly sheathes the sword. Refusing to squander a chance for theatrics, he seats himself atop the captive's back as though it were a mockery of a throne. "Comfortable enough," he mutters, his crimson eyes blazing with barely restrained rage. A flicker of light through the trees catches his attention, sharpening his gaze. "Ah, how charming," he remarks, voice dripping with sarcasm. "The Bureau decided to send 4 elite prosecutors to assist me because evidently, my uncles believe I'm incapable of dealing with one lowborn offspring alone. Fools!" His fingers tighten into fists, the tension in his knuckles betraying his simmering pride and seething resentment. The atmosphere shifts as Theo steps into the clearing, an aura of restrained power enveloping him. Every eye snaps to him, from his bruised comrades to Axion's minions, even the trees seeming to lean in, drawn by the palpable intensity. Axion rises slowly, feigned indifference masking his irritation. "So," he drawls, "you've finally graced us with your presence, Theo Ragnar." Theo doesn't respond with words, his eyes scanning the scene with cold calculation. Comrades to the left, guards to the right, and the arrogant would-be tyrant at the center. His grip on the sword tightens, the air humming with his subdued fury. "You kept me waiting," Axion taunts, his tone like a serrated blade. Theo's gaze locks onto the captive beneath Axion's boot, his deliberate strides cutting through the tension. Sensing the shift, Axion's hand drifts to his weapon, but before he can act, the irksome, composed voice from the shadows cuts in once more. Young Master Axion, do not let him provoke you. Axion exhales sharply, forcing himself to regain a semblance of composure. Theo, he begins, adopting an air of authority, let's abandon the theatrics. Surely you understand the "are you frightened?" Theo interrupts, his voice as sharp as a blade. Axion's smirk falters. What? Theo steps forward, his tone cold and merciless. Are you afraid you'll be defeated by me? The barb hits its mark, and cracks appear in Axion's facade as fury bubbles beneath. How dare you? Because if you weren't scared, Theo presses, a smirk creeping onto his face, you wouldn't need this charade, hostages, guards, the entire spectacle. Tell me, Axion, what has you so terrified? Axion's jaw clenches, his fists trembling with suppressed rage. You insufferable wretch, he hisses, but Theo is unrelenting. Prove me wrong, he challenges, raising his blade and pointing it at Axion. Face me, like a true Ragnar, unless, of course, you've already discarded your pride. The clearing grows deathly still, holding its breath as Axion's fury erupts. He releases a venomous laugh, his voice dripping with malice. You believe you, a concubine's whelp, can challenge me? Absurd. Ignoring the increasingly frantic warnings from the unseen speaker, Axion unsheathes his sword, his grin twisted by wrath. Fine, if it's a duel you seek, then let's finish this once and for all. Perched high above the chaos, nestled in the treetops like overly dramatic crows, a squad of covert operatives observed the escalating spectacle. Cloaked in shadow and armed with expressions of grave importance, they exchanged hushed remarks. This is spiraling out of control, one muttered, peering through a pair of binoculars. Stick to the strategy, another replied tersely, their tone heavy with the distinct air of we should have had lunch first. If Axion loses his grip, we step in. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, Axion, the perennial master of theatrics, addressed his followers with the gravity of someone announcing the end of days. No one interferes, he declared, his voice booming with self-importance. This is a duel of Ragnar honor. He gestured grandly toward Theo as though unveiling a prized gladiator. The captives remain unharmed until this concludes, he added, because evidently, nothing screamed honor quite like keeping your opponents tied up. Theo, ever opportunistic, launched his assault before Axion could finish his self-obsessed speech. One moment Axion stood poised, the epitome of control, the next, he was scrambling to parry a strike so swift it bordered on insulting. Axion faltered, his thoughts racing to catch up with reality. Theo smirked, his blade catching the light with an almost vindictive glint. Quit stalling, fight me for real, he challenged, his tone a perfect blend of mockery and provocation. Infuriated, Axion decided it was time to unleash his ace. Fine, he bellowed, channeling his ultimate technique, Thousand Dragons Roar. From his blade erupted a colossal, blazing red dragon, its fiery maw snapping with a ferocity that would send most fleeing or praying. For a heartbeat, Theo froze, his eyes widening at the sheer magnitude of the assault, blinking at the inferno barreling toward him. So this is your idea of fair play. Good to know. But Theo wasn't one to remain idle for long. Summoning his glowing blue sword, its radiance bordering on obnoxious, he steadied himself. With a single, devastating sweep, he unleashed the dragon's third claw, meeting Axion's fiery monstrosity head-on. The resulting collision was blinding, and when the light faded, the red dragon was gone, reduced to a disgruntled wisp of smoke. Axion gaped, disbelief etched into his features, his jaw practically unhinged. Theo, by contrast, stood calm and collected, brushing off non-existent dust as though nullifying apocalyptic attacks was an everyday chore. His smirk widened, exuding a confidence sharp enough to cut. Are you even competent enough to teach me anything, Axion? He quipped, his voice laced with the kind of smugness that made Axion's blood boil. The scene starts with Orion Gardner, ranked 14 with 179 points and an executive of the Scale Dragon Society. As Theo effortlessly countered Axion's Thousand Dragon Roar, Orion's usual composure broke. Unbelievable, he muttered, his voice laced with disbelief and a touch of dread. This was not how the day was supposed to go. For weeks, Orion had dismissed Theo as a minor obstacle someone Axion could crush without much effort. But now, here was Theo, calm, precise, effortlessly dismantling Axion's flashy attacks as if swatting a fly. This is bad, Orion thought, his fingers twitching as if he was on the verge of making a foolish decision. The reality of Theo's overwhelming strength raised uncomfortable questions in his mind, chief among them, am I backing the wrong side? For a fleeting moment, the idea of betrayal crossed Orion's mind. What if he switched sides? Theo was clearly capable, his group well organized, and they seemed far less likely to implode from overconfidence. But just as quickly, Orion dismissed the thought. The oppressive presence of the Central Intelligence Bureau's protectors nearby was a stark reminder that straying from the plan was a death sentence. Even if Axion failed, the Bureau would step in to fix the mess and ensure their operations stayed on track. With a resigned sigh, Orion clenched his fists, bottling up his frustration. Turning to the scattered members of the Scale Dragon Society, who were doing their best to ignore the disaster unfolding before them, Orion snapped, listen up. We're not cleaning up Axion's mess. Spread out, lay low, and avoid this chaos. The members exchanged wary looks, silently agreeing to follow orders for the sake of survival. One by one, they disappeared into the shadows, each vowing never to follow Axion into another fight. Orion lingered briefly, watching the battle between Theo and Axion. The scene shifts to a sunlit training ground, where an 8-year-old Axion tightly grips a wooden sword, his small body trembling with a mix of fear and determination. Across from him stands his uncle. Axion, his uncle barked, remember your purpose. You're not just a Ragnar, you're a thron. That bloodline runs stronger in you than anything else. Axion glanced up with wide, confused eyes that seemed to ask, why me? The Ragnar name is just a mask, he declared, his voice heavy with ambition. Behind it lies the true power of the thron clan. The scene returned to the present. Grinding his teeth, his crimson eyes burned with anger, frustration, and unresolved childhood pain. He glared at Theo, who stood calm and composed, as if meditating amidst the chaos. Impressive, Axion growled through gritted teeth, his tone a mix of reluctant respect and seething rage. Without hesitation, Axion charged, his sword gleaming like a terrible decision in motion. His movements were quick, precise, and honed by years of grueling training. Theo, he yelled, his voice cutting through the tense air, but Theo didn't flinch. He stood his ground, his blade raised in a defensive stance that seemed to mock Axion with a silent bring it on. His eyes were steady, calm, and calculating, as if he already knew the outcome. Axion's sword came down with all the fury of a man fighting his own insecurities, but Theo met it with ease. The clash of steel rang out, sending shockwaves through the battlefield as sparks flew from their blades, momentarily lighting up their intense expressions. How could Theo, a so-called concubine's child, stand so confidently, matching him blow for blow? Meanwhile, Theo allowed a faint smile to cross his lips, not smug, but worse. The scene shifts again to the shadowy halls of the Central Intelligence Bureau, a fortress of secrets. Within its most secure chamber, Julius, the dramatic chief advisor, paced like a child who just heard juicy gossip. His ceremonial robes swished with every step as he grinned from ear to ear. Theo Ragnar lives. That boy is far more resilient than we ever gave him credit for. Across the room, Wolfgang stiffened, sweat beaded on his weathered face as his mind struggled to process the implications. Theo survived, Ed Ragnar muttered in disbelief, his hands trembling slightly, a rare crack in his normally steely composure. I sent my 3 best scoundrels after him, how could they fail? Meanwhile, seated in a highback, Ed's expression remained eerily calm. The scheming uncle of Axion, he didn't let his emotions show until the weight of the report sank in. Slowly, with the grace of someone who'd been plotting for years, a smirk stretched across his face. So, Theo is alive, he murmured, his voice smooth and almost pleased. In his mind, the gears started turning. Axion will uncover the relic's secrets, and then my swordsman will finish Theo for good. Before he could spiral into another villainous monologue, the room's informer interrupted, their voice trembling. Sir, there's more. Ed's smirk faltered as his head snapped toward the informer. What is it? He demanded sharply. The informer hesitated, clearly aware they were about to ruin Ed's carefully constructed sense of control. Theo and Axio, they're currently dueling, they stammered. The words landed like a slap. Ed shot to his feet so quickly that his chair nearly toppled. A duel, he exclaimed, his calm demeanor shattering. The room fell silent as his mask of composure cracked. Back on the battlefield, Theo moved with a deadly grace, his precise footwork making his movements unpredictable. Axion, for all his anger, matched him move for move. He deflected Theo's first attack, parried the second, and narrowly avoided the third. He's stronger than I expected, Axion thought, his grip tightening on his sword. But then his crimson eyes gleamed with confidence. But he's not fast enough. With a sharp motion, Axion hurled his sword, the blade slicing through the air with deadly precision. Theo's eyes widened as the weapon hurtled toward him, and for a brief moment, time seemed to slow. A memory surged to the surface, vivid and burning. The sudden appearance of the thrown sword leaves both of them rattled, their confidence shaken as memories resurface. Theo recalls a haunting moment from his past, a thrown sword, his death, the pain. Axion lands lightly on the snow, the swirling flakes forming a shroud around him. His icy gaze locks onto Theo, sharp and cold like shards of frost. "There's a basic flaw in your strategy," he states, his voice dripping with contempt. He continues, his words cutting like a blade, "Relying on flashy, predictable moves only makes it easier for me to read you." A single drop of blood falls from Axion's blade onto the untouched snow, a grim reminder of the fight's deadly stakes. The pristine white around the fallen soldier quickly turns crimson, the scene stained by violence. Theo's eyes narrow as his gaze shifts to the fallen man. His mind flashes back to the cloaked figure he faced in his final moments before his regression. Axion, standing over the lifeless form, feels a twinge of unease. The man's face, frozen in a silent scream, etches itself into his memory as the puzzle pieces start falling into place. In the memory, a cloaked figure pulls his hood lower, shrouding his face in shadow, an ominous presence against the snow-covered backdrop. Axion's patience thins, his blazing eyes reflecting his rising frustration. "End this," he commands. Theo's fury builds, his face a mix of grief and anger. Memories of the burning palace, screams, and devastating loss flood back. "The monster who caused this," he growls, his voice heavy with venom, "will pay." His memories deepen, taking him back to the Rose Palace, now engulfed in flames. Once magnificent, it is reduced to a crumbling inferno. "The day I died," Theo whispers in the memory, his voice laden with regret. He remembers running through the burning halls, helpless and desperate. "I was supposed to die that day," he thinks bitterly, the weight of his powerlessness crushing him. And Theo recalls Evelyn's relentless investigation. Her efforts uncovered the truth. Randon and the Camellia Palace were intertwined, two faces of the same coin. The attack was orchestrated, the burning palace a cruel reminder of betrayal. Theo clenches his fists as the realization sharpens. Among all the swordsmen, only one would dare to use such a reckless technique, a thrown sword. The truth hits him like lightning. "Axion Ragnar," he whispers, the name bitter in his mouth. Analyzing his opponent's style, Theo concludes, only someone blinded by arrogance would rely on such a gamble. Any lingering doubt vanishes as certainty solidifies in his mind. Theo grips his broken sword tightly, the jagged metal cutting into his hands, but he barely feels the pain. The blade cracks, breaking into two useless shards. As the pieces fall to the ground, he whispers, his voice raw with anguish, "What is it with you people?" Axion's eyes widen in disbelief, his voice shaking as he stammers, "He broke a sword with his bare hands." Theo's bloodied hand tightens as he glares at Axion, his voice steady and resolute. "This isn't like before," he declares. "I won't repeat my mistakes." With smooth precision, Theo picks up a fallen sword from the snowy ground, a weapon left behind by a fallen comrade. With a surge of energy, Theo hurls the broken sword toward Axion. Axion scoffs, unimpressed by the act. "What kind of pathetic attempt was that?" he sneers, his tone dripping with disdain. "A poor imitation of my technique, you're truly a fool." But as Axion's words fade, his eyes narrow, and a flicker of unease appears. Something about Theo's movements feels off, sending a chill down his spine. A shiver runs through him as he senses the power radiating from Theo. This is no ordinary killing intent. "This is something far darker," he whispers, fear creeping into his voice. Theo's mana surges like a tidal wave, a palpable force exploding outward and pressing down on the battlefield. Axion feels as though he's suffocating, the sheer intensity of the energy leaving him breathless. How can his mana be this strong? He wonders, his blood turning cold as realization strikes. Axion is frozen in shock, his mind reeling with unanswered questions, failing to notice Theo's rapid approach. Theo unleashes a devastating wave of energy, a force so overwhelming it tears through the forest, shattering trees and shaking the ground. The air crackles with raw power as Theo raises his glowing blade, its light almost otherworldly. With a fierce cry, he swings the sword down, aiming for Axion's head. Axion, driven by desperation, lifts his own sword just in time to block. Sees an opening and presses his advantage. A cruel smile curls his lips as he taunts, "Is this all the mighty Axion Ragnar has to offer? I'm honestly disappointed." Axion's face contorts in rage, his voice a guttural growl. You'll pay for that." In a sudden move, Axion grabs Theo's arm, catching him off guard. Theo stumbles, his balance momentarily lost. Axion seizes the opportunity, his sword swinging toward Theo's head. Theo barely manages to leap away, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. As Axion rolls back to his feet, Theo's lightning-fast kick slams into him, forcing him to block with trembling arms. Theo advances, his cold, determined gaze locked on Axion. "Let me show you how it feels," Theo growls, his voice a cold, menacing promise. He pauses, letting his words hang ominously in the air, his glowing blade illuminating his face. "To have a sword driven through your stomach." Theo's strike is swift and merciless. Axion's eyes widen in disbelief as Theo's blade finds its mark, aiming straight for his head with deadly precision. Moving to the Remington in group, surveying the scene, "It doesn't look like a monster attack," a voice remarks while. "It looks more like someone was taken." "The only one capable of such an act is Axion," Remington suggests. Hulkus, Erica, and Remington exchange uneasy glances before Remington adds, "Axion? But he's in first place." Hulkus wonders aloud, does he want to collect more bells? Remington's eyes narrow as he pieces the situation together. "It seems like he's taken Theo's subordinates hostage to lure him out," he says grimly, his voice hardening. "He's planning to eliminate Theo during the second blooming ceremony." Hulkus is furious. "What? He should face him fair and square. What is he even doing?" Erica, ever pragmatic, remarks coolly, "Turns out Axion's a coward." Hulkus, still seething, shouts, "So what?" Erica responds calmly, "This is Ragnar's blooming ceremony. Situations like this are common." Remington falls silent, deep in thought, his expression unreadable. Finally, he speaks, his tone filled with disapproval. "That's why I dislike Ragnar. Even if this is a contest of strength, such actions are unacceptable." Erica cautions him with a piercing gaze. "Your words are dangerous," she warns. "Are you serious about this?" Remington, with newfound determination, declares, "I must save his subordinates." His voice is firm as he adds, "If it were Theo, he would do the same." Hulkus turns to Erica, his voice urgent. "Sister, if you come with us, you'd be a great help." Erica's reply is blunt. "No, I'm not interested." She elaborates coldly, "I followed you because I thought I'd meet Theo Ragnar, but I don't see him. And to be honest, I really hate weak men. I have no desire to save them." Hulkus stares at her, aghast. "Nuna, are you trash?" he blurts out. Erica snaps back, "What did you say, you punk?" Remington steps in to defuse the tension. "Erica," he says knowingly, "I understand why you want to meet Theo." Erica's eyes widen in surprise, caught off guard by his words. Remington continues, his voice calm yet persuasive. "If you help us now, I guarantee it will bring you closer to achieving your goal." A sudden burst of movement breaks the stillness of the snow-covered landscape. Remington, Hulkus, and Erica sprint across the expanse, their mission clear. Glancing back, Remington calls out with determination, "Hold on a little longer, everyone." Suddenly, a sword materializes in their path, its wielder blocking their advance. The owner's intent is clear as they command, "Stop, you can't go any further." In the distance, a group of figures emerges, swords drawn, forming a formidable barrier. Remington's eyes widen in recognition. "Scaled Dragon Society," he mutters. One of the figures steps forward, a smirk playing on his lips. "It's been a while, Wellington," Orion says, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "I can't believe you abandoned us to hang out with some dumbass," he sneers before adding, "and now you're running with those stupid bare-brained muscleheads." Hulkus, enraged, explodes. "What did you say? That we're dumb muscle-headed bears?" Orion feigns innocence. "I didn't say all that," he replies mockingly. Remington's voice cuts through the rising tension. "Move aside, Orion. I don't want to fight an old friend." Orion, unyielding, shakes his head. "I refuse." Remington's gaze hardens, his hand tightening around his sword hilt. "If you won't move," he warns, his voice cold, "then I'll remove you." A sword swings with deadly force, and the clash is immediate. Blood splatters across the pristine snow, stark against the white expanse. Elsewhere, Sybil desperately struggles to untie himself. Nearby lies Axion's broken sword, discarded after Theo deflected it. Grasping it, Sybil thinks, "This is the chance the young master gave me. I must cut these ropes." His gaze shifts to the ongoing battle, where a hooded figure clashes with Theo. Sparks fly as swords collide, their echo breaking the snow-laden stillness. Theo, clad in his white uniform, deflects a fierce blow from a dark-haired opponent. Observing the fight, Theo whispers, a tear tracing down his cheek, he's finally stepping forward. The opponent, revealed as Liam Troyven, grimly apologizes. "I'm sorry, young Master Axion," he says, his voice heavy with resignation. "I will accept my punishment after the blooming ceremony." The duel intensifies as Theo and Liam's swords whirl in a dance of deadly precision. Liam barks an order, "Escort the young master." In the background, Axion watches the chaos, his expression unreadable. One of his men confirms the order, "Yes, sir," as the snowy battlefield descends into further chaos, each clash inching closer to an uncertain resolution. Liam dashed through the snow-covered landscape with unmatched speed, his movements a blur against the frozen backdrop. One of his men stepped forward, holding Axion's dropped sword with reverence. "We've retrieved your sword," the subordinate announced. Axion silently took the weapon, his grip tightening on the hilt as he stared ahead. His expression was unreadable, though a flicker of seriousness and resolve glinted in his eyes. Liam turned his attention to Theo, swinging his sword with immense force, the blade slicing through the air with lethal precision. Theo met the attack head-on, their swords clashing in an explosion of sparks, the sound reverberating through the quiet forest. Gritting his teeth, Theo managed to deflect the powerful blow, forcing Liam to momentarily lose balance. Seeing his opportunity, Theo readied a counterattack, but Liam recovered quickly. His sword resumed its deadly arc, this time aimed directly at Theo's exposed form. Theo braced himself, his eyes burning with a mixture of determination and defiance, as the fatal strike loomed closer. Liam's face remained a mask of cold calculation. Inside, his thoughts raced. "Theo is stronger than I anticipated. He won't fall to Axion or even the senior prosecutors I brought along today. But we're not on the same level." His gaze darkened as he thought, "This is my only chance to eliminate him, now that no supervisors are here to intervene." A flicker of regret passed through Liam's mind. It's a waste to kill someone so talented, but sacrifices are necessary for the greater good. With unwavering resolve, he swung his blade with finality. "Goodbye, Theo Ragnar," he muttered, his voice cold and absolute just as Liam's sword was about to strike. Theo's eyes flared with a sudden, ominous red glow. The air grew heavy, and an unsettling aura spread throughout the battlefield. The fiery light in Theo's gaze was intense, radiating an overwhelming power. Blood splattered across the pristine snow as Liam staggered backward, clutching his chest in sheer agony. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down at the sword that had pierced him. Pain and horror twisted his expression as he gasped. His expression turned from shock to a mixture of anger and dread. Axion, visibly struggling to contain his emotions, stood frozen. Axion's sword pierces through Liam's back, a crimson bloom spilling across the snow. Liam's body stiffens in disbelief, his own blade slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. Theo is frozen in shock as Liam's face twists with pain and betrayal. Blood trickles from his mouth, and his wide, disbelieving eyes lock onto Axion. He cannot comprehend this treachery. With a sickening sound, Axion yanks his sword free, spraying blood across the pristine snow, a brutal testament to his cruelty. Liam collapses to his knees, clutching at the wound. Axion's subordinates remain paralyzed, their faces etched with a mix of horror and confusion. One stands speechless, while another cries out in anguish at the sight of their fallen leader. "Axion, what on earth are you doing?" one of them shouts, voice trembling. Axion's eyes blaze with an intense, almost demonic red glow, his jaw tight as he spits out his justification. "You joined the fight because you thought I'd lose. That's an insult to me, an insult to the air." Theo's expression shifts between disbelief and dawning understanding. "Axion, you insane bastard. That's your own family." Axion turns to Theo, a cruel smirk curling his lips. "Yes, I must admit, Theo Ragnar, you are indeed strong. His words drip with condescension, a mockery of respect. In a flashback, Ed stands before a younger Axion, his face hidden in shadows. His words linger in the air, filled with malice. The weak are worthless. But you, Axion, you were born with talent. A sinister smile curling on his lips. You should crush others beneath you and rise above them. Only then can you claim the throne of Ragnar. Young Axion's eyes shine with an unsettling intensity, his gaze filled with determination. Back in the present, Axion's face is set with pride and arrogance. You must be weaker than me. That's the only logical conclusion, he says, looking down at Theo with disdain. Axion raises his sword, his stance exuding power and ambition. I will be the strongest. I will claim the throne. There's no way I can lose to someone like you, not here. Axion's hand grips the hilt of his sword tightly, his knuckles white with strain. A silent promise of violence fills the air. His voice trails off as he launches a furious attack, his blade a crimson blur against the snowy landscape. Theo, however, stands firm, his determination clear in his narrowed eyes, fully focused on his opponent. As Axion's sword comes down with explosive force, Theo meets it head-on, their blades clashing with a deafening crash. Axion's eyes widen in shock. Where is he? In the chaos, Theo dodges the strike and positions himself to counterattack. With lightning speed, Theo's sword connects, slicing through Axion. Blood sprays into the cold air as Axion staggers, his face a mixture of pain and disbelief. Nearby, Liam's men rush to his side, supporting his weakened form. Senior Liam, are you all right? One of them asks, his voice heavy with concern. Liam coughs, clutching his wound. His face is pale, but his resolve is unshaken. One of the men glares at Axion. Damn it, I know you're reckless, but this is too much. He hesitates, torn between loyalty to Axion and disbelief at his actions. Despite the agony, Liam grits his teeth and gives a desperate command. Don't worry about me, go help Master Axion, kill Theo Ragnar. His eyes burn with a fanatical intensity. Axion spits out a mouthful of blood, his face twisted in pain and fury. Theo doesn't let up, his sword glowing with blue energy as it cuts through the snowy air. Axion's eyes widen in disbelief as he watches Theo's overwhelming power. This is impossible, he mutters, his voice filled with shock. A flashback interrupts the moment. Ed, with a sly smirk, looks directly at Axion and speaks with chilling certainty. When it comes to Ragnar, you should always expect the unexpected. The scene shifts to a close-up of a flickering lantern in a dark room. The flame dances unsteadily, almost going out, only to suddenly flare brighter. Back in the present, his expression hardens with determination. A single bead of sweat slides down his cheek as he stays focused. No, it can't be, Axion growls. Another flashback plays, showing Ed's dismissive expression. Why are you so concerned about that fool? He's worthless and untalented, Ed sneers. In the memory, Axion holds a card in his hand, a smug grin spreading across his face. I'll toy with him a bit and remind him of his place, he says arrogantly. Ed's voice echoes again, his face partially hidden in shadow. His tone is calm but confident. Don't you see? The gap between your skill and Theo's isn't as wide as you think. The scene returns to the battle. Swings his sword, the blade carving through the air and leaving behind a vibrant trail of blue energy, a testament to his strength and resolve. Fury twists Axion's face as Theo's attack barrels toward him. A worthless piece of trash like you can be torn apart with ease. Axion roars, releasing his full power. Energy surges around him like a storm. Behind him, a massive, terrifying spectral entity appears, its jaws stretched wide in a silent scream of dominance. Theo stands his ground, unwavering in the face of the overwhelming power. His voice is steady, filled with conviction. Throne this, throne that. Because of your greed, so many of my men have died. Clenching his fist, Theo gathers energy around his hand. If you refuse to abandon that ambition, then I will shatter it no matter what it takes. Enveloped in a brilliant blue aura, Theo charges forward. With power surging through him, a magnificent blue dragon takes shape behind him, its fiery eyes blazing with righteous fury. Theo unleashes his ultimate attack, his voice echoing with strength. 3 claws of the dragon. Theo's glowing blue eyes burn with focus as the spectral entity behind Axion lets out a silent roar. The blue dragon races forward, its might undeniable. Liam, despite his injuries, stares in shock at the raw power unfolding before him. Subordinates watch in stunned silence, their expressions a mix of awe and fear. From a distance, Remington, Hulkus, and Erica observe the scene, their faces reflecting the magnitude of the forces colliding. Axion's face is strained with pain and effort as he struggles against Theo's devastating attack. Every ounce of his power is tested, yet Theo's resolve remains unbreakable. Theo and Axion are locked in a fierce battle, their powers colliding and creating a blinding vortex of energy. The force of their clash erupts into a massive explosion, sending shockwaves rippling through the surrounding area. As the dust settles, the air remains thick with energy and debris. Smoke and dust swirl, hiding the figures within. Axion's boots press firmly into the snow-covered ground, a few drops of blood staining the pristine white surface. Slowly, Axion's boots begin to slide backward, leaving a trail of disturbed snow in their wake. The force of the clash throws him off his feet, his body crashing heavily onto the frozen ground. Defeated, Axion lies motionless, his limbs form a dark shadow against the pale, snowy landscape. Theo stands over Axion's fallen body, his sword lowered but still emanating power. His silhouette is commanding against the pale sky. Weariness and a grim sense of accomplishment are etched into Theo's expression as he gazes down at his beaten opponent. Liam's face is frozen in disbelief and horror. His eyes remain fixed on Axion's lifeless form, his voice trembling in a barely audible whisper of denial. Master Axion. The cold, sharp edge of Theo's blade hung in the air like a deadly pendulum, its crimson droplets staining the pure white snow below. Axion lay sprawled on the ground, his lifeless eyes fixed on the unyielding sky. A heavy silence blanketed the battlefield, broken only by the labored breaths of the few who remained alive. Liam's subordinates, their faces pale with a mix of shock and fear, stammered, "Young Master Axion." Despite his serious injuries, Liam struggled to his feet, his gaze locked onto Axion's motionless body. "Kill him," he rasped, his voice barely audible. Theo, his once pristine white coat now soaked in blood, stood still among the group. His sword, though lowered, dripped with the evidence of his victory. Even though Theo was exhausted and wounded, he stood his ground. His sharp eyes scanned the remaining members of the Central Intelligence Bureau. "I'm in trouble," he thought grimly, assessing the situation. "It's a gamble from here on out. Even at my best, I couldn't take on 4 senior proctors at once. In my current state, it's impossible. My stamina is drained, and my mana is nearly depleted from that last attack." Gripping his sword tightly, Theo steadied himself, his mind racing. Soon, he thought, a flicker of hope cutting through the exhaustion. He should appear any moment now. As he prepared for what was to come, 2 cloaked figures began advancing toward him, their swords drawn. Figures dressed in dark cloaks moved with astonishing speed, their swords glinting in the dim light. A startled grunt was followed by the sickening sound of a body hitting the ground, breaking the stillness. Before anyone could react, more figures joined the fight, their movements fast and precise. Remington, Hulkus, and Erica emerged from the chaos, their faces set with determination as their blades clashed with the attackers in a storm of steel. This wasn't who Theo had been expecting. "You guys?" Theo shouted, his voice a mixture of surprise and relief. "How did you?" Remington, his silver hair glinting faintly, offered a faint smile. "Isn't it obvious? We couldn't just leave a comrade in trouble, young Master Theo," he replied, his calm voice contrasting with the chaos around him. Theo, momentarily speechless, could only stare at his unexpected allies. Erica, clearly impressed, grinned and said, "Theo, you look even better in person. It's my first time meeting someone as strong as you. I like you already." Hulkus, unable to contain his excitement, chuckled. "Same here. You're amazing." Sybil, his face bruised but his resolve unshaken, stepped forward and joined the fray. "We're here to help you, young Master Theo," he declared with unwavering loyalty. "We couldn't just stand by after all the trouble we caused." Their intervention was a direct violation of the rules. Interfering supervisors were strictly forbidden, but they had chosen to fight alongside Theo regardless. "Supervisors aren't allowed to get involved," Remington shouted, his voice tinged with irony. "You do know that helping a candidate is a serious offense, right?" The question hung in the air as the tide of battle shifted. The remaining agents of the Central Intelligence Bureau, outnumbered and overwhelmed, found themselves pushed onto the defensive. Liam, his face twisted with pain and frustration, watched helplessly as his carefully crafted plans fell apart. "Sir Liam, what should we do?" one of his subordinates stammered, his voice trembling with fear. "Things have gone too far. Should we eliminate everyone here? The situation had spiraled out of control, leaving Liam and his men cornered. Please, sir, we need your decision, another subordinate urged urgently. Liam's mind raced, filled with dread. He realized the full extent of their failure. We didn't uncover anything about Rose Palace's artifacts. We couldn't kill Theo. Even Sir Axion is dead. And now we've been caught red-handed. Defeat loomed over him, but then a dark smile crept across his face. We'll cover it up, he declared, his eyes glinting with a dangerous resolve. Sir Liam, we don't have time, one of his men protested. Ignoring the plea, Liam continued, the best way is simple. He paused, his sinister smile widening. Kill everyone. His gaze swept over the battlefield littered with bodies. We'll stage it as an internal conflict. Say there was an outbreak among the examinees, leading to their deaths on sight, he said, his voice chillingly calm. That's the easiest way to erase all evidence of our involvement. Reaching into his coat, he pulled out several dark orbs. These are 5th-grade monster summoning stones. They'll create enough chaos to make it look like an accident. Understand? His men hesitated but quickly nodded under the weight of his commanding glare. Yes, sir, one of them said, his voice shaky. As Liam prepared to unleash the monsters, his twisted plan began to take shape, threatening to turn the battlefield into a scene of carnage. As Liam prepared to unleash the monsters, a voice suddenly cut through the tense atmosphere. He gasped, choking on a breath as a sharp blow struck him. What is going on here? The arrival of the 3 supervisors representing the White Dragon Clan, Plum Blossom Palace, and Daffel Palace brought a sudden halt to the chaos. Their faces reflected concern and suspicion as their sharp eyes scanned the scene of destruction. Supervisors Sefford Garner and Sally Garner from the White Dragon Clan and Daffel Palace, respectively, stepped forward, demanding answers. What happened here? Natasha Koppel, the supervisor from Plum Blossom Palace, observed the devastation with a grim expression. The remaining members of the Central Intelligence Bureau were confronted by the other supervisors. You 3 over there, stop, one of them commanded, their voice firm and unyielding. Follow us if you want to save yourselves. Otherwise, you'll end up like Liam. A tense standoff unfolded, the air thick with unspoken threats. Amid the turmoil, Theo stood silently, watching the unfolding events. Though he had survived against impossible odds, the cost of victory weighed heavily on him. Supervisors, Theo said softly, a hint of relief in his voice. Thank goodness you arrived in time, her expression a mix of concern and admonishment. That was reckless, Theo, she said firmly. Why would you risk so much? Theo met her gaze silently, his eyes conveying what words could not. As the chaos subsided, the snow-covered battlefield, dimly lit by the moonlight, bore witness to the aftermath of the brutal confrontation. Survivors gathered around Theo. Remington, Hulkus, and Erica stood close, their faces showing relief and exhaustion. Sybil and the others from Training Ground Number 4, their eyes filled with tears of gratitude, cried out, Young Master Theo, you did all this for us. We have no regrets, even if it costs our lives. Theo looked at them, his heart heavy with the burden of their sacrifices. His gaze shifted Torre, her pale face glowing with unbroken determination. The strength I aspire to have. All right, she said aloud, extending her hand toward Theo. Give me the bell. I'll take first place. Ray's faint smile held a glimmer of hope, a rare light amid the desolate scene. The moonlight bathed the stark, snowy landscape, casting a somber glow over the unfolding drama. Far away, at the Central Intelligence Bureau headquarters, Ed listened to a subordinate's report, his face pale with shock and disbelief. Axion dead, he murmured, his voice barely audible. The news of Axion's death hit like a hammer. The other council members Wolfgang, OSA, and Julius sat in stunned silence. Years of planning and manipulation had unraveled in a single night. Their carefully constructed schemes were in ruins, everything had come to an end. The announcement reverberated through the air, a formal proclamation marking a pivotal moment, the conclusion of the second round of the blooming ceremony. The scene unfolded in a snow-covered forest clearing where a crowd of figures looked up toward the source of the declaration. A wave of murmurs swept through the gathering, confusion and curiosity evident on their faces. Among them, 2 individuals exchanged stunned glances, their expressions bearing the weariness of their trials. The focus shifted to the deliberate steps of an examiner, their boots crunching against the snow with a soft but resolute thud. A voice rang out, cutting through the stillness. Everyone has worked hard. The speaker, Pharaoh Ragnar the Ascendant Dragon, stood with an imposing presence. His long, white beard framed a face etched with wisdom, and his tone carried the weight of authority. The second round of the blooming ceremony has officially ended. Gasps and whispers rippled through the crowd. The Ascendant Dragon himself? Why is he here? He rarely makes an appearance, someone murmured, disbelief evident in their voice. Unperturbed by the speculation, Pharaoh continued, 45 out of 87 candidates have passed. The survival rate isn't bad. This year's talents may be the best yet. A subtle energy crackled in the air as he added, even the highest score is astonishing. His eyes glowed faintly, a reflection of the power he commanded. He moved on to the formalities. As you know, those who pass the second round will be promoted from apprentices to entry-level inspectors of Ragnar. Be proud, you've earned it. Among the crowd, Remington and Sybil stood side by side. Everyone here qualifies? Remington muttered, his tone steady. Pharaoh's voice cut through once again, I will now announce the scores. The atmosphere grew tense, anticipation thick in the air. First place, Theo Ragnar, 1,121 points, Pharaoh declared. The reaction was immediate. Gasps, murmurs, and disbelief rippled through the group. Theo Ragnar again, someone whispered. Over 1,000 points? But he had none until the last moment. Another exclaimed. Didn't you hear? It was because of Axion, someone trailed off, their voice lost in the noise. Pharaoh continued, second place, Remington Narcio, 926 points. Third place, Erica, 843 points. Fourth place, Ray Ragnar, 789 points. Fifth place, Hulkus. 45th and final place, Isla Lehman, 28 points. Pharaoh paused, allowing his words to settle. That's all. You've all worked hard. However, his gaze sharpened, the blooming ceremony isn't over. The third round awaits. A ripple of confusion spread through the candidates. Did you make it? One asked. No, I didn't collect enough bells, another responded bitterly. Pharaoh raised his hand and announced, those qualified for the third round, please raise your hands. Remington's hand lifted first, followed by Erica, then Hulkus and Ray. In the crowd, Theo's gloved hand rose high, a stark contrast against the light. Pharaoh continued, explaining the hidden piece of the second round, a quality breathing method revealed through collecting bells and deciphering ancient words. Only those who mastered it during the exam can channel its essence into their magic and earn the right to proceed. Theo's mind drifted to his past life. Back then, I couldn't understand the words, he recalled, an image of a bell etched with mysterious symbols flashing in his memory. His bright blue eyes glowed as the system notification appeared, hatchling synchronization activated. You can read the thoughts of objects. The scene shifted to a vivid battle, brilliant lights, and fierce energy filling his mind. The essence of the words came to me as images, Theo explained. This time, I understood everything. His determination blazed as he prepared for the challenges ahead. Theo chuckled, marveling at the rarity of seeing 4 individuals qualified for the third round. In my past life, Ray and Remington couldn't grasp the quality breathing method, he thought. Is this the butterfly effect of my actions? Pharaoh, his expression stern, addressed the candidates. Each of you, step forward and display what you've achieved, he commanded. With a steady voice, he called, first, Theo Ragnar. Theo's resolve was unshaken. With Axion gone, the future will be better, he thought as he stepped forward. A faint blue aura enveloped his foot as he declared, what I've gained. The air crackled with latent power, and Theo's blue eyes narrowed. A glowing system notification appeared, its words etched in bold, grant, express, control, expand, solidify. Theo's voice resonated as he muttered, first, grant the mana a thunder attribute. His face was calm, yet determination glimmered in his gaze. Then, express it, he thought. The ground trembled violently as brilliant lightning exploded around him, illuminating the area in flashes of raw energy. No way, Theo has reached the level of expression, someone shouted. As expected of young Master Theo, Sybil cried with excitement. Lightning coiled around Theo like a living entity, his power drawing awe and disbelief. But Theo smirked, determined to go further. His chest began to glow as concentrated energy surged within him. With a sudden burst, he unleashed an enormous wave of lightning that tore through the ground, the skies above flashing as bolts rained down. "I like him," Erica murmured in admiration, while Hulkus yelled, "He's amazing." Pharaoh observed with a faint smile, his deep voice breaking the stunned silence. "Impressive. I didn't expect you to wield such control," he remarked. Theo, his expression steady, said nothing. Energy swirled around him as another explosive display of lightning magic erupted, leaving the crowd in awe. His red eyes gleamed as he roared, "Thunder Dragon!" The manifestation of the spell stunned the onlookers. "He's attacking the supervisor!" Someone cried in disbelief. Pharaoh merely chuckled, clearly amused. "He's already at the level of expansion," he said. With a flick of his hand, water spiraled around him, countering the lightning. "You've earned the right to test me," he declared. Theo met Pharaoh's gaze, unwavering. The spectators gasped as the exchange unfolded. "Good, Theo Ragnar, I'll grant you an additional 1,000 points, Pharaoh announced with a satisfied grin. Theo simply replied, "Thank you." Murmurs of admiration rippled through the crowd. As expected of the Ascendant Dragon, someone remarked. "He rewards those who rise to challenges," another added. An updated score display appeared, first place, Theo Ragnar with 2,121 points. Second place, Remington Narcio with 926 points. Third place, Erica Ragnar with 843 points. Fourth place, Ray Ragnar with 789 points. 2,000 points? That's insane, Hulkus exclaimed. "He's nearly on par with Lord Thorkel," another voice cried out. Pharaoh chuckled softly. He laughs, his amusement evident. The scene shifted to the remaining candidates. Remington Narcio's turn came next. A system notification appeared, Remington Narcio with 500 points. Then Ray Ragnar stepped forward, Ray Ragnar plus 300 points. Lastly, Erica Ragnar with 300 points. Pharaoh, holding a scroll, declared with pride, "This group is exceptionally talented." Normally, surpassing 1,000 points secures the top spot, yet here we have 4 contenders. The updated rankings displayed, first place, Theo Ragnar with 2,121 points. Second place, Remington Narcio with 1,426 points. Third place, Erica Ragnar with 1,143 points. Fourth place, Ray Ragnar with 1,089 points. The snowy mountain range loomed in the background as Pharaoh addressed the crowd. "Everyone has worked hard. Those not advancing to the third round may leave. Prepare for the nomination ceremony in 1 week." The crowd began to disperse, leaving the 4 candidates before Pharaoh, who stood atop a stone platform. Suddenly, a malevolent energy surged from the mountain's peak. A crimson aura radiated outward, the ground shaking beneath its force. The 4 candidates stumbled as a burst of energy caught them off guard. Pharaoh's voice, now laced with dark power, echoed ominously. "Shall we begin the third round?" Theo's eyes widened as an unfamiliar surge of energy filled him. "What is this feeling?" He thought, his vision blurring as the faint outline of a dragon appeared before him. It was none other than Roadbrock. "The third stage of the exam is to meet the clan head. Anything can happen during this meeting. It's an exam where everything is up to the clan head. This meeting dictates whether or not one will be nominated for the clan head's manor. As each of the 5 major candidates has previously served in the clan herd's manor, being nominated for the clan head's manor is an acknowledgement of being a promising successor candidate. Theo thinks to himself that the one waiting for us at the top should be the clan head. But Theo cannot understand because he is sensing Lodbrok's energy. That's when he realizes that the one who might have taken Lodbrok's heart is no one other than his father. Moving on, the old man orders them to break through the dragon fear and greet the clan head. The pressure intensifies so much that they fall to their knees, barely holding themselves together. Under the pressure, Erica asks the instructor how they can make it to the top in this state. Theo tells her that he would give up on overcoming it with brute force. He explains that the only way they can advance is by matching the mana's wavelength. Erica is confused since she is a pea-brain. Remington intervenes, explaining to Theo that what he meant is creating an antiphase wave to interfere with and neutralize the pressure. Theo compliments Remington for understanding it so quickly, while Erica remains dumbfounded, unable to grasp what they are saying. Theo elaborates that it's their way of culling people. Someone who can't properly control their magic power has no right to meet the clan head. Remington understood it right away. Erica, however, still doesn't understand and asks if they're both speaking a foreign language. Remington sighs and begins to explain it to her. He says that magic power is a type of wave with vibrational properties. Naturally, the clan head's aura is also composed of waves. To get through it, they need to create an opposing magic power wave to cancel it out. Hearing all this, Erica remains in shock because she didn't understand a single word. She simplifies it, saying it just means they have to make magic power that's the opposite of this pressure. They agree it's something like that. She calls Theo a goody two-shoes and asks why he didn't explain it that easily from the beginning. While they bicker, Ray focuses on their words, trying to make sense of them. Calling him a goody two-shoes and asking if he's really 17 because he talks like a boomer. Theo, on the other hand, concentrates, releasing a blue aura so powerful that everyone present is stunned. Theo balances his mana, and the massive amount of energy cancels out the pressure. With a cold and sharp tone, he tells everyone that it's only natural since he is the next clan head. Hearing this, Remington is shocked, the old man stands stiff, and Erica grows serious. Theo spun on his heel and marched forward, his steps echoing purposefully. "I'll go ahead," he declared with confidence, as if the outcome was already set. Behind him, the remaining participants shouted after him, their voices filled with frustration and desperation. The Zenith Dragon observed the three remaining participants with an amused glint in its eyes. Its deep, booming voice carried an unusually cheerful tone as it spoke. "Don't dawdle, little ones. The points depend on the order you arrive." The revelation struck like a thunderclap. The three remaining participants exchanged startled looks, the stakes climbing higher yet again. Erica exclaimed, her irritation transforming into determination. Without wasting another moment, all three pushed themselves to the limit, breaking through the heavy aura and sprinting toward the next stage. As their hurried footsteps faded, the Zenith Dragon stood alone, laughing softly. "To think I'd start wanting a disciple in my old age. What a time to be alive," it mused. The scene shifted to Camellia Palace, its grand halls bustling with activity. A voice rang out, calling, "My precious daughter, where are you hiding?" The palace staff exchanged knowing looks as they followed the source of the voice. One maid whispered, "Oh no, the demon craftsman is at it again." The other maid chuckled. "Ever since young Master Theo became famous, she's been unstoppable." Inside one of the palace rooms, Cecilia sat talking with a guest. The atmosphere was calm until the door burst open with a loud bang. Grinning widely, Curson strode in. "So, here you are, my dear Cecilia." Cecilia turned to her mother, her voice sharp but composed. "Mother, please act with decorum inside the palace." But Curson, too excited to care, pulled Cecilia into an enthusiastic hug. "Cecilia, who cares? I'm about to become ridiculously rich." Cecilia raised an eyebrow. "Weren't you already rich?" Curson leaned back, her eyes gleaming. "Yes, but not this rich. Ever since Theo became a star, my workshop has been buried in orders. Weapons, armor, everything's in demand." A soft smile crossed Cecilia's face as she watched her mother's excitement. She thought to herself, "I always believed Theo would succeed. But now that I see him in action, I can't help but worry." Her smile faded, replaced by a worried frown as she clenched her fists. What if he gets hurt? What if the pressure is too much for him, and all I can do is sit here, helpless? While Cecilia wrestled with her thoughts, Curson continued rambling, her energy nearly boundless. "The days of just making weapons are over. I'm branching out bracelets, necklaces, maybe even an entire jewelry line. Can you imagine?" Curson's declaration suddenly sparked an idea in Cecilia. Her expression sharpened as inspiration struck. "Mother, listen," she said. "Have you ever made a prosthetic arm?" The scene shifted again, this time to a quiet, windswept field. Kyle Ragnar, the head of the clan, sat amidst the graveyard of swords, his deep laughter resonating through the tranquil space. The next clan head, perched on his shoulder, was a crow, its sharp eyes gleaming with intelligence. The bird cawed softly, delivering updates on Theo's progress. Kyle's grin widened as he listened to the report. "I know what you're worried about," he said, his tone calm yet firm. "But even a parent has no right to stand in the way of their child's dreams." He reached for the hilt of his sword, its blade old but still sturdy. Around him, the swords seemed to whisper of battles fought and aspirations pursued. "It's impossible to extinguish the fire of youth," he reflected. "Even we were like that in our prime, weren't we?" He gestured to the countless swords surrounding him. "This place is proof of it, the graveyard of swords. Each one stands for a dream, a challenge, a legacy." The crow let out a sharp, disapproving squawk, as though questioning Kyle's confidence. He chuckled but remained steadfast. "I told you, don't worry. All I want is the prosperity of the Ragnar clan. Anything that threatens that, I'll handle it." The crow tilted its head, still unconvinced. Kyle's grin faded, replaced by a steely, unyielding expression. "Even if my damn son is a regressor." The words hung heavy in the air. They missed a few things from the novel. There are 6 primary elemental attributes in the world: Therma, the thunder attribute; Vatten, the water attribute; Fror, the frost attribute, and last but not least Elder, the fire attribute. The world was a blur of red dot. "You're finally here, my son," the clan head rasped, his voice a deep growl. The words felt heavy, more like a declaration than a greeting. He stood there, an imposing figure, with a massive sword at his side. This was the beginning of it all. The air seemed to challenge Theo, thick and suffocating. He struggled for breath, each inhale ragged. The climb had drained him, and every gasp reminded him of his exhaustion. A dizzying storm of red energy swirled around him, a chaotic tempest that pressed down on his trembling body. "It should have taken me just an hour," Theo thought, "but it took 4. His legs shook under the oppressive weight. "What a suffocating pressure," he murmured. The world pulsed with a sinister energy. The ground was scattered with swords, grim reminders of those who had come before. Blades jutted out like fallen tombstones, surrounded by a crimson haze. "Do you know what this place is?" Kyle's voice broke the silence, echoing through the empty space. Theo had heard stories, but seeing it was entirely different. "This is the graveyard of broken swords," he said, his voice heavy with realization. "I've been told these are the swords of those you've defeated, my lord." He tried to steady his voice, but a tremor betrayed him as he faced the enormity of the scene. Kyle's tone was sharp, cutting like a blade. "Correct. That is the position of the clan head," he said. "It's a role where you must stand alone against endless threats and challenges, a position where you can never truly rely on anyone." He paused, letting the words sink in like a harsh truth. His greatsword shimmered with a menacing glow. "It's a position that follows the rule of the strong," Kyle continued, his voice ringing with authority. "You must rise above everyone else with your own power. Do you think you have the right to claim such a position?" His tone dropped, dangerously low. "Yes," Theo replied, the word firm but quiet, a small act of defiance. Kyle's gaze darkened, his displeasure evident. "Don't answer lightly," he snapped. "I've killed thousands to stand here," he growled, his voice heavy with the weight of bloodshed. "Can you do the same? Can you bear their hatred?" Before Theo could answer, the air crackled with violent energy. Ghostly blue figures appeared, their voices a mix of rage and sorrow. "Kyle, Kyle, I curse you for eternity," they roared. "How dare you commit such atrocities?" The spirits of those Kyle had slain materialized, their faces twisted with anger and pain. Their hatred was so intense it felt like a physical force. "I'll destroy you," they screamed, their voices filled with venom. Despite the storm of hatred, Theo stood firm. The chaos raged around him, but his resolve was unshaken. "My resolve is unchanged," he declared. "Why is that?" Kyle asked, his tone sharp. "To avenge my past life," Theo replied. "To become the clan head and put an end to this cursed battle for the throne." He clenched his fists around his sword, his determination unwavering. "I'll face any challenge to achieve my mission." But doubt flickered in Theo's mind. "I know that's not the answer he wants," he thought. With a sharp movement, Theo raised his sword, his voice ringing with determination. "I'll answer with my blade." Kyle's lips curled into a cruel grin, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. "Very well," he said, his voice laced with anticipation. "From this moment on, I won't see you as my son but as a challenger." His gaze pierced through Theo. "Let's see what you've learned from her teachings." The mention of her startled Theo, confusion flashing across his face. But there was no time to dwell on it. He exclaimed in surprise, his mind racing as a dark thought began to take shape. Did he just say her? Theo wondered to himself. Drawing his blade, Theo's face hardened with grim understanding. His eyes widened in realization, but there was barely time to react. A sharp gasp escaped his lips as the world around him exploded into chaos. "Am I dead?" Theo questioned, his vision blurring. He felt disconnected, as though his body no longer belonged to him. Then, suddenly, a shocking surge of power erupted. His heart raced as Kyle unleashed a devastating attack. Kyle's expression shifted from cruel amusement to one of disinterest. A black bird appeared, perched beside him. "Are you worried that our little prodigy might die?" Kyle asked, addressing the bird. The bird chirped twice, its glowing eyes locked on the unfolding scene. Kyle nodded at the bird's response, his gaze growing serious. "You're right," he said, his tone firm. "Only those with an unyielding will and determination can escape the heartsword." His voice carried a strange mix of pride and uncertainty. Kyle's demeanor grew colder. "It's a harsh test for someone so inexperienced, especially in the middle of the awakening ceremony," he muttered. His voice hardened, turning icy and calculating. "But if his resolve isn't strong enough, it's better for him to die here as nothing more than a wandering soul." He clenched his fist. "I don't need a regressor who will only bring ruin to the clan." The world around Theo dimmed, consumed by a suffocating darkness that seemed to seep into his very being. "I'm dead," Theo thought, his consciousness slipping away. "I guess it's only natural since I was struck down by father," he reflected. His thoughts felt strangely detached, almost clinical, as he observed his own demise. "I have no regrets," he told himself, a strange peace washing over him. Reviewing the events of his life like a series of fragmented memories, he recalled his past deeds. "I stole Camellia Palace. I killed Rendan and Axion," he noted, his mind heavy with the weight of his sins. "Everything was just a stroke of luck," he admitted, his thoughts fading into the growing void. The truth hit Theo like a physical blow as he observed it, but as his life flashed before his eyes, a strange calmness settled over him. "This life was happier than my previous one," he realized, his face softening into a serene smile. "That's right," he said softly, "my time has come. It's time for me to go now." His thoughts began to fade into nothingness, the edges of his consciousness blurring. "Rest peacefully," a distant, hollow voice echoed as his awareness slipped further away. The last thing he saw was a swirling darkness that soon dissolved into oblivion. But then, a harsh, guttural voice shattered the silence, startling him. It was loud and clear, and it didn't seem to be meant for him. Out of the shadows emerged a magnificent beast, a creature woven from light and darkness. "Enough already, get up," it commanded, its voice brimming with authority. "If you were going to sulk like this, you should have just let me devour you." A small spark appeared, faint but powerful. It grew rapidly, flames licking at the edges of the void. "You're right." "Thanks," Theo thought, a newfound strength surging through him. He felt alive again, the icy grip of death retreating as his determination rekindled. "I can't let it end like this," he resolved, his consciousness stirring. "I swore it to myself." Lifting his head, Theo's eyes shone with a fierce inner light. His mind was sharp and focused. Drawing his sword, he felt a surge of power flow through him. "I may break," he thought, his body stretched to its limits, "but I will never yield." He roared, his voice a raw challenge to the encroaching darkness. His body moved instinctively, a symphony of power and precision. His sword became a blur of light, unleashing a devastating attack that shattered the darkness into countless fragments. As the chaos subsided, Theo stood dazed, his vision clearing. The shattered world around him began to reform as he lunged forward, his sword glowing with a brilliant blue light. The air vibrated with a violent energy, but Theo had survived. Kyle lowered his gaze, his expression unreadable. His eyes were shadowed beneath his dark brows. "You pass," Kyle declared, his words starkly different from his earlier cruelty. Though his tone was still sharp, there was an edge of pride. He had been pushed to his absolute limits but had prevailed. 1 week later, the clan headquarters buzzed with activity. The day of the nomination ceremony had arrived, and the air was thick with anticipation. The grand hall was alive with murmurs, the tension almost tangible. Hulkus stood beside Erica, visibly uneasy. "There are way too many people here," he muttered, his voice tight with nervousness. "It's making me anxious." Erica rolled her eyes, a teasing smirk playing on her lips. "How can someone so big be so timid?" she asked, her tone mocking yet playful. Hulkus bristled, his voice defensive. "I'm not timid. You're just too bold," he shot back. Erica shrugged, her smirk widening. "Look around, Hulkus. Commanders of every unit, the 9 dragons, the former clan head, and the current one, so many heroes are here," she said, her voice deliberately exaggerated. Hulkus glanced nervously around the room, his voice rising with each name Erica mentioned. "That's exactly the problem. All these important people are here," he exclaimed in a rush. "You're such a baby," Erica muttered. "No one's going to care about someone who couldn't even master elemental breathing," she said, her voice dripping with mockery. "What was that?" Hulkus sputtered, his eyes wide in disbelief. His face twisted in frustration and embarrassment, his lips pulled into a deep frown. A sudden jolt ran through Hulkus as he began to shake. "Can you just tell me already?" he demanded, his voice growing louder. "What did you get from the clan head during the 3rd stage?" "It's a secret," Erica replied coolly. Hulkus's face twisted into a mask of outrage. "You're so stingy, sis," he yelled. "My Theo would have been cool about it and shared it already." Erica raised an eyebrow, her expression a mix of skepticism and amusement. "My Theo?" she repeated, her tone questioning. "What are you talking about?" Hulkus turned away, his expression hardening. "You know the life of a Lank is to serve as the sword of Ragnar," he declared. "We have to stake our lives for a Ragnar." He thought back to the power of a dragon, a majestic creature of bone and fire, surrounded by a horde of bears. "In that case, I want someone cool and strong. Someone who has it all, power, character, and ambition," he decided. "And that's Theo. I want to dedicate myself to him." Hulkus's voice grew firm, a strange light shining in his eyes. "That's why he's my Theo." "And he agreed to this?" Erica asked, her tone sharp. Hulkus paused, furrowing his brow. "Does he have to?" he asked. "I was just planning to join the same unit as him." He looked away, his fists tightening, his face clouded with uncertainty. "I don't know why, but the clan head said he isn't taking Theo into the clan head's manor," he admitted, his voice low. Clenching his fists, determination flared in his eyes. "So I'll just have to follow him," he resolved. A steady thud of footsteps echoed through the grand hall, followed by the resonant clang of a staff striking stone. The sound carried across the courtyard, silencing the crowd. "Attention!" Ragnar announced, his voice booming. Holding his staff aloft, he continued, "The nomination ceremony shall now commence. Overall valedictorian, Theo Ragnar." The crowd erupted in cheers, their excitement filling the air. The sound reverberated through the hall as they chanted. Theo stepped forward, his features calm and composed, the sprawling headquarters behind him. The crowd cheered, their enthusiasm unwavering. "All eyes are on you, young Master Theo," a voice murmured from the crowd. "Where will you choose?" The words felt both like a challenge and a plea. Evelyn watched from the sidelines, a hint of longing in her eyes. "I'd love it if he joined the white-armored dragon cavalry," she thought wistfully, "but that's just wishful thinking." Theo stood alone in the courtyard's center. "Congratulations on being the overall valedictorian, Theo Ragnar," Vanna declared. "Your excellence in every category was truly inspiring." A sharp sound interrupted him, drawing everyone's attention. Vanna's face shifted to shock, his eyes wide. Ed, the director of the Central Intelligence Bureau, stepped into view, his expression unreadable and his eyes obscured by shadows. "Sky Dragon," someone whispered, the murmurs quickly spreading through the crowd. "Is he here to avenge Axion?" one man speculated nervously. "No way," another responded, eyes darting to the 9 dragons and the clan head, who were observing silently. Vanna's voice was strained as he addressed Ed, director. "I don't know what your intentions are, but please sit back down," he commanded. Ignoring him, Ed spoke with calm authority. "Theo Ragnar," he began, his voice cutting through the tense atmosphere. The Central Intelligence Bureau, Theo thought, narrowing his eyes. He recognized Ed as the Sky Dragon. He must still be angry about Axion's death, Theo reasoned. But even he wouldn't dare disrupt a nomination ceremony. Ed extended a hand, a charming smile on his lips. "I'd like to offer you the position of deputy director," he announced. Theo's eyes narrowed further, his face a mask of suspicion. He didn't trust Ed, not even a little. Theo's valedictorian status carried profound significance, symbolizing his remarkable journey as a Ragnar who had begun at the very bottom. A cracked dark egg nestled among twigs represented his humble origins, while a silhouette of a majestic dragon soaring across a radiant sky embodied his triumphant rise. Whispers rippled through the crowd. "I knew he became strong, but to think he'd defeat Axion?" One voice murmured. Another added, "I heard he nearly killed a proctor before being stopped." Theo's tale of ascending from ridicule to greatness resonated deeply with aspiring swordsmen, shifting perceptions from scorn to admiration. The once dismissed imbecile of Ragnar had transformed into a figure of awe. A notification flashed before Theo: "You have become the overall valedictorian of the awakening ceremony." Another alert followed: "Congratulations! You have completed scenario quest number 3, Victor of the Awakening Ceremony. You have obtained an ether core as a reward." The item had been stored in his inventory. Theo blinked at the message. Ether core? He wondered. Considering how long this quest took, it must be something valuable. His gaze shifted to Ed Trovan, who stood among the crowd. The Central Intelligence Bureau? Theo's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Ed smiled warmly, extending a hand. "I'd like to offer you the position of deputy director," he proposed. Theo remained silent, his sharp eyes fixed on the man. Activating his skill, he assessed Ed, age 46, title, Skydrag, talent, wolf in sheep's clothing, status, aims to recruit Theo Ragnar as a pawn to uncover the secrets of the primordial dragon's relics. Theo's lips curled slightly. So that's his aim. He probably knows I already have one, he mused grimly. But nothing will ever go your way again, Trovans. I'll crush you myself, he vowed, his hand tightening into a fist. What is the meaning of this? Demanded Julius Ragnar, the central director, his face tense. Ed responded smoothly, I'm simply following procedure by offering a role to a promising individual. Is there a problem? Don't insult our intelligence, Julius retorted fiercely. This is clearly a poorly concealed attempt at revenge for your nephew. Ed chuckled softly. I can see why you'd think that, but you're mistaken, he claimed with a sly smile. While I may harbor personal anger, as central director, my only objective is to recruit top talent. A snake, he thought bitterly. He cares about nothing but his mission, even after his nephew's death. Vanna Ragnar intervened, stepping forward. I understand the desire for skilled individuals, but we've yet to officially begin the proceedings. Hold your horses. Turning to Theo, he asked, Theo Ragnar, have you made up your mind? Not entirely, Theo admitted. That's why I'd like to hear what offers there are. His gaze swept across the grand hall until OSA Ragnar stepped forward. I offer not only to take Theo Ragnar as my disciple, she declared, her voice clear and bold, but to appoint him as junior lord of the Plum Blossom Palace. The crowd erupted in whispers. Did she say junior lord? Someone exclaimed in shock. Lady Plum Blossom doesn't have any children of her own, another murmured in disbelief. This is like promising to accept him as an adopted son, a third voice added, filled with astonishment. Theo observed OSA Ragnar calmly, aware of the weight of her offer. He'll become the successor of the Sword Dragon, someone noted, casting an impressed glance at Theo. 2 of the 9 dragons have already made their offers, Remington remarked with enthusiasm. You truly are remarkable, young Master Theo. Hulkus exclaimed. Most commanders and directors won't be able to rival these offers, Erica pointed out. Suddenly, a lone figure stood amidst the swirling clouds, a bird flying nearby. I'd like to throw my hat in the ring as well, a powerful voice announced. A tremendous force crashed down, shaking the very foundations of the hall. With a thunderous impact, a figure descended, his form cloaked in dark energy. As the figure landed, he revealed himself as a man with long white hair and a face partially hidden by a dark mask. Gasps echoed throughout the hall. The Black Dragon, Robert Ragnar, someone exclaimed in shock. Even he's getting involved? Robert's piercing gaze settled on Theo. Theo Ragnar, I've been watching you throughout the awakening ceremony, he declared. Theo returned his gaze with unwavering focus. He's been observing me, Theo realized. Come to Black Snow, Robert invited. I'll offer you the rank of Null Snow. Null Snow, the highest rank in the Black Snow Intelligence Agency, allowed agents to maintain public personas and gain both fame and honor. Theo recalled his previous life, where attaining that rank had always been beyond his reach. To think I could obtain it so easily now. Pharaoh Ragnar cleared his throat, drawing attention. Theo Ragnar, you left a lasting impression during the third stage, he said with a warm smile. I hope you won't forget about Zenith Academy. The Zenith Dragon? Aaron, the supervisor who had once saved Theo, exclaimed in disbelief. That's 4 out of the 9 dragons, Evelyn chimed in. Let's not forget there's still one more. Our commander, Aaron whispered. The demon dragon, Evelyn added with admiration. Julius Ragnar, commander of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, stepped forward. The White Armored Dragon Cavalry will not offer any special treatment to Theo Ragnar, Julius announced firmly. He's sticking to his principles now? Aaron exclaimed in surprise. As expected of our commander, Evelyn said proudly. Julius's expression remained resolute. Honor is earned through one's own merit. Although I wish to recruit Theo greatly, I cannot show favoritism. It wouldn't be fair to other recruits. The only promise I can make is my full support for his growth and the pride of being a dragon. His unwavering gaze settled on Theo. Standing in the center of the hall, Theo took a deep breath, his eyes briefly closing. When he opened them, a determined gleam burned within. With a confident smirk, he declared, I will choose. Suddenly, a sharp voice laced with an enigmatic power sliced through the air. You're a regressor, aren't you? Theo's eyes widened in shock as he whipped around, searching for the source. His gaze locked on a woman seated regally on a throne, Hilda, the former clan head. His throat went dry, and he swallowed hard. I have no idea what you mean, he replied, keeping his tone carefully neutral. Hilda's lips curled into a knowing smile. I don't know what kind of life you lived in your previous cycle, but your acting is impeccable, she said with amusement. Truly impressive. Cycle? What is she talking about? Is there a fixed number to regression? Theo's mind raced, trying to grasp the situation. Is something the matter? You don't look well, Vanna Ragnar asked, concern evident in his voice. Could I please have a moment to gather my thoughts? Theo requested, his voice strained. As you wish, Vanna replied with a nod. This is indeed an important decision, but don't take too long. Hilda leaned back, a smirk playing on her lips. There's no need to hide it. After all, I'm also a regressor, she revealed. Though the cycles permitted to me have now ended. Theo's mind reeled. She said it again. Her words imply she's regressed multiple times. His eyes narrowed as questions flooded his thoughts. Could there be more regressors? How many? Realizing the quickest way was to ask directly, he said, by cycles, do you mean one can regress multiple times? Hilda's expression turned amused. Wait, you don't know? Kay must not have told you anything. I shouldn't be surprised Kyle hates regressors, she explained. I found it strange that he let you live. Theo's voice trembled with confusion. Is that why he gave me such a brutal challenge? Hilda chuckled softly, a glint of understanding in her eyes. You have many questions, but sadly, we don't have time. If you wish to learn the secrets of this world and our clan, come find me. Let's finish this conversation later. Theo stared at her, his thoughts in turmoil. During the third stage of the awakening ceremony, Father gave me no answers, only the heartsword. His gaze lowered as he recalled the ceremony. So Father hates regressors. But that energy Lob Brock's essence I sensed from him back then. A realization dawned. The stolen heart of Lob Brock. Was it really Father who took it? Is it because Lob Brock, as an ancient dragon, welcomes regressors? A human defeating an ancient dragon seems impossible, but perhaps not for Father, who is called a demigod. He glanced toward Kyle Ragnar, seated on his throne, watching silently. To uncover the clan's secrets about regression, I have no choice. Vanna Ragnar's voice shattered his thoughts. Now then, Theo Ragnar, has your heart decided where you will go? Theo took a deep breath, his resolve firming. Yes, I have decided, he declared confidently, raising his voice. This part starts with Theo declaring which side he will choose, but it ends keeping the suspense. Remington chooses the Zenith Academy and directly becomes the Zenith Dragon's disciple. Theo thinks that he likely made this decision because they both used the water current breathing. Past life, Remington returned to his Narshio clan to grow stronger. And he eventually started a rebellion against the Ragnar clan. But this time he did not leave the Ragnar clan. Theo is certain that this is another chance brought on by him. The buddies shake hands with each other, as Theo tells Remington to do their best and meet again once they are stronger. Remington tells him that he is looking forward to their reunion as they face each other with respect. As Theo had expected, Rey returned to the Daffodil Palace, where her mother the Ice Dragon is at, and it is the most suited place for her. Theo's minions also wanted to join him, but their grades were insufficient. He thinks that it is a shame that he had to part with his friends. As such, the ceremony ends and Theo looks up to the sky hoping that everyone will do their best. That's when a voice grabs his attention. It's Hulkus, as he didn't expect that they would choose the same unit. He is accompanied by our muscle waifu as they come towards him. Theo is glad that he has made new friends, telling them that it's nice to see them here, thanking them for helping him back at the second stage. Erika Shai tells him that he owes her one, thinking to herself that strong guys are the best. But like a sibling, Hulkus also thinks that strong guys are the best. As they bicker, Theo thinks to himself why they are into him all of a sudden. A supervisor tells them to pay attention as the commander is coming, but regardless, Theo thinks that he has achieved his goals joining the most honorable group. It is the perfect place for him to start his plans to become the clan head. It is the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, as the commander congratulates them on becoming a member of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. Theo thinks that he will see Hilda later and clear his queries as we move on to the commander. He asks them to say their declaration as fresh recruits. Hulkus the Dumb tells everyone that he wants to become an awesome dragon. A turd shouts, telling everyone that he wants his name to be known far and wide. Erika tells everyone that she wants to become the strongest of her generation. As more people speak, every single person present looks towards our Chad waiting for his speech. Our Chad, before saying anything, thinks about how he has to prepare for the great war that comes 5 years from now. With resolve, he tells them that he will become the commander of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry within 5 years. The supervisor thinks that he has guts to say this on the commander's face. The muscle turd laughs like crazy, telling Theo that dreams should be grand and he has come to the right place. He tells everyone that whatever reason they may have for choosing this cavalry, there is only one thing they need to remember. Every drop of blood and sweat they spill will be immortalized in legend within the history of Ragnar. He says that today's hardship will become tomorrow's pride. Their shield does not break and sword does not yield. Their comrades will always have their back, and in return, they will always have their backs. He finishes with a smirk that waiting at the end of the road forged in blood and sweat is glory. He congratulates them on becoming part of the White Armored Dragon family. As his speech ends, a huge dragon lands behind him, destroying the field in an instant. This is a flying dragon and the commander's partner. Muscle Turd tells them that this is his partner, Gullah. And he is a flying dragon, the symbol of us dragoons. From the sky, multiple dragons fall from the sky, as an old man tells them to get on their senior dragons. He gets on his dragon, telling them that he will start the admittance test. And it's time for them to obtain their own partner, but Theo already has Ladbrok. Looking at the flying dragons, he thinks that it is amazing and wonders if he will have one of his own. Then a voice grabs his attention and he gets surprised. It's Evelyn, as she is glad that he has joined the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. Theo, surprised, asks her if she is on active duty again. Hearing this, she smiles, telling him that it sort of happened. But the surprise on his face is clear as Evelyn smiles towards him with admiration and a new arm. Guess now he can wife her up, which is a must as she continues to smile towards him. This part starts with a flashback. Mommy, accompanied by her mother, visits Evelyn, thanking her. Seeing her, she gets shocked and greets her. She elaborates that if it is about Theo, even if he didn't take help from her, he would have blossomed because of his immense talent. Mommy tells her that it might be the case, but she is someone who trusts her Chad and cares for him, and one who will want to help him without any return, clearly stating that she is one of the most important people to our Chad. Hearing this, she gets stunned, telling her that she is only an one-armed trainer. Mommy elaborates, telling her that the light illuminates the way in the darkness. There are many times when they don't even know how bright they will shine. She says that Evelyn is that kind of light and she will guide it. Hearing all this, she gets shocked. The scene beautifully shifts to the present where she is seen riding the dragon. She thanks Theo's mom and him because he wrote all this to her, and thanks to that, he was able to take reins again and return to her squad. Theo thinks to herself that this is something he should have done earlier, but it looks like his mother took care of it for her, thanking her in his mind. As for Evelyn, she thanks our Chad again and pledges her loyalty as his sword, more like waifu, but that a different story. As they fly through the vast area, Theo laughs, enjoying the beautiful scenery. They stop at a certain place and tells him that this is the White Dragon's nest, where the flying dragon wyverns live. She explains that the White Dragon unit carries out operation using wyverns. The introduction ceremony is being held here. She tells him that he has to find a partner or else he cannot join. He asks her if he cannot find, can he join? She tells him that it is possible but very rare. He wonders her if his friends are okay, but imagines that it would not be a good fit for them. Evelyn tells our Chad to roam around. Usually one can tell right away which wyvern will be her partner. The first dragon is the Opteryx, a huge predatorial monster with a massive body that has massive body and can get as big as 15 meters. Next is the poison dragon Avalon. It has a snake-like body and a stringer attached to its body. Then comes the blade dragon Shijika. It's a calm herbivore, but if it senses danger it will retaliate severely. Finally there are the velociraptors. They are agile and smart, usually hunting in group, and have the ability to breathe fire. Just visiting them, our Chad turns into a deformed Lego. Evelyn says that the wyverns managed by the White Dragon Corps are usually divided into 4 types. She asks him if he is feeling anything. Thinking like a retard, he thinks to himself that he has an eye for a guy, but he cannot see it. 6 years after the Great War, a wyvern suddenly raided the White Dragon unit. It annihilated over 100 wyverns by itself, which were carefully raised by the Corps. It got the name the Shadow Evil Dragon. This Chad wyvern burned down 8 villages and killed dozens of inspectors. In the end it was finished, but the demon dragon and the sword dragon to stop this. The nickname Lurker was given to it because of its ability to hide in the shadows. He thinks that this is the ideal type for his partner, but he then tries finding the guy he was in his last life. That's when he finds it surrounded by multiple wyverns. As the muscle head was resting, a voice grabs his attention, telling him that he looks happy. He tells her that it would be dumb to be happy because a dragon has joined his group. She tells him that it is great, and curiously asks him he is thinking of making Theo the next captain of his unit. She finds it impressive that he is careful with his word. Like a Chad, he tells her that because the mouth is the source of all trouble. She thinks he is drawing a bigger picture than she has thought, but he is confused. He tells her that Theo has joined the unit, and cannot just give him to her. Because she tells him that she is here to provide a suggestion, she tells him to give Theo a double enrollment. Hearing this, he gets shocked. Moving on to our duo Evelyn, and scared as Theo asks her if she knows the blue and white wyvern. She elaborates that it is something that has been bullied for a long time. They tried to prevent it, but nothing seems to work. It is likely because this is not a wyvern, that is why it is being criticized. He is confused, asking her if it is not a wyvern. She says that it was born from a male wyvern, that is why it is a beeper. Theo is confused because a beeper is a first-class monster that lives in the deepest parts of the forest. Evelyn tells him that is the mystery, because originally it was impossible for it to be born. Usually first-class monsters are considered natural disaster because they could cause enormous damage and can even destroy the Great Wall. Among them, the beeper is one of the strongest that lives in the deepest parts of the forest. He thinks if its ability is because of it being a beeper. As Theo laughs thinking about it, Evelyn says that when the child was born it was a big issue in the unit. At first she decided to observe its nest, but realizes that it was not getting accepted. She has a lot of concern because completely isolating them is not a good thing. Theo thinks that this is one more reason to choose this because it resembles his life. He tells Evelyn that this is going to be his partner. Before she can finish, he jumps from the wyvern, thinking that he will make it his as. A huge collision of thunders lights the entire area. Theo launched himself into the air with a powerful burst, catching Evelyn completely off guard. Cried out, she exclaimed as young Master Theo soared gracefully through the sky, his expression a blend of exhilaration and determination. A blue-bordered system notification window materialized before him, indicating that Theo was now harnessing his newly acquired telekinetic abilities. With a mere thought, he summoned several swords to his side, their blades shimmered with an otherworldly azure glow, matching the eerie luminescence emanating from his eyes. Hatchlings could also employ telekinesis to manipulate specific targets. He landed softly, the conjured swords circling him protectively. Using controlled bursts of energy, Theo propelled himself upward, his motions rapid and exact. Goodness gracious! When did he learn telekinesis, let alone how to wield it so skillfully? Evelyn murmured, her voice tinged with both astonishment and admiration. Wow, his progress is simply astounding. The wyverns in the nest reacted to Theo's display of might. Their cries were a blend of dread and unease. One particular wyvern, Umbra, bellowed, its eyes blazing with a fierce white light. Undaunted, Theo continued his climb, his focus unwavering on Umbra, recalling the similar treatment he had endured in the past. Imbecile, others had once jeered, questioning Theo's heritage. Is he truly a Ragnar? He's far too inept, even for a bastard child, another sneered. Theo's eyes narrowed, a flicker of ire crossing his features, causing sparks of blue energy to sizzle around him. He unleashed a surge of power, activating his Thunder Dragon breathing technique. The atmosphere crackled with energy, and a visible emblem, the dragon mark, ignited to life upon his skin, enveloped by a cobalt-electric aura. The wyverns, sensing Theo's formidable strength, shrank back in terror, their shrieks growing louder. A few tried to escape, their actions frantic and disjointed. Fleeing at the first sign of intimidation, Theo commented, his tone dripping with disapproval. Bullies are nothing more than cowards hiding behind masks, he added, his gaze locked onto the retreating wyvern. Theo, noticing Umbra's distress, called out, "Are you all right?" Umbra responded with a low growl, its voice laced with a mix of fear and defiance. "Key," Umbra cried out as it began to take flight. Sensing the wyvern's apprehension, Theo shouted after him, "I'll wait." Evelyn, observing the scene, cautioned Theo. "He's on edge, so approaching him won't be easy. You should give it time and try again later." However, Theo remained steadfast. "No, that's precisely why it's more crucial for me to be by his side right now," he countered. Turning his attention back to Umbra, his tone softened. "Why do you think he stays near the nest despite being shunned?" Theo mused aloud. "An emotional scar is far harder to endure than a physical one." Theo glanced at Evelyn with concern. "He's injured, he couldn't have gone far. Please help me find him." In a mountainous area, Umbra was spotted exhausted and startled. Theo approached a glowing rock, which illuminated brightly. Many had attempted to tame Umbra, but none succeeded. The commander, his gaze sharp and voice firm, remarked, "He's extremely wary of people. In his current state, it will be even more challenging." He then asked Evelyn if she could fetch something to feed him. "In the meantime," Theo said, "I'll try to understand him. After all, this is my admittance test." Theo unleashed his ability, Wyvern Fear, while Umbra countered with Drake Fear. Umbra let out a thunderous roar. Theo took a step forward, Umbra mirrored him. Theo advanced again, and so did Umbra. Using his abilities, Theo began to heal Umbra. Holding a vial of healing potion, he splashed it onto the wyvern. "How's that? The pain has lessened, hasn't it?" Theo asked gently. Umbra appeared bewildered. Theo pondered silently, "Perhaps it's because of the dragon heart, but I can sense Umbra's emotions, his fury toward the herd that cast him out, the conflicting sorrow and attachment, the longing to still belong, the prolonged and agonizing loneliness. His feelings for me are contradictory too. He's suspicious of me, someone who appeared out of nowhere offering kindness, yet at the same time, he hopes I won't abandon him." Theo reached out and touched Umbra's face. "Don't worry. I won't turn my back on you," he reassured him warmly. With that, Theo reached into his inventory. He knows how much he adores things like this. A gem materialized, catching Umbra's attention. The wyvern stared at the gem with a gleaming expression. Theo asked, "You want it?" Umbra, clearly captivated, reached out for the gem with an eager look. Theo handed it over, saying, "Here, it's a gift. If you follow me, there's plenty more where that came from." His eyes sparkling, Theo inquired, "What do you say?" Umbra was speechless. Theo extended his hand to Umbra. "I'll have to go raid some from Grandma Curson," he muttered, shivering at the thought. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was about to lose a fortune. Back with Theo and Umbra, Umbra responded with a thunderous roar and a firm nod. A blue system notification window appeared before Theo. New skill acquired: Wyvern Taming, rank C. Dash Mastery, 1% higher. Mastery increases a tamed dragon's trust when mounted and grants a 10% power boost to both rider and mount. With that, Theo soared into the sky on Umbra's back. Evelyn, who had been watching, stood bewildered, dragging a couple of bulls behind her. Confused, she questioned, "Huh? How did you do that? It's never opened up to anyone before." A smirking Theo and a content Umbra returned. Evelyn remarked, "It's nice seeing him eat so well," as Umbra devoured the food she had brought. Theo thanked her, saying, "Thanks for the meal, Evelyn." Flustered, Evelyn pressed further, "Seriously, how did you manage it?" Theo replied casually, "He simply tended to the wound in his heart." Once his emotions were wavering, the gift sealed the deal. Evelyn was left speechless. Jokingly, Theo teased, "Haha, you want him to eat that?" Evelyn, still puzzled by the unfamiliar food served to her, thought to herself, "That's so like young Master Theo. Not only is he skilled at charming people, but he can even win over a wyvern." Evelyn, now astonished, exclaimed, "Congratulations, young master. He's acknowledged you as his partner." She explained further, "A wyvern offering its neck and back is a sign of trust." Suddenly, panic struck her. "Wait, no, what are you doing all of a sudden?" she cried as Theo prepared to mount Umbra. Theo calmly reassured her, "It's fine, I've got this." Evelyn interjected, "Even if he's accepted you as his partner, you haven't received any flight training yet. Riding a dragon without reins and a saddle is extremely dangerous." Her expression turned frantic as she shouted, "Taking off like that is a one-way ticket to disaster." Theo, with a confident grin, assured her, "Relax, I've got plenty of tricks up my sleeve." A system window popped up, activating skill, Wyvern Taming to compensate for insufficient riding skills. With that, Theo and Umbra took to the skies. Evelyn watched in shock and concern as they flew gracefully. Theo, smiling, mused aloud, "I get it, he wants to show me something, right? Let's go together." As Umbra continued to glide through the air, Theo's thoughts drifted. Something's not right. How did a pure-hearted dragon like him turn into such a fearsome demon, earning the title Evil Shadow Dragon? The scene shifted to a waterfall, where black liquid seeped into the water below. A surge of pure energy radiated outward, a visible sign of the ancient ritual underway: purification and rebirth. The process removes impurities from the body and enhances one's ability to gather mana more efficiently. It is an ancient secret technique requiring multiple strong mana users and days of intense suffering to complete. The scene shifted to Theo, his body glowing with power, though it was noted that this method had only been effective on children under 5 years old. A sense of impossibility lingered in the air as a close-up revealed Theo's face, now marked by the swirling dark energy of the phantom dragon. This purification happening to Theo was the result of countless perfect coincidences. First, the deadly core poison that invaded his body, a skeletal figure with burning red eyes lunged at him, its chain form representing the poison. Second, the concentrated mana gathered from decades of consuming ghost shade, symbolized by ominous purplish-black flowers. Umbra, who had mastered neutralizing the poison, was shown alongside images of crystals, flowers, and leaves. Everything balanced precariously, depicted by a spectral image of Theo's body where light and dark energies intertwined. Instead of rejecting or being destroyed by the demonic poison, Theo absorbed its essence, transforming him completely. As the swirling vortex of dark energy faded, Theo gasped in shock and pain, feeling overwhelming power surge through him. Evelyn, her voice laced with worry and relief, asked, "Are you all right, young master?" Kneeling beside him, her hand hovered over his, concern etched on her face. "Theo," he whispered weakly, with a faint smile, he reassured her, "Sorry for making you worry." Evelyn appeared dazed but relieved as a blue-bordered system window appeared before Theo, showing his updated status: Theo Ragnar, 17 years old, male, title Flash Tiger, the greatest prodigy in a millennium, talents Ragnar player. Looking around the mystical cave, he remarked, "These crystals are condensed pure energy, their diluted toxicity acted like medicine instead." Glancing at Umbra, he expressed gratitude for trusting him before stating, "Ragnar's already perfected physique has gained both purification, rebirth, and phantom dragon traits." He raised his fist, declaring his growth speed would now be unimaginable. Taking a deep breath, Theo shifted his focus to a more urgent question: who was the old man? His attention turned to the skeletal figure hanging from chains nearby. Theo and Evelyn approached the wall behind the corpse, where faint inscriptions were carved into the stone. "What is it?" Theo asked. Evelyn replied, "There's something written here, a journal." Theo squinted at the faded markings, noting that only a master craftsman could have engraved such fine lettering. The words painted a chilling picture of a life consumed by vengeance, mentioning Kyle and Robert, who had defeated the writer. Shocked, Theo and Evelyn read on as the entries described the writer's rapid physical decline, possibly due to Robert damaging his mana core. Consuming a ghost shade to survive seemed to be killing him, causing frequent blackouts as his demonic nature took over. Desperation and despair filled the fading words as he admitted there was no hope left. He decided to melt his cherished jade serpent blade to bind himself, hoping someone would find this place and fulfill his wish for revenge. Theo and Evelyn exchanged disbelieving looks when they discovered references to phantom sword art and storm thunder god techniques, realizing this man was the legendary wind-controlling figure and tragic hero who, 40 years ago, had competed against Lord Hector Ragnar. Theo was stunned. He had been told Wind Lord was dead, yet here he was. Evelyn, overcome with grief, fell to her knees, her voice trembling with emotion. "What are you doing?" Theo asked, concerned. Evelyn explained that harming Wind Lord, a rightful heir of the Ragnar bloodline, was a grave offense punishable by immediate execution. "Stop spouting nonsense," Theo said with a stoic expression. "The one you killed wasn't Ragnar, it was a madman. It was to save his life. Was there any other choice but the rules?" Evelyn argued that everything that happened here would remain a secret. Theo reached out to Evelyn. "If it still bothers you, take Wind Lord's secret techniques," he said. Evelyn was surprised. Wind Lord's secret techniques rivaled even the Nine Dragons' techniques. She questioned, "Why are you giving them to me?" Theo replied, "Become the successor of Wind Lord and grow stronger. Carry on his legacy." Evelyn, on her knees, was shocked. Theo said, "Now that you are his disciple, Wind Lord can finally rest in peace. No one can call a crime." Evelyn was confused. "Didn't you say you would become his sword?" she asked. Evelyn realized what was happening. Evelyn, the senior swordsman of Ragnar, pledged his loyalty to Lord Theo as his vassal. He humbly asked his great and noble lord to accept the oath of his humble vassal. Theo smiled at this and said, "You truly are a rigid rule follower." Theo extended his hand towards Evelyn. Theo Ragnar accepts Nerville's oath, engraving it upon his heart and soul. For our long journey ahead, he vows to make you his first sword. Theo smiled to Evelyn. Suddenly, the sounds of wind rushing and whistling filled the air. The scene shifted as the camera panned across a vast, bustling training yard. It was the headquarters of the White-Armored Dragon Corps, a place of rigorous discipline and relentless training. Hulkus, his voice booming with characteristic enthusiasm, shouted, "Huh? That Theo still hasn't arrived yet. Maybe he is actually the most talented in the White-Armored Dragon Corps." He grinned and flexed his considerable muscles. Suddenly, he froze. His eyes widened in disbelief as he spotted a familiar figure approaching, accompanied by an even more familiar and terrifying dragon. He stammered, his bravado instantly vanishing. "Theo grounds, and he tells our Chad what he brought with him." Evelyn walked by his side, and the other recruits were equally stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. One exclaimed, "Don't tell me, is that Umbra? How did he manage to make that unruly beast his partner? So, this is what makes him the greatest prodigy in 1,000 years. Wow, even this is talent. What the hell, senior swordsman, Evelyn, and junior swordsman, Theo Ragnar? We have completed the aptitude test and returned. But where's the captain, Theo? I noticed the absence of our commanding officer." I received an urgent message just now and returned to my office. A young recruit replied, his voice laced with a hint of nervousness. Evelyn's expression darkened, and a sense of foreboding washed over her. An urgent message, she muttered. Her eyes narrowed, and a sound of something moving echoed through the room. A rush of wind and sparks of energy crackled as if something was moving at incredible speeds. Julia stated, he knows you just completed the initiation, but he's sorry, everyone here. You will all be deployed to 2 Blanky Fortress. Theo, Evelyn, and others reacted with shock to this announcement. Actual combat deployment. So, it does finally come, he said. The series Merchant Guild hostage crisis at Blanky Fortress. An image appeared on the screen. It showed the dragon-slaying sword Galong, its blade embedded in the jaws of a monstrous, fiery dragon. The incident involved an attempt to steal the dragon-slaying sword Galong for rebellion. A scheme orchestrated by a wave of murmurs spread as the recruits exchanged uneasy glances. One of them, his voice filled with disbelief, asked, Commander, what's happening? What mission is so urgent that we're being deployed without proper training? Julius clenched his fist, his voice tight with restrained emotion. Platoon 5, led by Captain Trainer Istvan and his 14 subordinates, has disappeared. Theo's eyes widened in shock, a cold dread settling in his chest. Trainer Istvan, the oldest knight in the white-armored dragon cavalry, was highly respected. Even Julius sought his advice. He was not someone to fall easily. A chilling thought crossed Theo's mind. Could this be the result of the butterfly effect I caused? A bead of sweat rolled down his temple. Julius continued, his voice heavy with determination. According to a report from the Black Snow, there is an 89% chance they are dead. Even if they survived, they would be in no condition to continue their mission. The available troops will form a new temporary Platoon 5 and take over their task. He scanned the recruits before delivering the final order. Evelyn will be the captain of the temporary Platoon 5. Deployment is in 3 days. Complete all basic training by then. Julius tightened his fists. I refuse to believe they are gone. The next day, gazing at the distant horizon, he declared, but we must still avenge them, before leaving the arena with practiced confidence. The narrator then revealed the hidden truth. The Black Skull Bandits' attack on the Sirius Merchant Guild had seemed like a tragic but straightforward incident. Thanks to the white-armored dragon cavalry's efforts, there had been no casualties, or so people believed. But beneath the surface, a darker scheme had been at play. The true goal was not the attack itself but the theft and transportation of the legendary Dragon Slayer sword, Bamung. A mysterious, masked figure had orchestrated the chaos, while Ed Troan had used a smuggled bomb to stage his coup. Theo, his expression troubled, reflected on the unfolding events. Things are happening differently from my previous life. A chilling thought gripped him as a single drop of sweat ran down his face. If this is my fault, I need to witness it myself. Suddenly, a blue, translucent system window appeared before him, displaying an ominous message, hidden quest obtained, the Dragon Slayer sword, Bamung. 3 days later, the recruits, wrapped in thick furs against the biting cold, stood before the towering walls of Fort Blanky. It's freezing. I can't get used to this weather, one of them complained, their breath misting in the frigid air. Why does the moon look so strange? Another muttered, staring at the oddly distorted celestial body. Suddenly, a chorus of shouts rang out. It's the white-armored dragon cavalry. A sentry perched high atop the fortress walls shouted a warning, sound the alarms. It's the white, but before he could finish, a barrage of dark, magic-infused projectiles struck the tower, silencing him in a violent explosion. Evelyn, her voice sharp with command, cried out, "Bombs away!" The recruits, their expressions set with determination, unleashed a relentless volley of explosive attacks as the air roared with the cries of their dragons and the deafening blasts of impact. The ground trembled under the onslaught, a chaotic symphony of destruction. Take cover inside the castle. Don't waste your life. A desperate voice urged amidst the chaos, while warriors clashed in a deadly storm of steel and fury, blood splattering onto the snow, painting a gruesome scene. Theo and his comrades moved with precision, cutting through enemy forces with lethal intent. Kill them all. Show them the price of crossing the white-armored dragon cavalry. Evelyn shouted, her rage fueling every strike. The once mighty fortress, a beacon of strength and security, was now engulfed in flames, its walls collapsing under the merciless attack. Amid the destruction, a soldier, his face grim yet satisfied, muttered, "I would have been dead if I left even a minute later." Wiping the sweat from his brow, a smug grin spread across his face. "Whatever. As long as I deliver this, my mission's done. All that's left is to sit back and enjoy." His words were cut short as a dark, cloaked figure suddenly materialized before him, crimson eyes glowing ominously in the dim light. The figure asked, his voice a chilling growl. The soldier stammered, handing over a long, carefully wrapped package. "Good. It's the right item," the figure confirmed, his tone devoid of emotion. "We have what we came for. Prepare for the next phase of the plan," he ordered, his voice echoing across the snowy battlefield. "Yes, sir," came the synchronized response of multiple voices. The figure surveyed the battlefield with grim satisfaction as his subordinates obeyed without hesitation. "All that's left," he muttered, his gaze shifting to a group of individuals operating strange mechanical devices with precise coordination. "Subjugation complete," Theo remarked, grinning. "Ah, that was easy," he laughed confidently. Evelyn, however, responded with a hint of doubt. "You're right, it was too easy." Theo frowned, deep in thought. How could the original Platoon 5 be wiped out so easily? Activating Hatchling Synchro, he accessed the memories of fallen enemies. "This guy knows they stole Bomon, but he hasn't actually seen it," he muttered, brows furrowed. "That's expected from low-rank soldiers, but even their top officers don't know its location." "Am I missing something, Theo? Is something wrong?" she asked. "No, just lost in thought," he replied, shaking his head. Nearby, Sword smirked. "You may be the Flash Tiger, but a newbie is still a newbie." "Just admit you were nervous for your first mission," Aaron teased. "We've rescued the hostages, so let's regroup with the platoon," Theo sighed. "Yeah, as you wish, I just want to go home." As Sword walked past, Theo suddenly wrinkled his nose. "Gunpowder," he muttered, eyes darkening. Without hesitation, he leaped into action, his movements fluid and precise, his sword flashing in the dim light. "What's up with him?" amused. "Maybe he just hates how you smell," Aaron joked. Theo sprang forward again, throwing projectiles that struck with deadly accuracy. "I knew it," he muttered, unease creeping into his voice. "What's wrong, Theo?" Aaron demanded, her eyes widening in horror as she spotted barrels filled with volatile explosives. "Those turds were planning to take us down with them," she gasped. "We need to get out now," Theo ordered, his tone sharp with urgency. "Understood," his allies responded. Suddenly, a swirling vortex of darkness appeared. Theo's eyes widened in alarm. He shouted, frustration and despair surging through him as the fortress exploded, the shockwaves tearing through the air. "Reload," a cold, emotionless voice commanded. The figure, unfazed by the destruction, extended his hand into the dark void. Another wave of explosions rocked the fortress, its foundations shaking under the relentless assault. "Exterminate them all. Leave no survivors," the figure ordered, his tone merciless. The scene shifted to a grand, lavishly decorated chamber where Amelia, her face pale and drawn, cradled a swaddled infant in her arms. There, Axion, my baby," she whispered soothingly against the backdrop of chaos. Her eyes, once filled with sorrow, gleamed with a terrifying, unholy light. "Did it hurt a lot?" she murmured, grief twisting into fury. "Mom will bring you the head of that filthy vermin," she vowed, her voice venomous with hatred. A swarm of shadowy figures descended upon the fortress. Their movements were swift and silent, like wraiths in the night. Evelyn, her sword drawn and her stance firm, prepared to meet the attackers head-on. "Don't let anyone escape," she commanded, her voice echoing through the chaos. Yes, a chorus of voices responded as they launched themselves into the fray. Evelyn, her face set in determination, faced her foe head-on. So a mask of disbelief stared at the attackers as the entire 5th team, led by the trainer, was wiped out by these people. She muttered, her voice, barely a whisper, "No, there's no way." Her eyes narrowed, and a flicker of suspicion crossed her features. A chilling premonition washed over her, and her gaze filled with dread. Suddenly, a devastating barrage of fiery projectiles rained down upon them. The force of the explosion sent shock waves through the air. Team leader, a voice cried out, desperate and filled with panic. Evelyn's movements were swift and precise as she deflected the incoming attacks. She cursed under her breath and scanned the battlefield for the source of the assault. It was an ambush. She shouted, her voice ringing with urgency. Everyone, take cover. A soldier caught in the blast screamed in agony as he was thrown through the air, his body engulfed in flames, her face contorted with pain and desperation. She reached out towards the falling soldier, her hand outstretched as if to grasp him from the jaws of death. The soldier's screams were cut short as he crashed to the ground, his body broken and lifeless. Theo and the others dashed to get cover. Team leader shouted, everyone's here. It's an ambush. We must leave this place quickly. Theo looked at the situation. All right, let's head to the opposite direction of the ambush. A blue system window popped out. Mind gate opened, and the cognitive limits had been lifted. Theo's eyes glowed. His thinking speed and sensory abilities were enhanced. Theo proceeded to calculate and find the best route. He returned to normal. Evelyn shouted, why are you just standing there? You must leave here right now. So, get a hold of yourself. Theo grabbed Evelyn's hand. Evelyn panicked. What are you doing there? There's no time. We must get inside the fortress. Evelyn stared at Theo. Theo continued to pull Evelyn as the castle began to crumble. I can't believe we have to go back to that place that was almost fried. The lives of 21 people depend on you. Theo continued, if we run outside, we'll only be attacked with bombs or ambushed. It's a trap. He explained that they must think we won't survive inside the castle. With shining eyes, he used his hatchling synchronization ability to read the layout. He continued, they must believe we won't be able to survive here. Using his abilities, he noticed that there was gunpowder buried on the left and cannonballs on the right. They must head to the stairs ahead. The group ran through the stairs, but Evelyn noticed something was wrong. It was a dead end. The soldiers looked betrayed. Hey, you told us to trust and follow you, Evelyn said. What's the plan? We can't even turn back now. As the fortress started to collapse, the group looked frightened as they fell with the rubble. Theo looked at the falling rock with Umbra and Hulkus. He landed on solid ground, surrounded by the falling debris. The fire spread, and all the cannonballs were used. A soldier said, keep in mind, this is our revenge for young Master Axion. I don't care if he's all crushed, just bring back his head. After the explosion, Theo thought they were going to die. The group was tired as expected. Theo had his plans, and he managed to think of breaking the floor in a split second. As the group spoke, the enemy appeared behind them. What's this? Why are you guys here? Black Skull? Why are they here? Theo questioned. I only came here because the ground layer is particularly hard, Theo said. Theo was shocked. He looked through the holes in the walls and saw soldiers. He looked down and saw a chained-up man. It was the 5th team leader, Trainer Eason. He continued to look at him. Evelyn was relieved. Thank goodness, you're alive, Trainer, Evelyn said. Evelyn looked at Trainer, but this was shocking. I can't believe the one who this was. Ragnar's Intelligence Bureau trainer's chains fell to the ground. The trainer fell to the ground and asked, I guessed it wouldn't be possible to do an ambush like this without an insider, but how can one point a sword at a family member? The other replied, this is clearly treason. That's right, we must pay back the trainer. He stopped the other donkey. Don't even think about it. It's better to not rush about it. They planned all this to catch us from the start. It will be hard for us to face them with our current numbers. We should go outside and inform the Black Pillar. Theo looked down. That's not possible. Seeing that there's no backup from the Black Pillar right now means that the Black Pillar members who were ambushing them were also trapped. That's why I brought us inside the castle. However, there's a chance of winning those guys. They even buried their men underground. They must intend to cover up this incident. They will definitely come to check our dead bodies once they're sure of their victory and come to confirm it. We can ambush them back while hiding in the ruins and win. Isvan looked at Theo. He's opened the mind gate at that age. I even gave up in such a situation. I think the new recruits were chosen very well this time. Eason jumped up. You're right, the White Dragon Squad can't be beaten up. The plan is as you've heard just now. White Dragon Squad, prepare to fight. This part starts at the bloodied battlefield under the crimson light. Let's stop here. I didn't know my scriptwriters were writing such trash. I fired most of them. After the battle, the minions flocked together to search for the bodies, more like getting themselves killed. As they looked through the bodies, they found bodies of their allies and one of them was alive, but instead of saving him, this ugly Barbie kills the man. He asks his lackey if he found the bodies. The trash tells the Barbie that they have yet to find any bodies. They are done searching the western side of the fortress, and now they will look around the eastern side. The Barbie thinks that the results were negative from the ambush team as well. As this Barbie goes around catwalking, he thinks to himself that the bodies of the white armored dragon cavalry are the only ones missing. He tells his guys to stop and asks them if he has seen any member who are from the white armored dragon cavalry. From the rubbles a sword flies out aimed directs towards the Barbie's ugly face. He barely manages to dodge the attack, clearing some distance. But as he was about to counter, Evelyn kicks his chest, dodging the attack effortlessly. As she lands gracefully, the disfigured Barbie shouts, telling his minions that the white armored dragon chivalry have ambushed them, ordering them to change formations, but before they can do anything, most of them get killed by our Chad squad members. Evenly tell Barbie that she hoped it would not be the Central Intelligence Bureau, so by the laws of Ragnar they will all be executed for treason. As bloodlust fills the eyes of our beautiful waifu. As the battle continues between the Barbie and our waifu, they are evenly matched. The Barbie thinks to himself how they were able to avoid the bombardment. He uses his full strength to overpower Evelyn. As she is in a tight spot, she pulls a hidden weapon from her artificial hand. The Barbie barely manages to dodge the attack, but giving him no room to breathe, she launches another attack aimed directly towards his neck. Although he blocked it, he gets severely injured, falling on his knees. Evelyn shouts that the Central Intelligence Bureau has been surrounded and any further resistance is futile. Since the moment their ambush succeeded, they had no chance of winning. If they were to willingly surrender, at least they will be able to save their lives. Out of nowhere, this attention-seeking Barbie shouts, telling his minions that they can now use the secret technique. Hearing this, everyone stands still, wondering what secret technique he is talking about. From behind the minions starts transforming. Guess they got upgraded to level 2. The minion who was scared of Theo charges towards him, veins popping from his face as if he has constipation. Theo realizes that the technique he is using is the reverse blood surge technique. It a forbidden technique that drains one's life force. He has gone so strong that he manages to push back our Chad, who was overthinking like you guys. Theo notices that multiple minions are charging towards him when he is off balance. But before it lands, or Chad, one of the captured members, uses his body to block all the attacks. As he falls to the ground, he tells our Chad to leave this area with his life. Useless sacrifice, since our Chad is stronger than him. Seeing the guy fall tot, he ground. Theo gets angered as he starts using his real power. Using the Thunder Claw technique, our Chad lands such a strong attack that it raises all the minions in a second. Then Theo activates his mind gate, and in a matter of seconds he breaks in between everyone duel and finishes the minions off effortlessly. Since they are large in numbers, Theo uses the triple Thunder Claw, a move so powerful that it raises the entire battlefield, killing almost all of the minions present. The power behind the attack was so great that it pushed back everyone present in the battlefield. The battlefield had formed patterns of the sword strikes our Chad lost. The Barbie managed to survive, but he cannot believe that our Chad dealt so easily with their secret technique. As such, he cannot let an anomaly like our Chad live. The other members cannot believe that our Chad pulled of such a technique. Glasses thinks that they will have to work harder to reach his level. As for Theo, he is vomiting blood because he sued the mind gate to raise his powers, and because of that his body has received a penalty. Since the power he executed was too much for his current self. The Barbie rushes towards Ken, telling our Chad that since he is going to die, he will at least take him to hell with him. Theo realizes that there might be something wrong with this mana core. Then he realizes that this ugly Barbie is trying to blow himself up with our Chad. But Evelyn comes in front of her future husband and uses the powers of the God Tempest. This is the technique Theo gave her. Using the first move Squall, she throws him afar and then rushes towards him, and uses its powers to attack him. Wait a minute, where are you looking, perverts? Anyways, the technique Maelstrom directly hits his mana core. Theo is shocked to see that the mana hall explosion has been stopped. The attack was so strong that he gets shocked into the ground, causing a huge eruption of energy. The attack was so strong that the Barbie won't last another chapter. Rest in peace, you will not be remembered. A voice call for Theo, as Hulkus shouts that he was right to choose Theo as the Lord and he is certainly his first sword. Bad luck, man, Evelyn already took that place. They thank our Chad for saving them. Seeing their earnest gratitude, our Chad laughs, and he gets up with their help. The other asks our Chad and Evelyn where they managed to learn skills of this caliber. Theo tells him that knowing will only hurt them as his partners jump on him to celebrate. The old man looks at the sky, telling everyone that a long night has passed and a bright new dawn has greeted them. The new part starts at the Rose Palace, where the ugly turd is on the ground foaming. Look at her, she looks like she has consumed some kind of poison. If you know, you know. In reality, is Ed choking her using his strength. Then he throws this turd on the ground, barking at her like a dog, telling her that where she got the guts to pull something like this without knowing her place. The stewards tell him to calm down, while he cannot understand that she used his seal, and ordered his private army to go kill Theo, Ragnar and the White Dragon Armor Unit. As he throws the paper on the ground, he says that she has meddled into the grand plan of the Troibans. Since this chick has gone crazy, she acts weirdly, then starts sobbing, telling her brother that she just wanted the head of Theo who killed her son. Then says that everyone who was affiliated with as well. She wants to tear them apart and burn them to satisfy her rage, to soothe her son's soul. Hearing all this rubbish, he clenches his fists, telling her that she forgot her role just because a trash like him died. All while punching the dead body of Axion. As blood splatters on her face, he tells her that she has lost the Dragon Slayer sword, the key to their entire plan. From this moment onwards, she is expelled from the family. She gets all scared because the look in his eyes right now is the one that his father has. As he tells his men to lock her away where no one can see her, to get rid of any worms connected to her so information leaks out. Realizing that she has messed up, she tells him to reconsider it once and spare her. He leaves the room, unable to hold back his anger, thinking to himself that the rebellion plan he has worked so hard has gone up in smokes. All of this because of one person, that is Theo Ragnar. He swears to himself that he will kill our Chad by himself. Next we move on to our Chad as he pulls out the great sword. A status window pops up showing that this sword is sealed, and will only unlock under certain conditions. Theo inspects the sword and infuses his aura, only to see the sword react vigorously as it flies out of his hand. Theo realizes that it reacts vigorously with his hands, as it even caused minor wounds. He had suspected earlier that he cannot use the sword without unlocking the mystery. A legacy from the ancient mythic age, like a phantom, it's not easily grasped by human hands, but if one uncovers its secrets, it grants my mystical powers like those of mythic heroes. A legendary item. In his past life, Ed managed to unlock the mystery, so he recalls his movements from back then. After a while, he smiles, thinking that only one place comes to his mind. He puts it back into the inventory, since until he unlocks its secret, it nothing but a useless lump of metal. As he throws it into his inventory, someone knock on the door. It's Evelyn. She formally call our Chad, apologizing for disturbing him, wanting to have a moment with him. He says that the commander wishes to see him. Moving to the commander, he is glad that his friend came back alive, but cannot understand why he is planning to retire. Old man says that it is embarrassing to say, but he has lost leg and his Drake in the last battle. Besides, his old body won't last much longer, so he plans to spend the rest of his life back home honoring his fallen comrades. The big bear knows that he cannot stop his stubborn bum, so he can do whatever he wants. As the man sips his tea, he says that is not a replacement, but he has something to say about the new recruitment, Theo Ragnar. He says that at 5 his age he has unlocked his Thunder Gate. Big Bear finds it hard to believe that he has crossed the wall separating the ordinary from the superhuman. He was shocked to see it at first, since it is clear that he was not a prodigy born with it already open. It felt like him that he had forcefully opened it, but nonetheless his vessels have expanded. Compared to what he holds, it was absurdly vast. Hearing this, Big Bear gets excited, telling him that he has to fill the enlarged vessel. The old man says that's all he has to say for today. Moving to the night, the big bear confronts Theo, telling him that from now onwards he will have to learn and grow by his own. Hearing this, Theo is all tensed up. He then tells Theo that he heard our Chad played a huge role in the mission. Theo gracefully tells him that it not just him but his comrades also helped him. Big Bears tells him not be so modest and asks him how much his martial path has developed. Theo thinks that if he is talking about combat power and says that he has become much easier compared to before. He tells our Chad that he is not talking about the level of his combat technique. With a cold stare, he asks him what sort life his sword is trying to express. Hearing this, Theo gets taken aback for a second, then he says that he is not entirely sure about it. Big Bear takes out his sword and tells him that he is trained with the sole desire to emulate the Patriarch's sword. He says that's how everyone starts, and as he pulls out his sword the entire sky turns blue. Then the next second the sky falls apart, turning everything red. This is the magic dragon's glass realm. It is completely different from the glass realm that the sword dragon showed before the second awakening. He realizes that this is because this martial world might be shaped by one's personal martial art. As the pressure intensifies, the big bear says that his sword represents demon, forming a huge sword. Theo is overwhelmed by what he is seeing. As the big bear performs his martial moves, it creates a huge rift, forming a huge waves large enough to crush thousands. Waving his sword down, the waves become stagnant. He asks Theo if he saw the magic dragon's martial path. With a nervous look, he says that he saw power and destruction, but why does he look like a girl? Big Bear says that Theo is on point, and it is the very essence of demon, intuitive and direct. Even if it eventually breaks, it's a straight line that pierces and destroys everything it touches. Violence, destruction and strength, that is the very foundation of swordsmanship itself, or more like death itself. He asks Theo what he thinks about the Plum Blossom Palace Lord's sword. Theo says that it was beautiful and elegant. The big bears think about it being beautiful and says that the Plum Blossom Palace Lord's sword contains the essence of life, so it makes sense. It's like a seed sprouting, growing and blooming into a flower that represents life itself. It's slow yet gentle and ever-changing, yet it never stops growing outwards. Theo thinks that this is the martial path, and wonders that even among the 9 dragons, the interpretations of the sword differs greatly. Big Bears laughs and asks Theo if he thinks that life and death are completely opposite. Theo asks him if that's not the case, but Big Man won't answer, as he stops his martial realm. Then hands Theo a book. He asks what this is, and it shocks him. It's a dialogue between him and the Plum Lord about the truth of the sword. Hearing this, Theo gets shocked, and Big Man says that it's extremely rare, but Theo got it, since he is a joint member of both the Magic Dragon and Sword Dragon. Hearing this, he is finding it hard to comprehend, as the 2 instructors sit together in a secluded place. This scene has happened when they were completing the book. He thinks that she is very cruel since Theo belongs to him, yet she wants to share him as a joint disciple. She tells him to be not jealous, because at the end of the day, this is all for Theo's, and he cannot deny that. Since he should be aware that Theo has garnered expectations that rival the other successor candidates. His talents means that he is growing rapidly, so he will hit a wall much harder. When he does face that wall, this will help him a lot. Old Man says that it's all fine, but what if a time comes when our Chad becomes an enemy of Ragnar? Hearing this, she gets shocked, because she is also aware that those who grew rapidly like this meet an unfortunate end. He says that if history repeats itself, the teaching will return to them as blood spilled for Ragnar's. She finds it unexpected, because she thought that his head was full of love for him. But after hearing his concerns, she is now certain that he is the right person to hold on to this. She hands him the manuals and tells him that when he is worthy of being a Ragnar and can value every moment, he should pass it on to him only. Moving on to the present, he has handed Theo the manual. To Theo, he thinks that the 2 dragon number 1 and 2 swords of the clan. To become a joint disciple of both the Sword Dragon and the Sword Dragon and the Demon Dragon. Theo asks him if he is really worthy of all this. Hearing this, Old Man says there is no need to be this humble, since he thinks he is worthy of this. Theo remains quiet, thinking to himself that he was able to grow this much all because of them. Even though he has not done anything from them, they continue to help them. Theo says that from the first day he has helped him a lot, and he promises to repay him one day. Hearing this, he gets excited, telling him that he can repay it right now. Taking out his sword, he says that it's been a while since he had a new disciple. Since he cannot stand by, the real lesson will start right now. Hearing this, Theo thinks that the real lessons will start now. Evelyn takes this opportunity to run outside and lock the door. As Theo asks for her, she apologizes, holding the door. At night, with a satisfying look, she opened the door, only to get shocked seeing Theo sitting like a meme character. She asks him if he is okay, consoling him that the commander went a little overboard. He says that he not only went overboard, she tells him to leave this aside, telling him as per his orders, she has confined someone in the underground detention hall. She asks him if it is alright to leave him be, since he is not the type to spill any beans no matter what they do. Theo tells her that it's all part of his plan, telling her to get close, and he whispers something in her ear. Hearing this, she gets shocked. The scene shifts to the Plum Blossom Palace, precisely the palace training ground. Theo greets her and she tells him that she has been waiting for him, asking him if he got the present that the demon dragon and she prepared for him. Theo says that her present has been great help to him. She summons her sword gracefully, flying in the air as plum blossoms surround the entire ground, and she gracefully land to the ground. What a way of flexing. She plans to continue to teach our chat about the building blocks of the technique that one might easily overcome, which is the root of swordsmanship. She again flexes, telling him that she would love to discuss how to blossom life with the sword. So she asks our chat again if Theo would like to become her disciple. Theo says that before he answers this question, he has something to ask her, telling her as she is asking this question as the Heaven Dragon Sword Master. Hearing this, she is surprised that he is aware of something that most people of the clan aren't aware of. She won't deny it, telling him that the Heaven Dragon School is a secret school that passes its teaching down through only one disciple, and she is its sole inheritor, asking if he wants to know her true intentions. Theo apologizes, telling him that she won't scold him, elaborating that she has no ulterior motives. From the Plum Blossom Sword technique to the Heaven Dragon Sword, she was going to pass all of it to him. Hearing this, Theo gets shocked, unable to speak a word. After some time, Theo exits the hall, when a nobody call for him, asking him if he is Theo, the new recruit of the White Dragon Cavalry. Hearing this, he asks him what if he is, and it's none of his business. This guy gets offended, calling Theo a curt for not even exchanging proper greetings. This busybody says that, since he has now become a member of the Plum Blossom Palace as a disciple of Lady Plum Blossom, he should be showing the bare minimum of respect towards his seniors. Since Theo is a type to get bullied, he says that he was wondering what this was about, but it was just an immature attempt at protecting his fragile egos. He asks him to bust his ass since he is not even his direct senior, so their ranks don't matter. Hearing this, their fragile egos get hurt. This turd shouts, telling him that what is he then, since he is not a disciple of the Plum Blossom Palace. Before Theo leaves, he says that they are gravely mistaken. The lady offered him to become her disciple. Turning around with overflowing aura, he says that he rejected her. Hearing this, they get shocked. We move on to what happened before. Theo asked if she is serious about passing both techniques to her. She asks him if it's enticing, which obviously is. Theo cannot understand why she cherishes him so much since he hasn't done anything for her yet. Hearing this, she tells him to stand up and tells him there is no big reason, but it's because it's just him. Telling him that he reminds him of the clan head, her husband Kyle. She says that he is exactly like him in his youth. Now that she thinks about this, it's not just the appearance, but even he used to chase after dreams and ideals when he was young, or maybe he is still thinking of it. This is why he could not despair and worked hard to break through any trials and challenges. Every day was an unending hardship, despite that not even for once did he yield or bend his principles. She has seen a side of him in Theo for which she fell in love with him, so she cannot stand by and remain still. She asks him if this answers his questions, so now it's his turn to reply. He tells her that although it's an attractive offer, he will have to decline. Hearing this, she asks him what the reason behind it is. He says that currently he has too many teachers, along with her, who has taught her many things. The demon commander Julius, his teammates, and his friends Hulkus and Erica, and even Ed and Axion, he considers them all his teachers. She gets shocked that he even considers Axion and the Sky Dragon teachers, since she heard they are on bad terms. Theo, in a nervous tone, says that because of the hardship they created is what built the current him. She remains quiet as he says that his sword has learned and changed because of everyone who has either loved or wronged him. For this very reason he is not confident he will be able to uphold the school's tradition and pass it down to the next generation. She thinks it is regretful because his sword is ever-changing, but Theo tells her that although he cannot become her disciple, he will gladly become her son. Hearing this, she seems genuinely shocked. Moving to the present, she is chilling in her garden, sipping wine, when her assistant asks her that she must have taken a liking to him, which she agrees while laughing. She says because the heavens didn't permit she could not have her own child, yet a child just like her husband promised to become her son, so it's foolish if she is not happy. The assistant says that she is happy to know that she is delighted. She says that she should thank Theo for making her a mother, so she tells her to prepare a letter for her to send it to her husband. She asks him the contents and she says it's about his promotion exam. Hearing this, she gets shocked, telling her that Theo is rookie who just finished his awakening ceremony. If he garners too much attention at such a young age, she should better know what might happen than anyone else. She says that's why she must hurry, before dangers befall the Ragnar clan. She wants to give Theo the entirety of the clan. Moving to the prison, there is the cripple who acted cocky. He tells a mysterious figure that he is finally here. This clown tells him to not resent him since this is all going according to his will. This loyal turd says he never doubts it, telling him to finish him off. As he throws the daggers, before they hit his neck, a mysterious power blocks them. Seeing this, the clown gets shocked. Evelyn breaks through the ceiling. Seeing her, this clown realizes that he has entered a trap. Evelyn instantly starts attacking him, easily overpowering him. Seeing her attacks, he cannot believe that she was this skilled. He thinks it's unfortunate that he cannot take him out. It would be better for him to escape than get caught. She says that she won't just stand by as she uses the wind god's technique, instantly subduing him. He thinks getting caught won't do, so he tries to erase evidence. Fortunately, Evelyn gets close, attacking his gut, instantly knocking him out. Moving to the White Dragon headquarters. They are discussing that Evelyn managed to catch an assassin alive. This assassin has been confirmed to be from Serpent Season. Serpent Season is a sub-organization of the Eastern Elite Clan, the Trovian clan. This shows they are connected to the Sky Dragon. Julius says that this pretty much confirms their suspicion of having a mole in their midst. They are holding this meeting in this remote place to avoid information getting leaked. According to their information, the Serpent Season is currently based out of an ancient castle in the Calhelm region. Within 3 hours from now, they will consider the mission a failure, burn any evidence, and run away. They need to ambush their base before they round up all their members and extract information that is the crux of this joint mission. This baddie says that her name is Null Snow, and this concludes her report. Theo is wondering why he personally getting to meet an agent with the rank of Null Snow. Julius says there is one more thing to add. This mission will serve as a promotion exam for Theo Ragnar. Theo, getting shocked, asks him if he has been qualified for a promotion. Big Man says that that's the case, but it's not roses and daisies. Since the difficulty of the test has gone up, as one rises through the ranks, it's normal for the difficulty of the exam to escalate. However, what is not normal is assigning a mission that can lead to a civil war for a mid-rank swordsman promotion exam. He heard that Theo ordered Evelyn to stake out the cells because he knew an assassin would come. Since he started this, he must see through it. Theo apologizes as he says that even if he is an heir, it is disrespectful of him to plan things without discussing it with the higher-ups. Since it has come to this, he must complete his mission flawlessly. He bumps heads with our Chad, telling him to get promoted to a mid-rank swordsman and earn solo mission privileges. A status window pops up telling him that it's his chance to clean up the dark ties of his previous life. Even Theo is curious what it is that tied him and them together to cause all this. This baddie asks Theo if he has any problem. Theo says that no matter what he will complete it no matter what. Old Man says that it concludes the meeting, and now it's time to start the snake extermination mission. This part starts deep in the forest. Pretty Mask tells them that there is a possibility of a mole, so they have limited this mission to 3 people. So including our couple, she herself is involved in this mission. She says that their target is an assassin organization. As swordsmen they should have the advantage in direct confrontation. However, there because disadvantages when it comes to numbers. She tells them that whatever is the case they should never let his guard down, and Theo agrees, ready to follow his orders. Moving to the office of Joker, 2 turds are discussing that they have taken care of the documents. They will leave as soon as someone they are expecting will return. One of them asks them how long this person has been out for. He says that it's been over 2 hours, so he should be back by now. A small ball enters the room and releases an immense amount of smoke. Due to this, the entire area is filled with smoke, blinding their visibility. Before they could even react, these turds get instantly killed. Just look at their faces for once. As they throws them around like ragdolls, she says that Evelyn and her will take care of them and Theo should take them to the basement. Theo is amazed that in an instant she took care of 3 people. Theo rushes towards the basement, all while thinking to himself that the blueprints they got during the mission briefing are accurate. Then, according to it, right up ahead will be the stairs to the basement. That's when Theo notices that he has stepped into a trap. Instantly an arrow is aimed towards his head, which our Chad barely manages to dodge. Then he uses his sword to stop multiple strikes in a matter of a second. Afterwards he uses his skill to read the area's information. Getting to see a detailed outline, Theo sees that not only are there traps, but there are men lying in wait for an ambush. Theo uses a dark white energy to levitate sword. The technique he uses is the thunder dragon breathing. As he launches the attack, the blades fly through the traps at blazing speed, cutting through all the traps. Moreover, it finishes the turds who were waiting for an ambush. As Theo gets down, he thinks to himself that if the security is this tight, there must be something in the basement. As he reaches the basement, he gets shocked. In front is someone who says that the stench of an impurity is reaching him all the way here. He says that to interrupt sacred prayer with slaughter, our Chad is an impatient follower. If I let the roasting go to the other side, this looks sick. Seeing this figure, he gets shocked because this turd is from the Holy Demon Church. These twisted turds believe that with a doctrine that says that the apocalypse is soon coming to the world, and that a savior will descend from the heaven. These people are a cult that have captured the ignorant masses. They are also the culprit behind the great war that will collapse the empire. The bald Barbie tells Theo that he seems to know exactly who he is. Theo uses hatchling synchronization to read the surrounding flow of mana. Looking at his mana flow, our Chad is shocked because he cannot believe a mysterious mana that doesn't follow the basic rules of mana is flowing from his broken open mind gate. Theo wonders if this is the grace referred to by the blood priests. This turd says that it seems that he is still a non-believer, which is alright, because this delusional Barbie is giving him the honor of becoming a sacrifice for the one and only God. As he rushes towards our Chad, he says that he should not reject the grace of their God. Although Theo managed to block his attack, it's as unbelievable that his hand is this hard. As the exchange moves, Theo gets pushed back. So he uses his dark aura to land a strong attack, but to his surprise this turd blocks sword using his bare hands. Theo cannot believe that he blocked a full-powered strike this easily. This Mortal Kombat character uses a fatality move and our Chad blasts through a wall. Theo is finding it hard to believe that he is a blood priest, who is part of the bottom ring of the demon church, yet he is this powerful. And inside here he cannot use his ultimate move unless he wants to get buried down here alive with him. But the problem is that simple mana attacks don't work on him. So he wonders what he can do with his sword now. That when Theo remembers the essence of death and the life he was taught, since they are polar opposites, it would be hard to combine them. As for the turd, he is ready to strike our Chad, calling for his lord, saying that the sheep is spilling precious blood. And as he tries to use a finishing move, giving our Chad as a sacrifice. The impact was so strong that it shattered the ground, but looking at his side he sees Theo rushing from the side. As their eyes meet, this TikToker says that he is a persistent young sheep. Theo has realized that the two swords were not opposites. Life and death are a natural cycle. Death always waits the end of life, and using death as a nutrient, life blossoms. They are not two powers but one. If he apples that principle on the four, that's wasted by being applied too widely, and gather all of the power in one strike, the turd tries to act as if he can block it. As Theo lands his new move, Dragon Flash, the impact was colossal, but the turd blocks, saying that although it's louder, it's not any different from before, but blood spills from his hands, which shocked him. He realizes that the attack feels alive. In an instant he gets thrown to the wall, severely injured. The injured Barbie says that to attain knowledge during slaughter he is a seed of evil, but he cannot allow him to sully the Lord's world any longer. Theo grabs onto his head using the system to read his memories. Theo thinks that he needs to use this chance to figure it out. Because he needs to know the source of this strange power that the Holy Demon Church uses. By some reason the space distorts and Theo is in some place. Theo thinks that this is completely different from all the other times he has read memories, it's as if he has been transferred to another place. That's when Theo realizes that this system is malfunctioning. It says that he has encountered an enemy who is at a far higher level, so he should run away. Theo cannot believe what is happening. That's when a voice asks him who he is. Asking him what he is, a huge ice surrounds the entire void. A huge creature the size of a planet asks our Chad why he is breaking his sweet slumber. Theo is nervous, thinking if this is the being that the Holy Demon Church worships. The ugly trash orders him to answer his question. Theo thinks that if this is their god, at the grace that they are all on about. Our Chad is very nervous, as the ice comes closer, taking a look at our Chad. It recognizes him and call our Chad by his name. Theo cannot understand how he know him, as the minster says that he has been searching for him all this time. As he calls Theo the blight of this world, he devours our Chad. As the eye turns into a weird liquid devouring him. From the huge moldy yellow light is released. The cheap copy of Venom gets blasted when a dragon breaks through. It's none other than Lodbrok. Seeing her, our Chad gets shocked. She tells Theo that the overweight Venom is not something he can face yet. It's a being so strong that even if he reaches the ancestors' level will not be suffice to get a certain victory. She tells him to leave this place to her as she pushes his out. The next second he wakes up from his slumber. As Theo is vomiting blood, he cannot believe that Lodbrok has been standing up against a thing like that all by herself. Then he notices the priest going crazy because a non-believer sought his lord, yet he who has dedicated his entire life didn't get a glimpse. As he goes crazy, Theo takes this opportunity to finish him off, telling him that a god like that is not something even he wants. But Theo is surprised to know that the god the demonic church worship is the nameless sovereign that Lodbrok spoke about. She had told him that for the past 1,000 years she has remained here, bound by the duty to protect the world from it. But because she has lost her heart, she won't last longer than 3 years. In 5 years, during the Great War breakout, which is centered around the Demon Church, the death of the Guardian Dragon and the rise of the Holy Demon Church, the rebellion started by Ed Trovan. There is no way all this happened at the same time, so they all must be connected. Before Theo was about to faint, Evelyn grabs onto him, telling him that he has done a great job. Mommy Assassin thinks to herself that they hurried because one of the targets was a blood priest. But it's very surprising that our Chad managed to take one down by himself. She praised our Chad, saying that by defeating a blood priest alone he has proven himself. Moving back to base, she says she has collected the documents. All the evidence are circumstantial evidence, and nothing works as a smoking gun. Theo takes out a box and tells her to check it out. He discovered the box from the basement. Seeing the box, Evelyn is shocked because it is the object she has collected on behalf of Theo before the awakening ceremony. It is the secret trade logs between the Ceres Merchant Guild and the Trovian clan. She was wondering why he hadn't used it, but now she realizes that he has saw this far out. As she reads through the logs, it belongs to the Ceres Merchant Guild. There is even a trade logo with the Trovians' official seal. She is impressed, saying that he has done great work. With this they can prove that it was Ed Trovan planning the treason. And also the involvement of the Holy Demon Church. They now have sufficient information, and after submitting a quick report they will immediately strike the Ceres Guild. Theo thinks to himself the time for Ed to pay is knocking on the door. The scene moves to Big Man all angry on Ed, cursing him by saying that he knew he would betray one day. The masked man says that they cannot say for certain, though there are circumstantial evidence, so he is still a suspect. Julius says that he is not a fool. The fact that the mighty Black Dragon is sharing this information means that this has gone beyond suspicion. In response, he says him to not make any unnecessary assumptions. Julius says that judging by his response, it sounds like he was aware of it, yet he let it happen. He says Theo named shocking our big man. He elaborates that according to Cleve's report, he defeated a blood priest by himself. Julius tells him to not go there, as he tells him to hand Theo over since he is a very talented individual. He explains that Theo has excellent perception and deduction. The ability to see the bigger picture from the tiniest clues. These methods greatly resembles those of the Black Snow. It is as if he has personal experience. He tells him to get lost since he has called dibs on him, telling that he and OSA are both thieves. The Black Dragon is surprised that he has called him Big Brother. All four of them became sworn brother and sister centuries ago, trying to get emotional. Seeing this, he tells him to scram and he won't be getting Theo no matter what. He tells Julius that he has yet to realize something. In an instant he gets behind him and says that it is natural for a big brother to take from his little brother. He steals a few alcohol bottles, telling him to prepare something more expensive next time. As he was rushing out, he thinks to himself that he is relieved that there is no mole in the white armored dragon cavalry. Only a few places have stayed away from the Sky Dragon. He thinks it would not be bad to leave the mission to him, since they should be arriving soon. And as he leaves, he thinks it would be interesting to face the Serus Guild / moving to the Ceres Merchant Guild Central Branch. Nobody introduces himself as if I have time today it. Anyway, an overweight Baldy, which is the guild master, says that he is formally requesting a betrothal between the two clans. He will be entangled with the fourth daughter of their clan. From now onwards, the Ceres family and the Bacchus clan will be connected by blood. As the fat turd thinks to himself that it is within his grasp, they have entangled themselves with Ignoble. And it won't be long before they make the Ragnars pay for looking down in them. Just look at that smile, and he should brush his teeth. As this part continues, the leader is very pissed because a mere merchant mentioned his family name before the Bacchus family, which is one of the 6 pillars. But he is holding himself because he can save his family with the dowry from this marriage. Since it doesn't matter what's going to happen to an illegitimate child. Moving to this Naven dude, he says that he can easily tell his thoughts. As he looks at the fat turd, he wonders if this merchants have any intention of truly helping them. But they are not aware that their store is used as collateral, so they won't live for long anyway. Because he must see his cursed family go down as he kneels greeting his bride. He promises to treat her well as their son-in-law and her husband. Hearing this, she shocks him, saying he can prove it. He tells her that it looked to him that she wants something, but his family is bankrupt right now. So much so that even he is being sold right now. The old man gets shocked when he says that as his bride wants something, he can give her his family seal. As for the old man, he continues to curse him. As she starts taking her overcoat off, she goes crazy, telling him to bring the head of Theo Ragnar, since he is the one who cut off one of her arms. Naven thinks that since she is openly telling him to assassinate a family heir, she is not a normal woman. Hearing this, everyone is talking among themselves. Fatso calms her down, telling her not to say such things in public. That's when his voice gains their attention, as this turd says that since his bride wants it, he will bring his head over. Outside, the public are seeing wyverns flying in the sky, as 3 figures jump from the sky. They get shocked when they see the Ragnar insignia. Assassin waifu tells them that from now on, with Ragnar's name, they will enforce justice. They have discovered that the one who attacked Ragnar has close ties to the Ceres merchant group. She elaborates that they have discovered that the one who attacked Ragnar has close ties to the Ceres merchant group. With that, they will search to analyze the traces of treason. If anyone dares to interfere or stops them, they will be judged to be taking part in treason, thus killed on spot. She shouts, saying that if they are innocent, they should allow the investigation by the Ragnars. The Fatso is stuck because they have been caught. He tells himself that he must remain strong right now. The old man asks him just what is he saying. Pretty Mask asks him to come out right now, as the Fatso is burning fat, as his subordinate asks him not to mess around. He barks, telling her not to mess around since a small piece of paper can be fabricated easily. And it's very clear that someone is trying to frame them, so no matter what, they are playing dirty. This turd says that the Ceres family will prove their loyalty to Ragnar. So he orders his soldier to exterminate the ones that are looking down on Ragnar. The old man says that what he is saying is that he won't cooperate with their investigation. So this marriage won't be happening. The Fatso says that he is not going down alone and he is going to go down with them, since the crime is treason. As a member of the 6 pillars, he should be aware what treason means. If they really had concrete evidence, not just them but an entire army would cover the sky. This concludes that they are not sure about the evidence, so if they stop them this once, they can pass through this. Naven interrupts him, saying that it's useless telling it to a man who struggles to go to the washroom alone. He mocks the old man, then proceeds to say that this is a better way since he got a chance to bring a wedding present to his bride. The old man gets shocked when he realizes that he stole his sword without him noticing. As this turd jumps around towards our Chad, the old man curses his since the moment they picked up the sword they have become accomplices. Since they are stuck, he orders his people to help the series family. As they point their blades towards our Chad, she tells them that this is their last warning. If they don't move, they will kill him on spot for treason. As the soldier are in a tough situation, a mysterious figure gets in between them. It's that Naven dude, as he tells them that people from the Ragnar people really like executing people. Theo and Evelyn couldn't detect him, but I am pretty sure assassin waifu detected him. A single attack from him pushes them away. He greets them saying, especially Theo, since he never thought he would be saying this on their first meeting. As for Theo, he cannot believe that he is meeting this dude here. During the Great War, this guy along with the series merchant and Trovian caused great damages. The ghost sword Naven, as he points his sword, he launches multiple attacks pushing our Chad. If he were to use the information from the past, this can become a chance for him to get tremendous power. Theo tells them that he will handle him alone. Hearing this, Evelyn says that he is way too strong. Masked waifu tells her to have trust on him, since the others are destroying evidence, so they cannot wait for him to finish. As they continue to battle, he says that it's good for him if they don't interfere. Asking Theo if he will be alright, elaborating that although he looks like this, he is pretty strong. Theo says he feels similar, saying if he can ask him something. With a straight tone, he says that pointing a sword towards Ragnar is an act of treason, making him one. So he is doing this to ruin his family as a revenge for his mother. Hearing this, he says that our Chad is bringing up one annoying memory. Because of this, he has gotten one more reason to take his head. Theo tells him to wait and let him finish, as he will help him with the Bacchus family. As a hidden quest pops up telling him to recruit the ghost sword Naven as his ally. Naven Bacchus is the family's unofficial strongest sword, the reason why he didn't receive recognition from his family. Despite having abilities comparable to Thorkel is because he's an illegitimate child born from the brothel. Because of this exceptional talent, his mother was killed as he cried in deep agony. Because of that, he must also have the intention of taking his revenge against the Bacchus family. If he can make use of this information, he can come to his side. Theo says he will help him with his revenge and the downfall of the Bacchus family. He holds his head, telling Theo that he is not aware where he got this information about his mom. But one thing is certain, that, in that instant, he launches an extremely strong attack which Theo blocks. As Naven says that he has no reason to accept his offer / even without working with Theo, the Bacchus family is going to fall because of treason. Theo says that he is right, that without his help the Bacchus family is going to disappear together with him, that is. This lazy-ass size telling him that there is no need to worry since he doesn't have any regrets in life anyways. So he doesn't mind disappearing with that useless family. He remains quite the second. Theo says that it is because of the ether fever. An illness he got because his young body couldn't bear his talent. If he received intensive treatment in the early stages, it's curable. But if one misses the time, it becomes an incurable disease and dramatically shortens his lifespan. The Bacchus family didn't treat his illness on time, so his remaining life expectancy. Naven says that he has 5 years at max and elaborates that as expected from a young master of a noble clan, he must have done a dirty investigation on his background. As he gets ready to attack our Chad, saying that nothing is going to change anyway since the Bacchus clan will disappear today and he will meet his demise. Theo blocks his sword, smirking and telling him that he can cure his disease, but Naven cannot accept. Theo pushes him back, thinking to himself that in his past life the cure was found just after his death. So now only he knows the cure for the disease. Theo assures him that the cure can be cured 100%, hearing this he instantly loses his composure. Theo says just like he said that the Bacchus family will disappear even without him working with our boy. But if he takes his side even after the Bacchus family disappears, he can live as a hero that helped the Ragnar family. Telling him to trust our Chad this once. Moving to the series guild main building, they are throwing cannons at our pretty waifus, but they are easily deflecting them. Evelyn thinks they are very annoying. Cleve agrees but wonders if Theo is done. Looking at them from far, they are rather having a conversation. Cleve throws aside the spear and thinks it too much for her and wonders if she should kill everyone. In a flashback we see the Black Dragon ordering her to not act up, since their priority is to analyze his potential and they should recruit him soon. She asks him if what he means is for her observe him. He agrees, saying that although he caught the priest, she didn't witness it directly. She agrees, and he says that is why they will have to confirm it. The mission of the Black Pillar is to accurately analyze the individuals who will lead the future of Ragnar's. She should keep that in mind. Securing additional evidence is Theo's mission in this operation. So she should focus on assessing in Theo's capabilities. She says that she will keep that in mind, but what is the limit beyond which she can intervene? He thinks for a second, and since it is related to the demonic sect, he will let him interfere for the level of bishop and above. Moving to the present, she thinks that the leader is going to nag him a lot if she interferes at only in this level. But if the mission is delayed, her time off time will also be delayed. That's when a figure rushes forward at blazing speeds, it none other than Naven Bacchus. Evelyn is worried if our Chad lost to him, but her future husband is rushing behind him. Seeing all this, she gets shocked, as he blazes through all arrows, telling the ladies that if they will forgive him for the discourtesy with this. Since now they are on the same side, the hidden quest of making the ghost sword Naven an ally succeeds. The three of them charge towards the minions, with Naven being overexcited. As he leaps in the air, one of the turds say that they can shoot him down, since he won't be able to avoid the arrows mid-air. But he is no ordinary fighter, as he jumps over them and lands on top of one of the weapons. Then he proceeds to destroy the weapons along with the people operating them. The clan leader curses him, saying that he dares to betray the family that raised him, telling him how he could point his sword towards his family. Hearing the word family, Naven charges towards him. With cold-blooded eyes, he says that for an illegitimate child there is no family. Then in an heartbeat he splits him in half. In a matter of seconds he finishes them off. Seeing the display of power, she is surprised that he lives up to his reputation of being able to fight equally with young Lord Thorkel. She wonders how he managed to convince him. Hearing this, our Chad says that he just promised him what he wanted, telling them to not stay still and follow him. As Theo leads the group, he tells them to capture Quadrax Ceres. Moving to the Fatso, one of his minions informs him that they are getting pushed back. The Fatso is aware of all this, so he tells them that they must destroy all documents. At first they must burn documents related to the Trovian clan. He tells the minions that they cannot burn those documents. He tells Fatso to think rationally or else there will be unnecessary casualties. This side-eyed pig says that if they burn those, how will they get back their investment? Asking him if he is going to give up on that money just because of these turds. A figure enters the scene, telling the pig that he cannot think far because he is drunk on his greed. With a frightened look, he says that he is here and require his help. There are two shadowy figures. As for Theo, he is charging straight towards the castle. In an instant he neutralizes the minions guarding the door. But the door opened by itself, and a huge figure followed by his minions say that it is time for his believers to rejoice. This part starts with a turd chanting religious terms, saying that the sentient beings have been blinded by greed and failed to see the bigger picture. The Fatso says that currently he requires his help right now. As the two cosplaying TikToker walks towards him, he says that they came 80 the perfect time. As fat rapidly burns from his body, he says that the universe wouldn't let him die in vain, telling them to think the Holy Demon Church sent their bishop, since they came a bit of help would suffice. This blabbering dog says that since they are in the same bed with the Trovian clan, since they are all in the same boat, he is sincerely asking for Theo's help. One of the cosplaying turds says that they will be needing him on the day of the judgment, so they will lend a hand. But before all that, they want all the documents related to Trovian. He asks them why they are looking for it. He has hidden them since they are his cash cow. He blabbers about money, but before he could finish, this cosplaying turd grabs the Fatso by his mouth, calling him another fool. He called this Fatso worthless non-believer, asking him if he is trying to defile the Great Lord's grand plan. The bishop tells his minion to just kill him, since they have people standing in queues to fund them anyways. As Fatty was getting crushed, he apologizes, telling him that he has committed a great sin by showing discourtesy. He says that if he dies now, Trovian will continue to be under suspicion. He tells him to stop, so the mini cosplayer throws him to the side. He tells Fatso to burn all documents related to Trovian right away. This turd then warns him, telling him to not even think about running away, which will be the best for him, because their lord is watching everything. Moving back to Theo, he breaks through the armed forces. As the door opens, the bishop is leading his huge force. Seeing Theo is red as if he was waiting for this moment, the bishop of the demon church. He tells his followers that with their blood the shall descend. With their blood the god shall descend, and worship their lord. As these crazy lunatics charge towards him, as they come face to face with each other, Theo slashes through them, as he says to himself that he had suspected that the holy demon church would be hiding here. But he never expected them to send someone as high-ranking as a bishop. As Theo continues to charges through the pile of turds, everyone from their side is getting overwhelmed because of their sheer number. Cleve stands still as she thinks to herself that the bishop really came. So this is gonna be way more of a hassle than she had thought. Or maybe this is good thing, as she puts her hand on her swords and draws two at the same time. My friends, this looks so damn hot. After all, this is more than enough reason for her to step in. As Theo is serious, he says that they are back to where they started. As Cleve enters the battle with a single strike of her sword, she eliminates hundreds of them. As she tells Theo that she will take it from this point, as she won't allow those standing in Ragnar's way to head away with it, so she will annihilate them all here. Theo tells her to stop, stating that they must not forget why they are here, since they have to secure the documents before they destroy them. She sighs, telling Theo that she seems to have overestimated him. As she continues to chop them up like slicing butter, she says since the demon turds have intervened, they don't need any more evidence. Theo runs with her as he disagrees with her, telling her that intact they are currently trying to stop them right now, which means the documents are much more important than they thought. Cleve understands and asks him what his plans are. Theo says that no matter what happens, they need to go through here before anything else. As Theo kills more of them, he says that he has a solution to this. For the first time in many chapters, he opens his mind gate and uses the hatching synchro to scan the surroundings. As Cleve continues to kill them, he says that he doesn't have any solid proof, but considering the Black Dragon said she will wait and watch. One of the turds tries to act up in front of her. She is so quick that she instantly finishes him off, telling her that she will trust him just this once. As Theo leaps forwards, hundreds of these turds are surrounding him. A strong gust of wind rips through them, but Naven interferes, killing more of them, as he tells him that his humble self has cleared the way ahead for him. Hearing this, Evelyn gets pissed as she asks him from when did he starts calling him Lord. Theo uses the dragon's footwork to leap through them as he thanks them before leaking. It's called the Thunder Dragon, breathing the dark mark. He swiftly travel through them in a matter of seconds, since they wouldn't leave the task of destroying classified documents to someone else. The right person for this job would obviously be the Fatso. Moving to the big belly, he stares at the documents. As for Theo, he is pissed. The status window says that he can resolve an ill-fated relation from a past life and stop his evil scheme. As they both land on the ground, blood draping from the sky like rainfall. Then, like a savage, he says that he is the Lord's first sword, Naven Bacchus. Hearing this, Evelyn says that the joke is too much for him. Hearing this, Naven says that judging by her reaction, she is the first sword, so he doesn't have to worry too much. But if it was Cleve, he would gladly be the second sword, as our goddess continues to chop them up like cutting vegetables. Evelyn asks him if he thinks he is better than Herm. Hearing this, he charges towards her and using his sword. But instead of attacking her, he chops multiple of them who try to attack her. As he points his swords towards her neck, she says that it just so happens that they are on the same side, so they can decide it here, and the one who catches the most believers becomes the first sword. She says that they are on a mission and she has no time to participate in trivial stuff. Evelyn gets pissed because he taunts her by saying if she is scared to lose. Evelyn charges towards her, shocking her as he thinks he might have said too much. But he gets surprised as she kills multiple of them behind this chatterbox. She will be the wife so he can take the first sword. As she goes past her, she says she will clearly show him why she is the first sword. Even Naven gets motivated as he rushes towards her direction. Moving to the Fatso, he goes past multiple hidden passages to reach the place where the documents are stored. Seeing the documents, the turd is nervous because this the evidence to collect money from Trovian. He will just have to burn this and they can escape from being charged with treason to some point. As Fats burns fast from his body, he says that he really needs to burn this. Since all of this is worth so much and it will not be easy to recover this. Furthermore, if he counts the business they have given to the Sky Dragon, he must get it back no matter what. As he lets go of the torch, thinking he has no other choice. But before it could land, Theo barges into the room, grabbing onto the lamp in the last moment. Fatzos asks our Chad how he managed to reach here. Theo tells him that it seems his fourth daughters were not enough, as the fatty leaks blood. He apologizes, telling him that he will do anything to if he spares him. Without any hesitation, Theo uses a simple strike, finishing him off instantly, saying that a traitor of Ragnar must be executed. As Theo is done with the task, the control panel says that the fourth quest has been completed. Theo wonders if this is really worth mobilizing the demon forces. The secret ledger given to Cleve itself is more than enough to take down him, but with this they can take down the Trovian clan. Since the Sky Dragon is just a tale, but he must go for the Trovian itself. With the documents presented, all ties to them. Each and every document is an important evidence, so he is not sure what to take first. As he looks around, he finds the Rose Palace investigation report. Theo gets shocked as he sees that, opening that, it warns about the Black Dragon's surveillance when trying to acquire relics. It is Ed Trovian's handwritten document, and they have acquired 2 relics so far. It says he has found 2 relics and the rest are in the Rose Palace. Theo gets pissed as he realizes that it means that the discrimination, false accusation and miserable ending happened for no reason in his past life. As such, Theo and his mom shall be removed. All this just because a relic might exist. He tears the paper and says that nothing will change even if he opens it. He will need to slowly take revenge, and as a first step he will take away the relics he has acquired with effort. A system information pops up saying that he has discovered 2 relics of the ancient. It's already night and the duo is fighting non-stop. Evelyn says that he remembers him now. As they continue to charge towards him, they continue their attacks. Evelyn says that he is the heretic who passed the awakening ceremony 7 years ago as the runner-up and vanished afterwards. As he continues to kill them, he says that he is honored that she remembers someone like him. As he continues his assault, he asks her if she has time for this, since at this rate he is going to take her place as the first sword. But he gets shocked when a strong wind forms a tornado. Evelyn used the God Tempest secret manual Squall Tug, instantly killing hundreds of them, telling him that it's a tie now, and he has no choice but to agree on this. A huge Temu Hulk tries to attack him, but he manages to dodges the attack. Moving back to the Temu Hulk, he says that our duo are a bunch of insolent for interfering with the god's plan. Naven tells Evelyn to end the comet with this guy, and Evelyn agrees, telling him to settle this wager with this guy. As they both charge towards him with full power, a figure appears behind him, instantly crushing him to death. It's Evelyn's subordinate as he asks her how his performance was, telling her that he showed up at the perfect time. But both of them are extremely pissed, asking him why he touched him. As for him, he is turned into a donkey, thinking what they are talking about. Soon enough, hundreds of drakes surround the place, as 1F the squad leader orders the platoon to annihilate the Ceres Merchant Guild and Holy Demon forces. As their battle continues, from inside the church a voice echoes. It's the bishop, as he says that he deeply yearns as the blood sky herald a new sun that never draws its end. And their faith shall not falter. And their sacred guide should bring in peace. As for Cleve, she is exhausted after her battle. She sighs, saying that being calculative doesn't sit right with her, as she went all out for this battle. As for the bishop, he has been turned into a pile driver, as she says that it feels like weight has been lifted off her chest. After battle, Evelyn sits with townspeople and tells them to show their trade association ID and they are free to go. She orders them damage control people to move over to another desk. As for the guy helping her, he has gone mad, telling her why she even needs this information. Everyone has gone crazy as rumors mention that someone ate Flying Dragon's cargo horse. Another turd asks if they will get special allowance for this commission. Their voice flood our waifu's ears as she cannot control her temper. As she loses her control, she throws them away, telling them to figure it out themselves, since she sucks at paperwork herself. She then starts looking for Black Snow since they dumped their work onto them and ran away. Theo reports that the files he has submitted are the ones they tried to destroy. It contains evidence of stealing property and intel from Ragnar and even a detailed treason plot. Cleve shocks Theo as she praises him, calling him mid-rank swordsman. She says that he works well like someone who has been with Black Snow, so it might not be bad to accept the Black Dragon's offer. Theo acts like a turd, so she says that she was only acting joking, so there is no need to get flustered. He tells he cannot figure it out if he is joking. She tells him that she has good news for him. The Sky Dragon operation is underway, as the ledger from last time was enough to prove their treason after all. She says that Black Snow's elite arrest team is on the way. They are likely taking them to the capital, that when another masked dude enters the scenes telling them that Ed Trovian has been hiding his power all this time. As he slaughters them, only a fool reveal all his cards. As he is done with the elite force, he congratulates our Chad, saying that he has destroyed everything he has worked hard to build and he is tearing it all this time. As he laughs like crazy, saying that he will go crazy if that is what he wants. Because the Trovian's plan is still in motion. Although they might have lost the Dragon Slayer sword, but he got his hands on this, which is more than enough. He says to his father that the time is coming and he will need to call him forth. This part starts at the Camellia Palace, which is filled with people and everyone is busy making clothes. And it seems that they are serving customers. Elf Mommy is surprised because this place is getting busier as days pass by. Cecilia greets her mother as she asks her what is it with the tailors. With enthusiasm she says that they are starting a new business, a high-end brand dealing with luxury fabrics and accessories. How did she get prettier then? Before moving to her mother she gets shocked by her preposition. She laughs, telling herself that it has been ages since she say her smile like that. Just look at her, man, never mind, I should stop simping on her, as they keep glazing her and lets her collect aura points. She tells her mother that she does not have to worry about payment anymore. Before she could say anything she tells her that she must be here for money, and Elf Mommy tells herself that she catches on way too fast. She agrees, but that is not the only reason she is here. Hearing this, Cecilia asks what news it is about. But hearing that it is about the Rose Palace, fear struck her face. With a worried look she asks her if anything has gone wrong with her son. Then says if that wicked wench Emile did something to hurt him again. Looking at her face she wonders how worried her daughter has been all this while. She holds her head, telling her to calm down, since it's the opposite of what she is wondering. She tells Cecilia to not be surprised, but her information shocks her to the core. Back at the Rose Palace everyone is shocked to the core, since what they are witnessing is her at the top of the gates. Just the sight of this is enough to shock everyone present. Back at the place she falls to the ground, saying that she had though about all this and her legs gave out. She continues to cry, telling her mother if it really happened, and she tells her that if she has ever seen a lying elf. As she cries she tells her that all this time she didn't let it show, since she felt like she was walking on a blade's edge. There has been constant plots, false accusation and even assassination attempts. She has never told anyone, but she almost died many times, and every time she prayed and begged that her son would be spared. As tears pour down her eyes she asks her if all this is really over. Elf Mommy gets shocked by her answers, so she calms her down, saying that it's all over and she has endured a lot on her own all this time. Moving to Naven, he tells Theo that he has turned into quite the celebrity. As for out Chad, he is making tea, telling him that it took him long enough. Asking him if he has wrapped things up, Naven says that he told Black Snows not to let it out, but he already knows about it. He says that the Bacchus clan will be dissolved, from the head of the clan to anyone who has signed the merchant receipts. They will all be stripped of their titles at least. He laughs, saying that they are reaping what they have sown. With this the Bacchus clan will be totally done for. Theo asks him if this is enough. Hearing this, Naven cannot figure this out, so Theo proposes something to him. He gets shocked because he says that he will become the head of the Bacchus clan. With a focused look he says that if everyone besides him loses their title, he will be the only one who can become the head. Also he should join hands with him for the coming war with Trovian. Naven laughs, realizing what is happening, and thinks to himself that he was aiming for this from the start. The power struggles between them is in the open and a war with the Trovian is inevitable. The involvement between the Holy Demon Church and Trovian has been confirmed in the Sky Dragon Rebellion. Outside this information is available in the notice board. And the people of Ragnar thinks that it is a declaration of war between the clans. Since they have been exposed, the Holy Demon and the Trovian won't stay silent. Naven says that these mean nothing to him since he has no time left. He also needs to be getting something in return as well. Theo laughs, saying he has done something about it, and he drops something on the table. It's an Iron Man hardcore, as he says that this is the cure to his disease. He hands him the recipe for the cure of the ether fever and the main ingredients of an ether core. Although it is not publicly known yet, but ether fever is caused by disrupted internal mana flow. The core will stabilize his mana flow, saying he didn't expect this. Theo gets shocked, saying her had figured he would treat him just enough. And he wouldn't and keep him on a leash, then suggests if what he takes what he wants and then run away. Theo says he wouldn't mind if he did. Right now, the way Ragnar's only obsessed with power has a lot of problems. Both of them are victims of that culture after all, and he doesn't want to dominate all this through strength but trust alone. Hearing all this, Naven remains quiet. What Theo wants to build is not oppression or pressure but trust. As he picks up the teacup, he says that he tried not to look down on Theo for being young but not an immature romantic. After drinking his tea, he take out his sword, saying that he Naven Bacchus of the Bacchus clan. Swears to serve him as the sword of Theo. Ragnar, hearing this, he says if this is enough for him. And Archad says that it is more than enough. After dealing with him, Theo gets up, wondering that the war with the Trovian is unfolding quicker than he had thought. But he is not worried since everything is going smooth so far, and it's time for him to open the treasure box. The second he touches one of them, a sub-quest pops up telling him to conquer the 2 relics. As Theo touches the Erificat, he says that till the relics he has absorbed are of the Lesser Drake and the Griffin, which has been very effective. As he opens the box, he comes across a ring which according to Theo is the relic. As he wears the ring, a system panel pops up. It says that the primordial dragon relic, the thirsted ring, has been equipped. As such, the entire space distorts and he gets teleported to a desert. All Theo can see is sand and rock, and if this is the desert he talked about, but it is hotter than he had expected. As he sweats crazily, he wonders what he is supposed to do here. The system panel informs him that he has entered the Guardian's territory and he must survive for 72 hours. Theo continues to sweat. He cannot believe that he has to survive for 72 hours, as he feels like he will have a heat stroke. All of a sudden the ground starts shaking and from the ground something bursts out. Seeing the entity, Theo has a face that you would make in front of your mom if you guys failed in exams. A huge worm, which is the boss, has appeared. In front of it, Theo looks like an ant. Seeing Archad, it recognizes Theo as an intruder and opens its smelly mouth to eat him. As Theo creates distance, he summons his sword and instantly uses the Thunder Dragon breathing mark. Although the strike looks strong and heavy, it just left a small mark. Theo is shocked that his dragon mark did nothing to it. That when an attack shocks Archad, turning him into a white-faced turd. Huge waves of thunder is emitting from it, as Theo realizes it's a thunder worm. His earlier attack was not effective because they possess the same element. This ugly worm continues to blabber. Intruder, die as it spams its thunder attack. Although it is stupid, it knocks the mount in front of Theo, blocking his escape route. And then opens his ugly mouth and tries to eat our Theo, but he manages to escape in the nick of time. He was so fast that he used his footwork to create some spaces. Theo checks his timer just to see that all of this happened in a span of 5 minutes, and with the time left he cannot survive. This worm travels underground, so it is hard to attack this as it blasts out again from the ground, releasing immense thunder, and since they are from the same element, it's ineffective. Moreover, even the terrain is on its side. Thinking about this, he generates an idea, putting a smile on his face. He then takes something out from his inventory, and it's another relic he got from his last mission. As he continues to barely dodge this ugly worm, he gambles and equips the beautiful earring, since it might be worth a try. The system window pops saying that he has equipped the primordial butterfly, saying that Theo is about to enter the 3rd dungeon. An error occurs and the system says that he is currently in the middle of another mission, so he may not enter another mission. Theo already expected this, but to his surprise the space starts cracking, ripping open, and from it extreme amount of cold is released. The system pop says that the 2 dungeons are attempting to invade each other from the portal, and I observing them, and it says that the ice bloom. As the huge creature arrives, it has a unique design as it is a dragon with butterfly wings. As it tells Theo that it has been a while since he saw a chosen one, this guardian is the fairy dragon. As it starts raining ice shards, it says that Theo has to pay for his arrogance. Theo manages to save himself in the nick of time, saying that this is not what he had expected. Theo realized that from both sides he has been surrounded and he has no way to escape. So for the next 72 hours all he can do is defend himself. So he should survive on his own, getting ready to kill them. That when a huge wave of energy ignores Theo and instead is aimed towards the dragon, which had managed to block by curling itself into a ball. He asks the guardian and it says what this worm is doing, and the response is intruder die. The dragon agrees, saying there cannot be two guardian. Seeing all this, Theo is flabbergasted. Meanwhile, a huge fight between the two turds start. The system window pops saying that two guardian are fighting for priority. As the two colossal guardians turned their rage upon each other, their temporary truce shattered in an instant. Theo watched the unfolding chaos from a safe distance, the sheer power on display sending a shiver down his spine and making his own weapon tremble. The spirit of the white moonlight blade, the griffin, was itching for a fight. Theo smirked, patting the blade and telling it to hold on a little longer. He had a feeling this glorious mess would be over soon. The battlefield became a storm of elemental fury as lightning met ice. The fairy dragon's crystalline form was battered by the worm's electrical assault, while the worm writhed in pain from the dragon's frost attacks. The fairy dragon pierced the worm's hide with a shard of ice, but the worm simply coiled around its foe, its massive jaw preparing to crush the elegant beast. The fairy dragon retaliated, unleashing a beam of pure frost that froze a section of the worm's body. The ground was littered with shattered ice and scorched sand. The worm howled as its flesh was torn by the dragon's ice. The two beasts mauled each other relentlessly, a flurry of scales and teeth. The worm chomped down hard, its teeth scraping against the dragon's icy armor. The impact sent the fairy dragon reeling. Though both were bloodied and bruised, the fairy dragon found an opening, tearing at the worm's side with a furious counterattack. It ripped and clawed, finally managing to tear one of the worm's limbs clean off. Seeing his opportunity, Theo decided it was time to crash the party. This was much better than paying for a ringside seat. He shot forward like a dark arrow, spinning his blade as it glowed with power. He declared that the worm was first on his list. His attack, amplified by the chaotic energy, struck the wounded dragon. The beast shrieked in pain. Theo then gave his blade permission to run wild. With a surge of power, he unleashed the spectral form of the griffin. The ethereal beast dove towards the shocked desert worm, its talons outstretched. Phantom claws tore through the monster's spiritual essence, leaving the fairy dragon stunned and horrified. The battlefield fell silent as Theo landed softly on the now frozen ground. A pair of system notifications confirmed his success, congratulating him on hunting the desert worm and updating his subquest progress to 1 of 2. As he suspected, hunting the boss was the same as conquering the relic. He turned his cold gaze to the last one standing. Panicked, the fairy dragon pleaded for him to wait, asking for a chance to escape. Theo had a moment to talk. The dragon insisted this wasn't the proper way to conquer a relic, claiming to be the most knowledgeable guardian there to test his wisdom. It offered to spare him if he could solve its riddle, a proposition Theo found amusingly timed. He simply stated that he had proven his wisdom already, much to the dragon's confusion. Theo explained that his wisdom was making them fight each other, a revelation that made the dragon tremble in terror. He told the so-called most knowledgeable guardian that if it was truly wise, it would accept the outcome. Defeated, the dragon stammered that they could have the riddle anyway. A final flash of light consumed the creature, and another system message congratulated him on hunting the fairy dragon. He was back in his room, the 2 relic boxes now sitting open before him. He focused on the ring in his finger. Letting out a long, shaky breath, a triumphant, exhausted grin spread across his face. He had cleared them both. The system confirmed the completion of his subquest. Now, a malevolent energy pulsed from the white moonlight blade. He felt a presence stir, calling out to the griffin. A dark spectral eye formed from shadows, its voice echoing in his mind. It addressed him by name, Theo Ragnar. The entity declared its desire to eat his heart, lunging at him with shadowy claws. Theo instinctively grabbed the manifestation, wrestling against its power. He cursed himself for forgetting. The blade was constantly craving flesh. He realized with dawning horror that before returning, the blade must have consumed the guardian's powers. The dark energy grew exponentially, erupting from his arm. It had eaten both souls, and now it was far stronger than before. If this continued, he was going to be consumed. The griffin's voice boomed in his head, promising to swallow him whole and chase the moonlight once more. The darkness closed in, a prison of shadows. His world condensed into a black sphere suspended in nothingness, woven together by ethereal threads. With a gasp, he snapped back to awareness, finding himself standing in a rippling, colorless void. He wondered where he was. Shadows coalesced around him, revealing the spectral forms of the guardians he had defeated. It became clear he was inside the griffin's stomach. The fairy dragon informed him that the griffin had finally swallowed him. Having waited for such an opportunity, the dragon warned him that the beast would soon consume his heart, a fate Theo seemed grimly prepared to accept. The guardians called him a foolish chosen one for desiring their power when he couldn't even control a single griffin. Theo calmly asked what would happen when his heart was eaten. The fairy dragon stated the obvious: he would die. The desert worm added that as guardians, they never die. He was the only one facing oblivion. The fairy dragon confirmed this, noting they would simply revert to relics and wait for the next chosen one, though it would be quite boring. Theo remained silent for a moment, letting their words hang in the air. Then he asked if they had forgotten their mission from the ancient dragon, which caught them completely off guard. He reminded them of their duty to aid the chosen one against the nameless monarch, warning that if he died, the world would collapse again. He chided them for their irresponsibility, leaving the fairy dragons speechless. With a smirk, he questioned whether they only cared for their own interests. Just like the griffin, the fairy dragon erupted in fury, accusing him of bluffing by invoking their master's name. It threatened him, saying it seemed he truly wanted to die. It reminded him they could simply wait for a new chosen one. Theo looked the dragon dead in the eye and told it to kill him. He dared it to stop the empty threats and just do it. He added that they should if they truly wanted to see the world ruined by their failure. The guardians fell silent, their threats deflated. The worm was the first to speak again. Its crystal prison shattered. Both guardians conceded. The worm called him brave while the fairy dragon admitted he was good. The fairy dragon confessed it liked his confidence. It announced it would open a door for him to escape. The worm declared it was opening the way as well. A portal began to swirl into existence before him. They explained opening the door was all they could do. The rest was up to him. They urged him to get in. Theo didn't hesitate. He leapt toward the portal. He vowed to teach the griffin a lesson once he was out. He shot through the swirling void, emerging into a different part of the internal space. The griffin's spirit had finally found his core consciousness. It prepared to swallow the orb of light. Certain that Theo's body would soon be its, the griffin suddenly let out a choked cry. Theo burst out from within, impaling the spirit with his own essence. The griffin writhed in agony as Theo stood over it victorious, having escaped. The griffin's physical form collapsed, stunned at how he had gotten out of its stomach. It looked around wildly, accusing the other guardians of helping him and having no pride. Theo promptly grabbed its beak, shutting it up. He reminded the talkative creature that they had first met through subjugation, not discussion. The griffin stammered, asking to be let go so they could talk. Theo stated he wasn't expecting cooperation, pointing out that if they all kept fighting for dominance, they would just exhaust each other. The guardians considered this. The griffin's glowing eyes dimmed slightly. Theo simply told them to be sensible. As the griffin relented, Theo noted it was a wise choice, but he was interrupted by another presence. The lesser drake, his first relic, materialized, greeting the chosen one and asking if the others had forgotten it. The drake explained that pitting the spirits against each other to control their power was a method used by past chosen ones. When Theo asked about these others, the drake dismissed the question as something he didn't need to know yet. It simply promised that they would all help him grow. Now they would be looking forward to what he did from now on. Back in his room, system notifications confirmed new buffs. The fairy buff granted enhanced immunity, while Worm Eater provided resistance and increased attack power. The dark corrupting energy receded from view, causing Theo to stagger slightly. The ordeal was finally over. He was surprised to find that the guardians were not dead, but living inside of him. His eyes narrowed. The white moonlight blade lay still on his desk, its malevolent aura gone. It was finally calm. He walked over and asked if it had finally settled down. He mused that things had actually turned out for the better, as he now had a deeper understanding of the ancient dragon's power. He picked up his relic boxes, knowing that whether they liked it or not, he would be in their hands. Meanwhile, in a desolate snow-covered graveyard of swords, two powerful figures stood. Robert Ragnar, the Black Dragon, asked Julius if he was truly going to recognize Theo as a successor candidate. Julius confirmed it, but asked if Robert was worried because Theo was a regressor. Robert admitted he was, and Julius noted his well-known loathing for them. He recalled that Robert had killed every last Ragnar regressor with his own hands, a fact Robert confirmed without emotion. This was precisely why he would take this chance to test Theo himself. Julius was taken aback. Robert explained that to be an official candidate, Theo must pass the proper procedure. Julius's eyes fell to the sword in Robert's grasp, noting its dangerous aura. Robert agreed, but said there was no sword more suitable for the task. He revealed it was the sword of the previous family head, the crazy dragon whom he had also killed himself. At that moment, Julius entered Theo's room, announcing that the family head had summoned him. He was to go to the sword grave immediately, a command that left him utterly shocked. The air in the sword grave was thin and cold, each snowflake a frozen whisper. Theo's boots crunched on the icy ground, the only sound in the desolate field of blades. He walked with a grim purpose past the countless monuments to fallen warriors, a crushing weight pressing down on him, far heavier than the last time he had stood here. He understood now, the spectral resentment clinging to this place felt heavier because he now had more burdens to bear. He recalled his father's words from their last meeting, a grim smile touching his lips as their meaning finally clicked into place. A voice cut through the wind, announcing his arrival. Theo immediately dropped to one knee, formally greeting the great family head. Kyle Ragnar stood before him, dismissing the formalities with a wave. From the mooching instructor to his own brother, Axion, Kyle began, listing Theo's recent accomplishments with cold precision. Then came the master of the Rose Palace, whose execution was a direct result of your actions. Julius continued, stating that wasn't all. The Ceres merchant group was exterminated, and the Central Intelligence Bureau was mostly executed. He finished by saying he had heard they all cried Theo's name in their final moments. A statement that struck Theo with the force of a physical blow. Before Theo could stammer out an explanation, Julius commanded him not to make excuses. A family head, he explained, must carry such weight silently. With that lesson delivered, he presented Theo with a massive, wicked-looking greatsword, the Crazy Dragon Sword. Theo stared in shock, recognizing the name of a tyrannical former family head who had massacred thousands, an enemy the current head himself had killed. Kyle noted his reaction, seeing that he knew something. Theo chose his words carefully, stating he was only aware of the name, knowing all information on the man was confidential. Kay was silent for a moment. Then, Julius asked if Theo's past life lacked information about the crazy dragon, a question that shattered his composure. He had been found out. Julius's eyes glowed with an intensity that promised death, and an immense pressure washed over Theo. The family had admitted he loathed regressors, greedy and foolish individuals who could change the world at will, treating it like a chessboard they could flip over at any time. That's why he had resolved to kill any he discovered personally. Theo felt the pure, undiluted killing intent. This wasn't a test, it was an execution. He was stunned by the sheer power emanating from his father, who wasn't even a regressor. Kyle ordered him to wield the sword, telling him if he could stand against its resentment, he would be acknowledged. However, Julius would only admit the human Theo Ragnar and completely erase the regressor from existence. Theo asked what that meant, his voice tight. Kyle explained that everyone he met, saved, or earned through his regression would cease to exist. Theo clenched his fist, the shadow of his past life's failure looming over him. He would refuse such conditions, but he informed him he couldn't. He repeated his vow to kill every regressor. Theo had two choices: die for rejecting the offer or survive as the sixth successor after cleansing himself of his past. The choice was his. Theo admitted he wanted his father's acknowledgement, but if he had to earn it that way, then he would refuse with every fiber of his being. Julius attacked, asking if Theo took this position so lightly. Did he think he could reach this point without sacrifice, without determination? The blow sent Theo flying, the world painted in crimson. The gap in their power was still immense. Kyle declared that by being swayed by emotion, Theo was no different from the other aggressors. He struck him down again, asking if Theo thought he could just regress again and escape. Theo pushed himself up, telling Kyle not to misunderstand. The reason he had come this far was to take responsibility and protect everything that was ruined because of him. If he had to throw everything away to be acknowledged, he would do it right now. The swords in the grave began to resonate with his power. He vowed to surpass his father. He launched himself forward in a desperate assault. Kyle effortlessly blocked the attack, his own power flaring. The sky itself seemed to crack under the pressure of their combined might. Kay caught Theo's arm, but Theo used his new guardian's powers to maneuver through the storm of blades, landing a shallow but meaningful cut on his father. As the dust settled, Theo stood before a silent colossal dragon spirit. But cord flew at him, piercing him. He grunted, the impact rattling him to the bone. He landed on the ground, battered but standing. He was alive. His will had not broken. Julius admitted he hadn't expected Theo to fight back as Ragnar appeared beside him. Kyle noted that Theo was unique. Every other regressor they had fought used others as disposable tools. Kyle agreed this one was different. A faint smile appeared on his face. A regressor who wielded his sword to protect. He admitted that he was interested in Theo's way. He then formally acknowledged regressor Theo Ragnar. He declared Theo the sixth successor. As a token, he bestowed upon him the crazy dragon's sword, which had belonged to his own father, a regressor like Theo. He remarked that they were both regressors, but walked different paths. He was eager to see how different Theo's path would be. A brilliant light enveloped Theo. He was absorbed into a pillar of energy. He found himself in darkness, wondering where he was. The darkness gave way to a modern cityscape at night. He saw people at a bus stop, a completely alien sight. The view was utterly unfamiliar. He reached out of hand, touching a glass window. His reflection stared back, the face of his pathetic past self. Now he thought with dawning horror. Everything was truly over. He woke with a start, sunlight streaming into a lavish room. He sat up, groaning, wondering what that vision had been. A familiar voice asked if he was awake. It was his mother smiling warmly at him. She noted he must have been tired waking up so late. She asked if he was all right, a question he felt he should be asking her. She explained that Julius had carried him in unconscious last night, which had shocked her immensely. Theo realized with a jolt that the entire ordeal, the life or death ultimatum, had been a test. Just then, Evelyn entered the room asking if the young master was awake. Captain Julius was with her and he congratulated Theo on passing the family heads test. Theo was still processing it all when Evelyn cheerfully informed him that everyone outside was talking about him. Indeed, newsboys were shouting the headlines. Ragnar's sixth official successor had been announced. The news sent ripples through the other successor candidates. One pair found a new competition to be fun. Another, a woman standing atop a roof against a full moon, seemed intrigued. A shadowy figure in a wide-brimmed hat crumpled the news in her hand. In another snowy wasteland, a warrior in a tattered cloak stood alone. His subordinate Ian ran up to him, crying that the punk Theo had become the next successor. She lamented that she should have brought him to the Black Iron Cavalry. Her captain, Thorkel, told her not to blame herself. His gaze was fixed on the horizon as he spoke Theo's name. The Black Iron Cavalry captain, Thorkel Ragnar, decided it was time he met this newcomer.
Welcome back to the new season of this manhwa. This season starts with a skeleton on a staff guess it's going to be fire. As Trovian failed to make an appeal within the set period, war was declared. At the Nine Dragon Chamber, one of them says that it looks like the Trovian lot has been preparing for a while, since the warlord of the north has been moving suspiciously. As the flurry of conversation carry on of them says that one of them is making jokes even though a seat is now empty. A voice says that although the family head is keeping silent now, they cannot delay the discussion of the succession forever. And the old turd says that it is too soon to discuss here. It was the sky dragon, as he says that it is the perfect time. If a conflict were to break out among the heirs right before war, it would be disastrous to them. But the old turd along with a few of his minions has complains about it. That's when a voice tells them to be quiet, telling them that a proper gathering of all concerned is needed. All that reminds him is a suitable event coming up, and they will decide after witnessing it firsthand. Moving to another place which looks like Lodbrok's, inside our Chad is practicing pure swordsmanship without using any mana. As he does so, a voice echoes his mind about a woman called Yora and how he should kill everything, destroy everyone, and steal whatever he desires. As he cuts the flames with his sword, he halts since he is exhausted, gasping all while flexing his god-tier body. That's when a voice tells him that something is still weighing on him. That is the lingering grudge of the mad dragon emperor. It none other than our dragon waifu. As she gracefully falls toddy ground, Theo says that even though a lot of time has passed since his father bestowed him the half-sword, the grudge still tries to interfere with him. It still doesn't bother him much, but the fact that it belongs to the mad dragon still bothers him. But thanks to this he was able to take a glimpse of the mad dragon emperor's realm. As Lodbrok holds a candle, she burns it in front of Theo and says that she can never forget the mad emperor since he is the one that stole her heart. Not gonna like this scene looks so fire, that's why Theo is more conflicted why she entrusted the sword to him. As she continues to aura farm, she tells him not be impatient and rush too much ahead, or he will face something beyond his ability like last time. She then changes the topic and says if his severed arm has healed, and Theo says that because the high priest treated him immediately. As she checks on the wound, Theo wonders if she is worried about him. She says that it seems he has healed but asks him why he is staring at him. She says he has done enough for today, now he must go now since it seems like someone is looking for him. She also tells him not mess with her nest every time he comes. Hearing this, Theo gets angry and asks what it is the meaning of this. She angrily says that one has to make the mistake and the other one has to clean, so he has no excuses. The scene that now shifts to the Camellia Palace. We see an envelope, and after Theo opens it he reads that it is an invitation. It is an invitation from the Daffodil Palace, since it's to celebrate Ragnar's 18th birthday. His friend says that it's crazy that a war is on the doorstep, yet they are celebrating a daughter's birthday. Moreover, it's a grand setup. Theo says that because a war is on the doorstep it must be grand. He cannot understand, so Theo explains that it's because of Trovian's betrayal that has thrown Ragnar's internal balance upheaval. Hearing Theo's explanation, the squad member gets excited and praises Theo for his foresight. With excitement, the squad member asks Theo, so, is he going to attend? Theo says if they are eager to see him, he must attend. The scene shifts to the Daffodil Palace. At the grand banquet hall, murmurs can be heard among the guests. So, he has arrived at last. That's the new heir, young Lord Theo Ragnar. Seeing the banquet hall's environment and hearing the whispers, Theo thinks, as expected, all eyes are on him. Naturally, the birthday celebration is just a pretext. They have come to see the new heir. If he wants to leave a strong impression here, he needs to act decisively. Naven approaches Theo from behind and says he couldn't sit still and caused quite a stir. Addressing Theo as my lord, Naven respectfully says he has been waiting. With a pleasant smile, Theo tells Naven he almost didn't recognize him. Even at the wedding, he didn't shave that beard. Hearing that, Naven gets flustered and says that day was simply too hectic. Seeing Naven and Theo conversing, the banquet guests start murmuring. Isn't that the one who survived the Baku's family purge alone? It seems he has become family head now. Another one says, even if they collapsed once, they are still one of the 6 pillars. And now the head of the Baki's family calls the 6th successor lord. Hearing the murmurs, Naven says all the talk is about them thanks to Theo's timely appearance. Theo says it seems like they have set the mood. Theo tells Naven. Now comes the important part. At that moment someone approaches them saying so he is Theo Ragnar. Hearing that, Theo and Naven both get very surprised. The man says he believes this is their first meeting. He then says he is the 5th successor. Hearing that, Theo thinks as expected he approached sooner than Theo thought. The 5th successor introduces himself as Thorkel Ragnar, commander of the Black Iron Cavalry. Thorkel then extends his hand to Theo. The people at the banquet say at last they meet the former leading heir and the newly risen successor. Thorkel tells Theo no need to be so guarded. He only came to see with his own eyes the one chosen as the sixth heir, and he is glad it's not that childish Axion. Hearing that, Theo thinks, as they say, Thorkel's impression is good, exemplary. But in Ragnar, where only the strong are respected, can they truly welcome a rival with joy? Theo then shakes Thorkel's hand and says, "It's an honor to meet him, commander of the Black Iron Cavalry, Thorkel Ragnar." Theo introduces himself as Theo Ragnar of the White Dragon Squad. Hearing that, Thorkel laughs and releases his oppressive aura and asks Theo. So he draws the line that way. While Thorkel's oppressive aura almost makes Theo kneel, he says, "So their youngest cares much for formality. There's no need for such etiquette." With an eerie laugh, he tells Theo to be at ease and to call him brother. Theo thinks this is truly more like a Ragnar. Then Theo also releases his aura, which surprises Thorkel. Theo then regains his footing and gets up, and with a devilish smile Theo tells Thorkel since he says to call him comfortably then Theo shall call him brother. Thus begins the power play between the two brothers and the two successors. The Lank siblings come to the banquet. Touching his collar, the brother says it's so uncomfortable he wants to take it off. The sister tells him to just bear with it. He is the reason people keep saying their Lank clan is full of savages. From behind them, someone says, "Looks like everyone's here already." Seeing Reincarnator, the siblings get very happy. Remy asks them, "How have they all been?" One of the Lank siblings calls Remy the famous nerd from the West. He heard Reincarnator is as good as the Zenith Dragon. Remy laughs and says, "Rumors tend to be exaggerated." Looking around, he asks, "By the way, did they see Theo?" He wanted to ask him about the white armored dragon cavalry. Ragnar appears behind Remy and asks, "Is he asking about Theo?" Hearing her, Remy gets flustered and shocked. He apologizes to Ray, saying, "How could he look for someone else in front of the star of the banquet?" Ray says, "It's fine." She knows what kind of event this is. Ree first notices her wine glass is shaking. Then they notice the confrontation between the two brothers. One of the Len siblings asks, "Is that Theo?" Remy says, "To pull something like that in a place like this, who else could it be?" The power play continues between the two heirs for some time. Then Thorkel gives up, saying he can't keep up, and he surrenders. While laughing, Theo asks Thorkel, "What is he saying?" Addressing Thor's brother, Theo tells him he let Theo win. Thorkel says he won't deny it. Too much humility can come off as mockery, but he meant what he said. If he were to go back in time when he was Theo's age, he would have lost to the present Theo. No questions. Theo tells Thorkel he flatters him. Thorkel says to the crowd, seeing his impressive younger brother fills him with joy, which surprises Theo. Thorkel continues, "Now let's raise our glasses to the new era of Ragnar." He then raises his glasses, saying to Ragnar. All the other guests also toast, raising their glasses and saying to Ragnar. Thorkel tells Theo, quite the success as a debut stage for the new heir candidate. Theo thanks his brother. Theo thinks he was wondering why Thor was praising him. So this is what he was after. Thorkel showed off his strength to solidify his position while publicly acknowledging his rival to win over the crowd. Because of that, the mood Naven helped Theo set has now shifted in Thorkel's favor. Theo decides Thor Ragnar, he is not someone to take lightly based on his sociable looks. One of the Lank siblings asks Theo, he hasn't forgotten his vow to become Theo's sword, has he? Behind Theo, the banquet's guests murmur, how did he reach that level at such a young age? Someone asks, he is not engaged yet, right? He wants to introduce his daughter to Theo. The scene shifts to the second floor where we see the elder dragon get angry and think he was going to criticize that half-breed's actions and get him thrown out of here. Addressing Thorkel Ragnar as a clueless brat, the elder dragon says he had to butt in. How dare that bastard stir up the family like it's his playground. It's infuriating. Then the elder dragon notices someone outside the banquet hall. He sees it's Evelyn. He gets angry and says, how dare she come here? Addressing Evelyn as platoon leader, Aaron tells Evelyn she looks amazing. Evelyn can't believe her and asks, "Really?" While excited, Aaron asks, has she ever said anything she didn't mean? Aaron tells Evelyn she looks absolutely beautiful and adorable right now. Hearing that, Evelyn starts blushing. Then she tries to leave, saying she can't take it. She is going to change into her uniform, but Aaron stops her, saying she can't wear the uniform to a banquet. Aaron is not letting her go, so she can just come with her. At that moment, someone throws a wine glass in Evelyn's face. He says, "Just dealing with that one bastard is already making his blood boil." Evelyn gets terrified hearing the voice. Evelyn starts shaking. The elder dragon asks Evelyn, "So, why the hell did she come crawling out here?" Aaron gets angry hearing that and lashes out, saying, even as one of the 9 dragons, he can't treat Evelyn like this. But Evelyn stops Aaron, saying she is fine. While gritting her teeth, Evelyn keeps saying she is fine. She requests Aaron for her sake not to do anything. Evelyn begs Aaron. Seeing Evelyn's condition, Aaron thinks she has never seen the leader this terrified before. She wonders just what did the elder dragon do to her. The elder dragon then approaches Evelyn and says he is sure he told her to never show her face to him again. Looking at Evelyn's mechanical arm, the elder dragon asks, "And what is this now?" Then the elder dragon rips out Evelyn's mechanical arm. The elder dragon drops the arm on the ground and asks Evelyn, does she really think strapping on that pathetic toy would bring things back to the way they were? If she is trash, then live like trash, crushed and crawling on the ground. He tells Evelyn if he sees her again, he will tear her apart. Then Evelyn starts leaving while running. The elder dragon laughs, saying finally the stench is starting to clear. Aaron tells the elder dragon she will make sure to report this to the tribunal. The elder dragon tells Aaron she can do as she pleases. While going to the banquet hall, the elder dragon tells Aaron she will learn once again what Ragnar's law of the jungle is. While leaving, Evelyn thinks she knew she shouldn't have come here. She tried so hard to overcome it. The scene shifts to the past when Evelyn was little. The elder throws Evelyn on the ground, causing her to bleed. He tells her if she dares call him father with that filthy mouth one more time, he will tear her apart. He tells Evelyn to get out of here right now and not to show her face to him ever again. Evelyn thinks in the end nothing has changed since that day. Seeing Evelyn crying, the demon dragon stops her and in a calm tone asks Evelyn, where is she rushing off to the banquets the other way? Seeing the demon dragon, Evelyn looked at him like the father she never had. Back to the banquet hall. While everyone was chatting happily, suddenly they hear someone screaming. We see the demon dragon breaking the elder dragon's arm. While screaming, the elder dragon asks the demon dragon, does he realize what he has just done? White armored dragon cavalry commander, Julius Ragnar. Then the demon dragon releases the broken arm of the elder dragon. The elder dragon immediately backs off. In anger, the demon dragon tells the elder dragon he told him, didn't he? That he would do the same to him. While screaming in anger, the elder dragon tells the demon dragon he is really turning his back on Ragnar. He orders to restrain the demon dragon right now. The tribunal immediately encircles the demon dragon. Seeing the tribunal hall, the banquet guests get surprised. The tribunal commander says, White armored dragon cavalry commander Julius Ragnar, you are to be detained for injuring the head counselor. They ask for cooperation. In a serious tone, the demon dragon asks, and if he refuses? Hearing that, the tribunal commander gets scared. The demon dragon says, even Ragnar's clan code states that oaths made upon the sword must be honored. For years ago, he swore before those old men, if they ever laid a hand on Evelyn again, he would do the same to them. The demon dragon then releases murderous aura, which scares the tribunal hall. When Theo arrives, he hears that the demon dragon shattered the elder dragon's arm. The tribunal won't be nearly enough for this. Theo thinks this didn't happen in his past life. He wonders what happened. Then he looks at Evelyn and realizes what's happening. Evelyn Narville, she is Wolfgang Ragnar's illegitimate daughter. To Wolfgang, who values pure bloodlines, Evelyn's existence as a bastard was simply a shame he wanted to bury at all costs. He planned to exile her from Ragnar. But the demon dragon saw her potential and recruited her into the white armored dragon cavalry, ruining Wolfgang's plan. After Evelyn rose to prominence and became vice commander, Wolfgang, fearing his disgrace would be exposed, used the mistake as an excuse to try to kill his own daughter. Evelyn barely survived, but she lost her left arm and couldn't hold the reins anymore, so she retired. She has been managing training ground force since then, so Wolfgang wouldn't have known she would be here. In the end, this whole mess is the result of Theo's actions after regressing to the past, which means it's only right that he set things straight. Seeing the demon dragon releasing murderous intent, the elder dragon tells everyone to look at how the demon dragon mocks the elders who protected Ragnar. He is using the authority of the 9 dragons bestowed by the clan head to intimidate his own kin. If this isn't blatant treason, then what is? The demon dragon gets angry hearing that and calls the elder dragon a son of a bitch. How dare he speak of authority? Then Theo approaches them saying he thinks they are both far too worked up. Because of their conflicts, his sister's banquet meant to be filled with joy is now turning into a night of terror. Hearing Theo, the demon dragon calms down, but the elder dragon gets surprised. Theo continues asking how about they settle it this way. The traditional Ragnar way, a dual trial. The elder dragon gets scared after hearing Theo and says, "This is all nonsense. The demon dragon clearly assaulted him. There's no need for a trial. The demon dragon is obviously at fault." Theo tells the elder dragon he is absolutely right, but they mustn't let this chaos escalate further. Respectfully addressing Lady Daffodil, Theo asks her, wouldn't she agree? Then the master of the Daffodil Palace appears in the banquet hall, releasing her icy aura, which clearly scares the elder dragon. Lady Daffodil says this is her daughter's birthday celebration and asks what the hell do they think they are doing. We are introduced to the ice dragon, Lady of the Daffodil Palace, Melia Ragnar. Addressing the ice dragon as Lady Daffodil, the elder dragon asks can't she see his arm. But the ice dragon stops the elder dragon and says she doesn't want to hear it. She has no interest in petty squabbles, she says, as Theo said, let's reach a quick conclusion. With an angry tone, she says that is the final courtesy her patience can allow right now. Murmurs can be heard about the dual trial. One asks the other, wouldn't the counselors have an unfair advantage? Even if they are retired, they are all above the level of a Dragon Gate swordsman. The other one says, exactly. Only the demon dragon stands a chance. Hearing the murmurs, the elder dragon thinks they have the advantage here. The dual trial rules are simple. 3 versus 3, best of 2 wins. The final duel is fought between the defendant and the plaintiff. But the first 2 battles must be carried out by their chosen representatives who are related. As for the demon dragon's representatives, he has got nothing but a one-armed wretch and that annoying bastard. The elder dragon gets happy, thinking there's no need for it to even reach his turn. He will end this in the first 2 rounds. Then the elder dragon tells the demon dragon if that's his stance. Then the elder dragon accepts. Let the purity of the sword decide what's right and wrong. Thorkel thinks Theo has exceeded his expectations. Knowing the demon dragon's temperament, this situation would have surely spiraled out of control. Had Theo not stepped in, the elder dragon could have used this to politically topple the demon dragon. In such a short time, Theo found a solution that satisfies everyone. This is going to be fun to watch. Outside the Daffodil Palace at the duel ground, the Tribunal Hall commander announces from this moment under the tribunal's supervision, the duel trial shall begin. To ensure fairness, all use of magic is strictly forbidden. Everything that occurs in this duel is protected under Ragnar's law. The Tribunal Hall commander asks, do both parties swear there will be no retaliation or lingering resentment afterward? Both the demon dragon and the elder dragon swear. Then the Tribunal Hall commander asks the first duelists from both sides to step forward. Theo Ragnar steps forward from the demon dragon's side. One of the Lank siblings asks, is Theo really going to be okay? Remy also agrees. Remy says, it doesn't seem like Theo has got a great opponent. The Lank sibling asks, is the opponent of the Elder Dragon's side that strong? Remy says, Elder Dragon's aide, Wild Gust Sword, Vita, he is among the elite, even among high-ranked swordsmen. It's still better than the counselors stepping in. The Elder Dragon tells Vita for this duel not to hold back any lethal moves. Vita asks the Elder Dragon is he saying Vita should kill Theo Ragnar. He is an heir candidate now. The Elder Dragon tells Vita not to worry as he knows everything that happens during a duel trial is pardoned. At the very least, Vita needs to bring one of Theo's arms. The Demon Dragon wonders, is Theo really going to be okay? A moment before the Demon Dragon apologizes to Theo. His reckless actions dragged Theo into this. But is Theo really sure? Theo says, of course, and he asks them to trust him. Through this duel, Theo will make sure to resolve their long-standing grudge. Theo then gets ready in his fighting stance for the duel. The first battle of the duel trial commenced. The scene shifted back to the duel ground, where the first round of the trial was about to erupt. The air in the arena grew heavy with anticipation. Across from Theo, Gale Elder Dragon's aide, watched his opponent take his battle stance, a determined fire burning in Theo's eyes. Gale responded in kind, his blade rising into an offensive guard, his aura bristling with confidence. The tribunal commander's whistle split the silence like a gunshot. At that instant, Theo exploded forward, feet digging into the dirt as he charged headlong with frightening speed. Gale did not retreat, gripping his sword tightly with both hands and surging toward Theo. Steel screamed as their swords collided, sending a shock wave across the arena. The sheer force of their clash sent both men staggering back, boots carving trenches into the ground. But Gale was no ordinary opponent. His form blurred, one moment he was in front of Theo, the next he was gone. With terrifying speed, he reappeared at Theo's flank, blade arcing downward in a massive swing designed to split him apart. Theo barely managed to raise his sword, parrying the strike with his reflexes. Gale's eyes narrowed, his thoughts sharp and cutting. He thought even after this, Theo was not collapsing. Even in simple exchanges, he held his ground, wondering if this was the difference of a successor. The dust from their blows thickened, clouding the arena. In that instant, Gale subtly kicked a small stone across the ground, sending it flicking upward toward Theo's eye. Instinctively, Theo raised his arm to shield his face. The tiniest lapse in his guard exposed. From the haze, Gale lunged like a predator, his eyes glowing red, blade poised for the kill. His thoughts dripped with contempt. The successor still lacked real combat experience. This ends now. His sword sliced through Theo's coat, skimming close to his neck. With mocking confidence, Gale spoke. For the dignity of a successor, I'll make it quick. Consider this a painless send-off. But Theo Ragnar was not a man who bowed at the edge of defeat. At the very last heartbeat, a smirk tugged at his lips. He snapped his head back, narrowly dodging the blade. Then, ducking low, he slid into a crouch, ready to strike the opening left before him. Gale's teeth clenched, wondering if he had left himself open on purpose. But nothing came. Theo remained crouched, motionless, his sword lowered. The absence of an attack startled Gale. Seeing a chance, Gale leapt backward, widening the distance between them. If he had followed through, Gale realized grimly, he would already be dead. Why did he stop? Theo's body answered the question. His hand clutched the side of his head, his posture trembling. From him radiated a dark, ominous energy that sent chills through the arena. Inside Theo's mind, the voices roared again, relentless and poisonous. His eyes glowed with a hellish red. Kill them! Kill them all! The ones who mocked you. The ones who abandoned us. Take everything. Burn it all to ash. Theo gritted his teeth, enduring the storm. His fingers dug into his temple as if to claw the voices out. The presence of the mad dragon emperor pressed against his soul. From the distance, Gale observed with narrowed eyes. He was wide open again. Was he trying that same trick twice? There was a limit to how much you could underestimate me, successor. With a roar, Gale charged, his blade raised high. You think I'll fall for that again? I'll cut through you and turn your counter against you. His sword descended, a brutal arc aimed for Theo's neck. But this time, the steel did not find flesh. With a sudden surge, Theo's blade rose and caught Gale's strike. The clang rang like a war bell. Gale's eyes widened as he halted at him. Theo's demeanor had shifted entirely. His expression had darkened. His aura drenched in bloodlust. His red gleaming eyes glared not at Gale, but inward at the voices that sought to consume him. and in a tone colder than the steel in his grip, he spat at the phantom whisper. That endless chant kill 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 enough. He will handle this fight myself, so he should keep quiet. His words cracked through the arena, more terrifying than any roar. Gale's face twisted in confusion. He cannot understand what Theo is saying. He spat, his voice shaking with both rage and fear. But before another word could leave his mouth, Theo's sword blurred into motion. The swing was so fast it looked like a glitch in reality. In the blink of an eye, Gale's arm and leg were severed clean. Blood sprang across the stone floor. The sheer force detonated in the heart of the arena, triggering a massive explosion. The ground split, shock waves tore outward, and the blast hurled dust, stone, and debris in every direction. Guests shielded their faces. Nobles ducked behind chairs. Robes whipping in the gale force winds unleashed by the clash. Even the ice dragon herself, Nellie Ragnar, had to intervene. She raised her pale hand, aura flaring like a frozen wall as the attack came rushing toward her seat near the front. A stern, unreadable look crossed her face. So this is Theo Ragnar. Truly remarkable. The ground beneath her froze over, the destructive waves splintering against her effortless barrier. Around her, the floor was split clean into two jagged halves. Yet where she stood, untouched ice remained, pristine and unharmed. Her eyes glimmered with something rare. Respect. To release this level of force without even imbuing mana. At his age, this is unheard of. He's already eclipsing standards most heirs never reach. As the dust finally settled, the destruction revealed its price. Gale's broken body lay sprawled on the ground, battered beyond recognition, limbs mangled, his consciousness slipping away. The tribunal commander raised his hand, his voice booming across the silent arena. Dual trial, first round victor, Theo Ragnar. The hall erupted with gasps, shock, and hurried whispers, but Theo wasn't basking in their awe. His eyes still glowed faintly, laced with a sinister aura. And in his mind, he turned over the moment again and again. What was that sensation just now? That didn't feel like the grudges that usually claw at me. This was different. His breath slowed, his eyes dimming back to normal. It was strange. It felt like something else was guiding me, pushing me to strike. He thought back to the moment, recalling the attack that split the arena in two. When I let go and entrusted myself to that sensation, I unleashed power on a completely different level. A quiet chuckle escaped him, bitter and curious at once, entrusting myself to grudges. Dangerous. Very dangerous. But if I could control it, his fist clenched, excitement flashing across his expression. If I could master it, I could become twice as strong as I am now. The silence shattered as the commander's voice rose again. Prepare for the second round. Both fighters, step forward. Theo did not hesitate, his boots rang across the stone as he stepped forward once more, his voice cutting through the air like a declaration of war. The defense declares consecutive battle. The crowd erupted in noise at his boldness. On the other side, the elder dragon ground his teeth so hard the sound could be heard. Theo Ragnar staying in for the second round as well. Arrogant bastard. Fine. If he wants to play reckless, I'll kill him here myself. A new fighter emerged from the elder dragon's side. His presence radiating with an authority born from decades of battle. His voice carried like an oath. I'll be counting on you, young blood of Ragnar. The announcement sent ripples across the crowd. This was no ordinary aid. The man was Page Garson, the Sword of Mystics, a former Dragon Gate swordmaster. His very name heavy enough to silence lesser men. The Lank siblings' jaws dropped. Erica's eyes widened in awe. That sword. He can wield something like that without even channeling mana. Hulkus grinned, eyes lighting up. That blade's a beast. I like it. But Ray's face was grim, his tone tight. This isn't a joke. Page Garson isn't like the first opponent. Unlike Gale, Garson himself is stepping into the ring. This duel, they don't intend for Theo to just lose. They mean to kill him. Erica waved her hand dismissively, trying to laugh it off. Remy, you worry too much. Sure, Theo might not win this one, but he won't die either. Remy's jaw clenched as his eyes stayed locked on the arena. No, that might not is going to become reality. This isn't just about testing him anymore. This is an execution dressed as a trial. And in the arena, Theo tightened his grip on his blade, staring down his next opponent as the second round loomed. Theo Ragnar and Paige Garson faced one another in the center of the arena like two headlines about to collide. The tribunal commander whistle sliced through the air, marking the official start of the second round. But before the crowd could lean in, Theo lifted a hand as if signaling a pause. With a casual tilt and a look that could have been a meme caption, he said, "I yield." Shock ricocheted across the sand. Paige Garson's composure cracked in an instant. Fury erupted from him like a ruptured dam. "What the hell?" he barked, disbelief raw in his voice. Theo only smiled, the kind of smile that rewrites expectations. How could a mid-ranked examiner like me possibly face an elder and hope to match him? Even without fighting, it's obvious an elder would win. Any newborn could see that? He spoke with the cruel logic of a chess player sacrificing a pawn. Paige Garson ground his teeth, slammed his sword into the ground, and fell into a stunned silence that thundered louder than any shout. The commander announced, steady and official, second round victor, Paige Garson. The crowd swelled with reaction. Some applause, some whispers like notifications popping up across a feed. A hit to the council's face this time, one voice murmured. Lord Theo is playing chess while everyone else brought swords. Even with full strength, they'd struggle, someone else noted. With that arm of his, the third round will be brutal. The elder dragon's face drained of color. A cold realization crawled through him. That bastard of a successor, he thought, stunned. Don't tell me he predicted this far ahead. The plan had folded beautifully against him. The scene shifted to Evelyn Nerevevel. She watched the elder dragon, surprise and a strange relief in her eyes. I've never seen him shaken like that, she thought. Guilt rose in her throat. My lord, she started, voice small. I'm sorry. This is because of me. But Theo stepped forward before she could sink under blame. Don't be sorry, he said firmly. Comrades, help each other. Julius let out a grin and added with fierce warmth. Right, Evelyn. Watch closely. I'll smash them to pieces. Evelyn's lips curved into a fragile smile as memories unreeled behind her eyes. She remembered Julius's voice like a lifeline. Evelyn Nerevevel, come to the White Dragon Cavalry. You're too talented to rot here. Another flash. So what if you can't ride a dragon? Retirement isn't the answer. Come back and make the one who cast you off pay. Theo's voice echoed too, softer but steady. Didn't you say you'd become my sword? Evelyn, I plan to fulfill your long-standing wish. The past braided with the present, and something fierce lit inside her. She gripped her coat as if to hold herself together and thought, both of them, Theo and Julius, care for me. I can't stay trapped in the past. I can't be the one who can't move forward. Her jaw set like a drawn blade. She opened her eyes and fixed them on Theo and Julius. Captain, she called, voice steady and resurgent, removing her coat with emotion that shed the weight of memory. She stepped forward, sword in hand, resolve carved across her face. This villain's role, she declared. I'll sever it with my own hands. I have something to say. The commander's voice boomed, slicing the murmurs into silence. The third and final round will now commence. Fighters, step forward. From the far end of the arena, the elder dragon advanced, a sword in one hand, while the other arm remained heavily bandaged. He muttered under his breath. Fury and wounded pride tangled together. Damn it, we've come to the third round. Because of that successor, we've lost any reputation we had left to salvage. Even if I die, I'll take Julius's arm with me. Then the tribunal's gavel came down again. An unexpected ruling. The court accepts the defense's request. The defense will change their third-round fighter. A hush fell. Eyes tracked as Evelyn moved forward into the ring with a quiet storm in her chest. Sword clasped like a promise. The elder dragon barked a harsh laugh that cracked the air. This is absurd. There are limits to reckless bravado. What next? You'll beg for mercy? He spat the words like venom. Evelyn's motion was smooth and precise. She raised her blade and slipped into her battle stance as if she'd been waiting for the moment all her life. She met the elder dragon's gaze without flinching. Steel steady in her hands. Don't be a fool, old man, she said, voice cold with the years she'd shed. The one who should be begging is her father. The elder dragon's face contorted into a richness of rage, teeth clenched, veins shutting at his throat. The elder dragon barked a harsh laugh that cracked the air. This is absurd. There are limits to reckless bravado. What next? You'll beg for mercy? He spat the words like venom. Evelyn's motion was smooth and precise. She raised her blade and slipped into her battle stance as if she'd been waiting for the moment all her life. She met the elder dragon's gaze without flinching, steel steady in her hands. Don't be a fool, old man, she said, voice cold with the years she'd shed. The one who should be begging is you, father. The elder dragon's face contorted into a richness of rage, teeth clenched, veins thudding at his throat. He watched the woman he'd scorned become the force that would undo his cruelty. The crowd erupted in gasps as Evelyn's defiant word echoed across the arena. Father! The revelation spread like fire through dry grass. Wait, did she just say father? One man whispered. Evelyn from the White Dragon Squad, her father's wolf gang. Another voice broke in, disbelief thick in the tone. That can't be. They don't look alike at all. Someone else hissed. Could she be an illegitimate child? I once met Wolfgang's lawful wife, so everything she said was true. Each murmur cut deeper, every whisper a dagger aimed at the elder dragon's pride. His face burned crimson as he glared at Evelyn. You wretch, father, you say. What nonsense. Evelyn's eyes gleamed. Calm, but razor sharp. If I'd known it would please you, I should have called you sooner, she said coldly. Then, stepping forward, her voice rose above the hum of the arena. Since you love old stories, why don't I tell one? You elder dragon beat me half to death when I was just a child, simply because I dared call you father. All because I was born a bastard. Her tone cracked like a whip. Rage and grief fused into every word. You didn't stop there either. You tried to kill me at the White Dragon Squad to bury the shame of having an illegitimate daughter. Silence. Wolfgang roared, fury twisting his features as a member of House Ragnar. What's wrong with that? But before he could continue, the whispers of the crowd drowned him out. She's the real deal, isn't? Someone said, a bastard at that age, and he's the one preaching about pure bloodlines. What a joke! Even among the elder dragon's own followers. Eyes narrowed and jaws tightened. One of them muttered under his breath. You kept firing without restraint, and now look what's happened. Another glared at Wolfgang with silent reproach. I warned you, didn't I? Be careful or this day would come. Why didn't you end it when you had the chance? Wolfgang's rage trembled into desperation. Damn it, he growled through clenched teeth as Evelyn's confession hung heavy in the air. Julius and Theo stood at the edge of the field, watching every heartbeat of the unfolding chaos. You don't have to push yourself, Evelyn, Julius called out, worry coloring his voice. If you just let me, Theo cut in before he could finish, his tone sharp but steady. Instead of worrying, trust her, Captain. Watch Evelyn's resolve. And then the ground thundered. Both Evelyn and the elder dragon moved at once, blurring into motion. Their swords clashed with deafening speed. Every strike louder than the last, sparks flying like a storm of lightning. Wolfgang fought with the fury of a wounded beast, rage feeding his power. Evelyn fought with something deeper, resolve sharpened by years of pain. The fight escalated until Evelyn shifted her stance, and suddenly a faint, swirling energy began to rise from her body. The air itself trembled. Julius's eyes widened as he recognized the pattern of her movements. His voice dropped to a stunned whisper. No way, that's the wind god technique, Dockhart. A gale burst across the arena. The wind howled like a summoned beast, spiraling around Evelyn in a torrent of pressure. The gusts grew stronger with each heartbeat, whipping through the stadium. Wolfgang staggered, his footing slipping under the weight of her unleashed force. High above, the senior members of the Elder Dragon's faction exchanged shocked glances. Wind! That's the sword of Windstorm, one muttered, barely audible over the wind. Another frowned, disbelief etched on his face. How can she possibly wield a lost technique of Windstorm? That skill was erased from Ragnar's archives generations ago. But Evelyn stood unshaken at the center of the tempest, her expression fierce and unrelenting. Her sword gleamed in the flickering light, every motion precise, her will burning brighter than the wind surrounding her. Down among the spectators, the astonishment only grew. She's not just blocking Wolfgang's sword. She's pressing him back, one said, almost laughing in disbelief. Unbelievable, another added. How did she even learn a Windstorm technique? She's outmatching one of Ragnar's top swordsmen. Theo, watching from the stands, couldn't help but smile faintly. His thoughts moved in measured calm. No surprise there, his eyes followed the rhythm of their blades. The dual trial forbids mana, only pure swordsmanship counts. And without magic, the difference is laid bare. He folded his arms, a quiet chuckle escaping him. Wolfgang's entire power rested on his bloodline. Without that crutch, he's nothing but a relic of pride and fear. He never built the foundation of a true swordsman. In the arena, Evelyn's storm surged once more. The wind howling like a god's breath as father and daughter stood locked in a battle that would decide not just victory, but legacy itself. The arena trembled as the elder dragon's disbelief curdled into fury, his face a mask of humiliation as his own daughter forced him backward with each strike. He could not fathom how she was pushing him, how her blade met his with equal ferocity. It snapped from him like live wire. "I'll kill you," he roared, voice raw. "How dare you, you little bastard." Evelyn's jaw tightened, her eyes narrowed into slits of ice and fire. She tracked every twitch, every winded breath. As Wolfgang launched himself into the air above her, sword poised to crush her, he drove his blade downward in a brutal arc meant to finish the duel in a single decisive stroke. Evelyn met it head-on, her steel clanged, sparks blooming like shattered stars. Wolfgang's grin twisted into something cruel and sinister. "You wretch," he hissed, "think carefully. Do you really believe you can slip from my grasp? I will beat you until you beg for mercy, until your mind snaps and you come to your senses." Enough had been enough. Evelyn's teeth ground together. She answered the elder dragon's swagger, not with pleading, but with defiance. With a collision that sounded like thunder, her sword struck his, and the blow shocked even Wolfgang. She stared into his face, voice steady and sharpened by years of hurt and resolve. "Go on, try me, father." For a heartbeat, Wolfgang's arrogance faltered. How is this even possible, he thought, shock cracking through his pride. Evelyn's eyes burned with a fierce hunger, and her words tumbled out hot and raw. "When I was small, you were my whole world. I feared you for that reason, but I'm done being afraid. Things have changed. I have people who believe in me, people who care and won't abandon me. I am no longer your weak child." Wolfgang staggered under the weight of her proclamation. He was unprepared for the woman born of his cruelty and forged by survival. In that split second of hesitation, Evelyn lunged, her movement pure resolve, full force driving steel through momentum and purpose. Her blade found its mark. The elder dragon was hurled backward as if struck by a battering ram. Blood sprayed and his body crashed onto the ground with a sickening thud. He howled in pain, the sound ripping through the stunned silence of the crowd. And Evelyn, eyes narrowed like a blad's edge, shouted back, "I am no longer your weak child." Wolfgang's sword flew from his hand and skittered across the arena floor, embedding in stone. The crowd inhaled as one, shock and disbelief suspended in the air. Julius and Theo could not hide their grins, pride and vindication flaring across their faces. The elder dragon lay sprawled across the shattered arena floor, clutching the stump of his severed hand as blood pooled beneath him. His breathing came in ragged growls, and his teeth ground together until they threatened to crack. Fury burned in his eyes. Humiliation twisted deeper than the wound itself. With a roar of pure rage, he slammed his remaining hand into the ground, forcing his body upright. "Don't make me laugh," he bellowed, voice shaking the air. "This duel isn't over yet." In an instant, frost spread outward, encasing the arena tiles in glittering white. His hand froze mid-motion, locked in a sheath of translucent ice. Wolfgang's eyes darted downward, and the realization struck before the chill reached his bones. It was her. From the far end of the platform, the ice dragon stepped forward, her presence turning the air brittle and thin. "Truly one of the 9 dragons," she said, her words cutting like shards of frozen glass. "Then stop disgracing yourself and accept the result." The elder dragon's defiance faltered. The commander's voice hammered down like a verdict. "Third dual trial victor, Evelyn Narville." The roar of approval crashed through the stands. The tribunal's judgment followed. The duel's verdict. Evelyn turned on quick, sure feet and walked straight to Julius. Her smile when it came was unguarded and warm. Evelyn Naravevel reporting back. Julius's chest swelled, his voice proud and full. "You did well, Evelyn." She closed her eyes for a heartbeat, cheeks tinged pink, and offered the most innocent smile she had left. "I am not alone," she thought. "It's because of them." Quiet gratitude lifted her words. "It's all thanks to you." Around the ring, members of the Elder Dragon's faction scrambled to salvage dignity. One helper urged the fallen leader, "Are you all right, Elder Council Head?" Another handed him his sword. "I've recovered your blade, Elder." A third urged practical care. "You're badly injured. Let us get you medical aid first." But fury, deep and rolling, would not be calmed. Wolfgang shoved away those who reached for him, rising with a murderous aura coating his skin. He advanced, eyes blazing, voice with wrath as he called out every syllable of venomous challenge. Evelyn, Theo, and Julius turned, expecting perhaps a hissing retreat. Instead, the elder dragon charged, single-minded and feral, bloodlust carved into his face. He swung his sword in a broad arc, fury erupting from him. Evelyn Nerevevel, you wretched girl. I'll kill you myself right now. Before the elder dragon's blade could complete its arc, a massive hand clamped down on his wrist and stopped the strike dead in mid-swing. The hand belonged to Julius himself, commander of the white-armored dragon cavalry, who stood between father and daughter like a living barrier. Julius's eyes burned a furious red, and his aura rolled outward like a storm front. He met Wolfgang's glare without flinching, and voice low and loaded with menace, asked, "Do you want me to tear off your remaining arm, too?" Wolfgang's jaw tightened. He knew with the battered limb and the wound open earlier, he was no match for Julius now. With a rasp of resentment, he slacked his grip on the sword. "Why is it always you getting in the way?" he spat before the confrontation could escalate further. A messenger dashed into the arena, chest heaving, voice raw with alarm. "Invasion! The Trovan family, Trovan, has launched their attack. Everyone, return to your posts at once." The name hit like ice. Julius made a frustrated sound and pivoted, leaving the elder dragon grasping at air. In a voice that broke no argument, he barked, "Theo, Evelyn, this is wartime. Return to the White Dragon squad immediately." Both of them answered in unison, crisp and unwavering. "Yes, sir." Wolfgang's face contorted into a snarl. "Those bastards, how dare they look down on me?" he roared as he lunged back into fury. "Stop," I said. "Stop this instant. The duel isn't over. Stand where you are." But before he could summon another command, the ice dragon moved. Nellie Ragnar stepped forward from the shadows, her presence chilling the air. Her eyes flashed like fractured glaciers as she addressed Wolfgang with a cold, cutting tone. "Lord Wolfgang." At her word, hundreds of slender blades of ice materialized in the air around the elder dragon. Her voice was flat and unforgiving. "I'll say this just once. Do not bring shame upon the 9 dragons again." Wolfgang's hesitation was thin and brittle. "Lady Ice Dragon, are you ignoring me?" "Ignoring the entire Elder Council," he demanded, disbelief thick in his words. Her answer came clipped and cool. "Who can say? I doubt his view differs much from mine." To his shock, the members of the Elder Council turned and walked away. One elder's tone sliced the air as he passed. "Even if the Elder Council's honor has fallen, we cannot be represented by one who defies defeat and brandishes his sword after losing." The words shattered Wolfgang's swagger. Pride crumpling, he dropped to one knee and admitted defeat. Publicly humiliated beneath the very banner he once commanded, Julius watched the old man's collapse with a small, grim satisfaction. As he and the others mounted their wyverns and took to the sky toward the White Dragon squad, his voice carried back across the arena. "It's finally over. A pitiful spectacle. A greedy old man reduced to a farce." The scene snapped away to the Trovan headquarters where Ed Trovan sat on a warlike throne, his face carved into a mask of cold intent. One of his generals reported in precise and expectant, "With this move, we have taken the central plateau. Castle Harmon will fall soon as well." Ed's gaze sharpened. "And Ragnar's forces?" he asked, measuring the threat like a chess master. The general returned the report without flinching. "Their lord's cavalry and the private troops of the 6 pillars appear to be converging on the central plateau." A manic chuckle bubbled up from Ed as he placed his hand to his brow and laughed. Not from joy, but from the thrill of a plan unfolding. "Foolish Ragnars," he breathed, the words cold as a blade. "They move exactly as expected." His fingers tightened. "I'll make them realize this war is only one piece of a much larger design. While they focus everything on the central plateau, our feast will be served." The scene shifted to one of the castles belonging to the 6 noble houses deep within Baku's family territory. Weary soldiers stood on alert, waiting to intercept an incoming enemy assault. One soldier muttered to another, "You know that new lord who just took over? Ever since he arrived, all he's done is lock himself in and drink himself stupid. In times like these, does he even remember he's supposed to be the head of this house?" His companion scoffed, bitterness lacing his tone. "Head of the house? This place is buried in debt. Everyone who could leave already did. Even knights and vassals who served the Bacchus name for generations have walked away. What's left for him to lead? Honestly, maybe drinking's the smartest thing he's done." A third soldier at the table nodded with a laugh. "Yeah, fair point. But didn't Ragnar send reinforcements or something?" The first soldier's grin twisted into disgust. "Reinforcements? Don't make me laugh. You mean those freeloading bastards?" He leaned closer, voice lowering. "Sybil and Eden from the Ragnar support squad. Reinforcements? My ass. All they've done is drink and lay around. They claim to handle the night patrols, but every time I check, they're passed out drunk. Support squad? More like a setup. Ragnar's just trying to push us out. The room filled with cynical laughter, the kind that sounded more defeated than amused. The scene shifted again, this time under the cloak of night. In the dark woods beyond the castle walls, the same soldier from before knelt before a hooded figure cloaked in shadows. The man bowed his head deeply and reported, "My lord, morale inside is already rock bottom. The garrison's barely functioning. This operation is as good as complete." The hooded man's lips curled into a cold smirk. He crossed his arms and turned towards his gathered men, his voice smooth and mocking. "Is that so?" he said. Then louder, he addressed the soldiers behind him, his grin turning feral. "You heard him. The place is finished. Let's end this quickly and head home before sunrise." The scene cut sharply back to the back castle. Inside, Sybil Dre was sprawled across a table, fast asleep, a half-empty bottle dangling from his hand and his mouth open mid-snore. Out of the shadows, an assassin cloaked in black emerged. His dagger gleamed in the candlelight as he approached the sleeping man, a wicked smile curling across his face. "Must be nice," he whispered. "The guards passed out drunk on duty. Makes my job easy," he said, raising his blade high, eyes glinting. "As for the rest of the booze, finish it in the afterlife," he said, swinging down. The scene snapped away, cutting to the white-armored dragon headquarters, where Theo and Julius stood over a strategy table littered with maps and markers. Julius slammed his hand down hard enough to shake the pieces. "You want to invoke independent operation rights as a mid-tier swordsman?" His face darkened, every word radiating authority. "No, during wartime, combat operations take precedence. You're not getting special treatment." Theo didn't back down. He reached into his coat, pulled out a sealed document, and slid it across the table. "This is directly related to the war, Captain." "Please read it first," he said. Julius unfolded the paper and scanned the writing. The color drained from his face. "Is this true?" he asked, his voice dropping. Theo moved to the map, picking up several carved battle pieces and rearranging them swiftly across the board. "Yes, Trovin's main assault points, Harmon Castle and the Central Plateau, are only diversions," he said. "Their real targets are the floating archipelago and the Bacchus territory." Julius's eyes narrowed, thoughts racing. Could be true, he realized it fits too well. Theo continued, voice steady and analytical. "Back during the Ceres Guild hostage incident, the Black Skull Group's movements lined up perfectly with Trovin's. It's obvious now they were working together." His eyes sharpened, and the Black Skull's predecessor was the Archipelago Shipping Federation, the same organization through which all Imperial funds flowed. Julius's teeth clenched as he pieced it together. That would explain how Trovin's funding grew so quickly. Theo nodded firmly. With the Archipelago's trade routes under their control, they've secured enough capital to fuel a prolonged war. And if they gain full control of the island's position, they'll have a permanent strategic edge. His voice grew colder, which is why our top priority must be reinforcing Bacchus territory before it collapses. But Trovin's built a massive front at Harmon Castle and the Central Plateau. It's an all-out offensive designed to keep us blind. The table went silent. Theo stood before the large table where the map of the continent stretched wide. Red and blue markers scattered across it like the scars of an unending conflict. His expression was firm as he leaned forward, his eyes scanning the front lines. With a steady voice, he spoke. "Ragnar has already deployed its main forces to the Central Plateau and Harmon Castle to counter the Trovin advance. We have no troops left to spare. I understand the necessity of holding those strategic points, but that's exactly why I've requested independent operational command so I can reinforce the Bacchus territory myself and investigate the archipelago that's been funding Trovin's movements." He raised his head then, confidence radiating from his sharp gaze as he continued. "All of this is so that I can bring this entire operation to an end once and for all." Julius leaned back, crossing his arms as realization dawned upon him. For a brief moment, his stern demeanor faded, replaced by a faint grin of pride. "So that's what you've been planning from the start," he thought to himself. He let out a quiet chuckle and said, "You foresaw all this from the very beginning, didn't you?" His voice carried the weight of both respect and approval as he added, "Fine, then I permit it. It's a war-related move, so no one can object. But remember one thing, Theo, do not overextend no matter what happens." Theo straightened his posture and gave a sharp nod. "Yes, Captain, I'll remember." As Theo turned to leave, Julius's gaze lingered on the document lying on the table. The intelligence Theo had provided was of exceptional quality, far beyond what most officers could obtain. He quietly thought to himself, These aren't just reports, they're top-graded intelligence, movement logs, encrypted messages, even maritime funding trails. The fact that he came to me instead of the Black Dragon who oversees intelligence means he's planning to take direct action. In that case, my permission is just a formality. Julius stroked his beard and let out a small amused laugh. His expression softened with pride as he muttered. I'm certain that boy has already made every preparation, far from the command room, deep within Baka's family territory. Just as the blade swung down, the bottle in Sybil's hand came flying forward with shocking speed. It struck the assassin square in the face, shattering into pieces as glass and sticky liquid splattered across the room. The assassin stumbled back in disbelief, clutching his face. Sybil's chair creaked as he leaned forward, grinning widely. You really fell for that, huh? The assassin wiped his face and looked down at his clothes, then froze in confusion. The smell was sweet, not bitter. This is orange juice, he exclaimed. Sybil laughed loudly, brushing off his coat with mock elegance. Correct. I don't usually drink alcohol, but it was easy enough to make you believe I did. His expression darkened slightly, his grin twisting into something sharp. Unfortunately for you, I'm wide awake now. Before the assassin could react, Sybil drew his blade and lunged forward. The strike was clean, merciless. The dagger slipped from the man's hand as his body collapsed to the ground. Around them, chaos erupted as more assassins burst through the shadows, but the Ragnar soldiers were ready. Blades clashed in the dim corridors, and within minutes, every intruder lay dead or dying. One of the soldiers stepped forward, breathing heavily. Squad leader, we've taken care of all those who came as the vanguard. The squad leader wiped blood from his cheek and nodded firmly. Good. Then light the beacon. Let the flames announce that Bacchus still stands. He turned to his men with eyes burning in defiance. Our swords will cut through the Trovan forces. I never thought I'd see this day again since the blooming ceremony. Another soldier chuckled, lighting a torch. We haven't been idle either. It's about time we reminded them who we are. But as the man leaned forward to ignite the beacon fire, a faint sound behind them caught Sybil's attention. A shuffle of feet, too quick and too close. Before he could turn, a wounded assassin, face bloodied but eyes blazing, rose from the ground with a knife clutched tightly in his hand. He lunged forward, blade aimed straight for Sybil's back. Sybil spun around, eyes widening, realizing too late that they had missed one. The other soldiers shouted in alarm, but before the assassin could land his strike, a blur of motion cut across their vision. A single swing of a sword split the air and the assassin's head flew from his shoulders, landing several feet away with a dull thud. Naven Bacchus stood behind him, his sword still humming from the strike. His expression was calm but firm as he turned towards Sybil and said coldly, seriously, be more careful. If any of you get injured, how he is supposed to face our lord? Sybil quickly straightened his posture, nodding like a guilty schoolboy. You're right, my lord, I'll correct myself immediately. Naven blinked for a moment, his stern expression breaking into a faint smile. Relax. I'm just joking. Make yourself comfortable. Really? Sybil's expression darkened dramatically as he folded his arms. If you want to be comfortable, maybe our lord should handle the fire himself. Then turning to his comrades, he gestured with mock seriousness. Tend the beacon for me, boys. I have deep matters to discuss with my conscience. Naven stared blankly for a moment before Sybil burst into laughter. Just kidding. I'll handle it myself. Their banter was light, but behind it, the air carried the tension of what was coming. The torch finally met the oil-soaked cloth, and the beacon roared to life, flames crackling high into the night sky. Its glow spread across the hilltops, and soon, one by one, the other vanguard beacons began to ignite. The Bacchus frontier blazed like a line of fire cutting through the darkness. Archers rushed to their stations atop the walls and the defenders drew their bows. Standing on the edge of the battlement, Naven placed his boot on the parapet and peered down at the advancing troops. A faint smile curved across his face as the firelight glinted in his eyes. So this is what our lord foreshadowing all along, he murmured. Just how far ahead did he see everything? Down below, the Trovan forces began their assault. Unaware of the trap they had walked into, Sybil raised his voice, his tone shifting from playful to commanding as he shouted, Trovan vermin have breached the walls. Defend Baki's castle. Eliminate the raiders. At his command, the archers loosed their arrows in a synchronized volley. The sky turned black as thousands of shafts rained down upon the enemy. The screams of Trovan soldiers echoed across the battlefield as they fell one after another, caught completely off guard. Above the chaos, high in the night sky, Theo watched the scene unfold from atop his guardian. The moonlight reflected off his armor as the wind whipped around him. From that height, the burning beacons below looked like constellations of war. A confident grin spread across his face as he pulled on Umbra's reins. "So, the battle's already begun," he said quietly. "Looks like we arrived right on time." His eyes gleamed with excitement as he looked down at the battlefield and muttered, "It's been a while since I've seen those faces in action." As the morning light bathed the Bacchus castle in its glow, a gruesome scene unfolded. The Trovan forces lay scattered across the ground, their bodies lifeless, weapons fallen from their hands. Sybil's voice echoed through the stone walls, his words echoing, as Lord Theo commanded, "The mission to defend the back territory has been completed." Theo stood calmly amidst the aftermath, casually telling Sybil, "I don't have to shout like that." Approaching Sybil, Theo praised him for his efforts, acknowledging that this time, it wasn't just an order followed or a duty fulfilled. It was recognition from the man he respected most. Unable to contain his emotions, Sybil's shoulders trembled slightly, believing that Theo had finally acknowledged him. Naven stepped forward, surprised to see Theo in person. Theo, with his usual composed tone, explained that he had come by just in case. However, seeing it for himself, Naven realized that he didn't need Theo's help after all. Naven smiled faintly, acknowledging the contributions of the group of men who stood proudly, their armor still dusted with battle dirt. He asked Theo where he had found such remarkable individuals. Theo simply replied that they were the ones he had trained with as an apprentice inspector. They had always wanted to serve him and had joined the Camellia Palace Guard. Theo expressed his approval, stating that it seemed they had earned his respect. Naven nodded slowly, admitting that he had initially expected little from them. They were only intermediate inspectors with limited experience. However, after a few days of working together, despite their still rough skills, Naven had come to trust them. With a satisfying smile, Theo felt a sense of pride, his eyes softening as the tension of command began to fade into something warmer. Theo reveals that Naven has a request for him. Now that the vassals and knights have left, the position for the Bacchus family's knight order remains vacant. Theo suggests that Naven train his friends to become the Bacchus Knight Order. Hearing the name, Naven pauses, looking distant and almost nostalgic. It's been a long time since he's felt this kind of anticipation. Memories of his youth, the days of glory and discipline, briefly returned to his mind. Seeing Naven's expression, Theo remains silent, understanding that some memories are better left unspoken. He tells Naven he'll count on him and turns to leave. Seeing Theo leave so early, Naven asks why. Theo simply replies that he's seen what he came to see and that this was just a stop on the way. He has another purpose. Naven tilts his head and asks what that purpose is. With a scheming smile, Theo says it's an investigation of the floating archipelago. Naven gets flustered hearing Theo say that. Addressing him as my lord, Naven says one would think he'd be used to it by now, but Theo's boldness still catches him off guard. Naven asks Theo if that isn't the place where they are notoriously hostile to outsiders, where it's hard to even get in. With a small knowing smile, Theo says he's got his ways. The scene shifts to the port city of Dion. The sound of seagulls echoes across the harbor, mixed with the creaking of ships and the chatter of sailors. In a certain bar filled with smoke and noise, Theo enters quietly, blending in with the crowd. While entering, Theo accidentally bumps into someone. The big guy he bumps into glares down at him and calls him Shorty, asking if he can't open his damn eyes when he walks. Theo, mocking and calm, says it's his bad. He guesses he didn't see him down there. While holding a beer mug, Theo adds that he'll make the big guy lower himself to his level. The big guy grits his teeth in anger, his hand tightening around his drink. The crowd senses the tension rising, and slowly, a bar fight begins. People start cheering them on, some banging their mugs on the tables and others shouting for more drinks, turning the brawl into entertainment. The barmaid runs around frantically, unable to keep up with all the orders. In a certain room inside the bar, far from the chaos, Aoi speaks coldly. Starting from the 15th, the floating archipelago will regularly offer gunpowder and steel as tribute to Trovan. The costs will be considered the rental fee for the dragon sword. After hearing the report, someone slams their fist on the desk in anger. We are introduced to the Spinola family's next head, Antonio Spinola, whose face twists in rage. A request, my ass, he growls. That's a bloody threat. Antonia turns to the girl standing beside him and says, and what, a rental fee? The The Trovans steal it and then say they'll lend it back for money. What a load of rubbish, the girl replies softly. Still, they've got no choice, do they? Antonio clenches his jaw. Without the dragon sword, the floating archipelago will sink. He frowns deeply. Damn it, if we hadn't lost the dragon sword, we wouldn't be at Trovan's mercy. His voice lowers, almost breaking. Is there truly no hope left for our archipelago? At that moment, Antonio hears fighting sounds coming from outside. He grits his teeth again, frustration rising. Kicking the door open, he shouts, "Bastards! My head's already about to explode, and now this? Why the hell are you kicking off again?" Everyone in the bar freezes when they hear Antonio's voice. The room goes silent. He points around, furious. "When did I say you couldn't drink? Just drink quietly for God's sake." Theo standing nearby smiles faintly. So, he finally decided to show himself. Antonio Spinola, next head of the Spinola family. Theo enters the room with Antonio while two guards stand at attention outside the door. Antonio looks at him suspiciously and says, "So, what you're saying is you want to go to the floating archipelago, and you want me to take you aboard my ship as a combatant?" Theo nods. "That's right. I heard sea monsters have been appearing more often on that route lately. And as for my skill," Theo smirks slightly. "That little scene back there proved it well enough, didn't it? You're short on manpower anyway. It's a win-win, isn't it?" Antonio scratches his chin thoughtfully and tells Theo, "Well, you're not wrong. We were looking for crew, but you're not getting on my ship." He narrows his eyes for a mercenary looking for work. "Your gear's too clean. No signs of wear at all. That scuffle you caused, it just happened to be right where I was. And you just conveniently know I've got a ship bound for the archipelago. If you were me, would you let you aboard?" After hearing Antonio, Theo chuckles lightly. "I'd have been disappointed if you hadn't seen through it," he admits. "Good. Let's get straight into it, then." Placing a badge on the desk, Theo says, "The armed resistance fighting for the liberation of the floating archipelago, the Black Skull's leader, Antonius Spinola. How about we make a deal?" Hearing Theo's words, Antonio's eyes widen. He goes stiff, nervous, and shocked. "How do you know that I'm the Black Skull?" Theo smiles faintly. "Come now, that's not the important part, is it? It's not about how I know, it's about what I know. For instance, that dragon sword you're so desperate for." After Theo says those words, Antonio's eyes widen even more. In anger, he kicks his chair back and yells, "Bastard! So, you're a dog of Trovan after all." Theo remains calm. "Calm down. The basis of any deal is composure, isn't it?" Hearing the noise, one of the guards peeks in and asks, "Sir Antonio, is everything all right?" Antonio gestures for the guard to go back. He faces Theo again, even thinking calmly, "It's nonsense. If you're not with Trovan, there's no reason you'd mention the dragon sword." Theo leans forward slightly. "What if I told you I have the dragon sword?" Antonio picks up his chair, slowly, scoffing. "That's ridiculous. It's a fact that Trovan stole it, and now you're claiming you have it." "Absurd." Theo tilts his head. "Why is that absurd? Like you, the Trovans probably only said they had it, too." Hearing that, Antonio freezes. His mind races. Come to think of it, the Trovans have never shown the real thing. Could it be possible that their judgment has grown so clouded even with the archipelago's fate at stake? Theo says, "You've got nothing to lose, right? Why not just hear me out?" Antonio exhales slowly. "Fine, I'll hear you out." Theo begins, his tone calm but serious. The legend and mystery of the floating archipelago. It all begins with the tale of the hero Kriemhild. Antonio frowns slightly, flustered. "Looks like you already know the story." Theo nods. Kriemhild drove his sword into the head of the sea dragon that once ravaged the ocean, sealing it beneath the waves. The hero of legend, Kriemhild. That fairy tale, Theo continues, is real. The floating archipelago is said to float above the sea thanks to mysterious currents. But that's not true. The dragon Kriemhild sealed lies deep under the sea, and the immense mana it releases creates an updraft that holds the islands aloft. The dragon sword is the device that maintains that seal, a medium that keeps the mana flow stable. He pauses briefly before continuing. Ever since Trovan stole the dragon sword, the mana currents have grown unstable. If it isn't returned soon, the archipelago will sink back into the sea. Antonio leans forward, his voice filled with urgency. You're not joking. The lives of our people are at stake. Theo thinks for a moment, his expression thoughtful. Returning the sword isn't a real solution. Trovan could steal it again at any time, and more importantly, it would mean giving it up forever, the very thing he's fought for. Antonio looks at him seriously, his eyes filled with determination. Let's continue with the deal. Then what do you want? Theo shakes his head, his voice calm but resolute. I don't need money. I've already prepared for this, a way to keep the sword and save the archipelago. With a faint scheming smile, he continues, all you have to do is take me to the floating archipelago. Hearing that, Antonio grits his teeth in frustration. But deep down, he knows he doesn't have much choice.
The scene shifted to the sea, stretched out like a living map. A wind-hipped sailing ship cleaved through the waves, its bow rising and falling as it bore Antonio and Theo towards a horizon crowded with islands. Theo stood at the rail, the wind tangling his hair. When he spotted the sight ahead, his grin widened until it was almost a laugh. The floating archipelago hung over the ocean like a stitched cluster of towns and docks. Big ships and small coasting cutters traded in and around its harbor, a hive of sails and smoke. From this distance, it looked alive with barter and bustle, flags snapping as ships jockeyed for space. Once a storied trade alliance with customs so distinct that the emperor himself had recognized its autonomy, the archipelago now showed the scars of occupation. Under Trovan control since the Great War, it had been stripped and repurposed into a manufacturing center for military supplies. Around the end of the Great War, many of the satellite isles had already slipped beneath the waves, wiped off the maps forever. He kept his eyes on the islands, letting a thought settle like a blade in his mind. For the sake of both Ragnar and the archipelago, Trovan traces must be erased. Before he could let the plan unspool further, Antonio's voice cut across the deck, taut with anxiety. You weren't joking, right? You promised to save the islands. Theo turned, meeting the man's tension with a slow, steady smile. Antonio pressed on, urgency sharpening every word. What you said before about preventing them from sinking by moving the islands. Theo's smile didn't waver. Don't worry, it's possible, he said. The confidence in his tone was a tangible thing. The sea dragon beneath the archipelago on the ocean floor is a primordial guardian. Later, Theo took the dragon's sword from its sheath and placed it reverently between the mana beasts he had summoned. The drake leaned forward, its scales glinting in the light. How does this sword look to you? Theo asked, his voice low as sparks began to lick from the blade's edge. The drake was blunt. Oh, it's a relic, he said, his voice like grinding stone. The sandworm chimed, repetitive and urgent. Primordial dragon's relic. As Theo reached out, his fingers nearly brushing the metal, the sword spat tiny arcs of energy. He frowned. As I thought, he murmured to himself, then louder. But why is it incompatible with Ragnar? The fairy dragon tilted closer, her speech like wind through leaves. Hard to say, she answered. It seems the guardian tied to the dragon slayer's sword abandoned its duty, ran from the relic itself. Her words landed like a cold drop. Theo's eyes widened. Ran from it. What do you mean? The griffin shifted uneasily, a bead of sweat like rain on feather. The fairy dragon met the griffin's glance and explained. It had happened before. Back when a guardian forgot what it was meant to do. The griffin was the first to break the chain. Theo watched the griffin's expression tighten. Ran from the relic. Can one do that? Pay a price and walk away? He asked. The griffin's reply was blunt and incredulous. No, that's madness. Only that one could escape and still survive. It's not simple, he exhaled, the sound like wind through a canyon. If you think the mana leaking from him is enough to lift an entire archipelago, you're not wrong. His tone carried both warning and respect. Theo's mind moved faster than his words. Wait, so if I overpower him, could I move the islands myself? He asked, testing the edge of possibility. The drake answered with the gravity of a scholar. In theory, yes, but you'd have to seal him again first. Can you handle that? The sound of his scale ruffle was like an old clock striking a long hour. Before Theo could give a full answer, the fairy dragon spoke what the others feared to voice aloud. Even diminished, the guardian remained among the strongest. The griffin cocked its head, a cynical flutter at the corner of its beak. "Can you even reach the ocean floor?" it challenged, more than asked. Theo's grin returned, this time a flash of cocky bravado. He waved his hand and made a small, confident shrug. "Of course," Mock said, amused. "I have a plan. Don't worry about how I'll get down there or how I'll seal him. I've already thought of that." The scene shifted back to the present at the deck. Antonio's tense voice cut through the stillness. "So, that statue really has the power to save the islands. Power that even the natives don't know about." Theo glanced towards him, his expression calm but his tone edged with firmness. "You're still suspicious," he said, "even after I showed you the Dragon Slayer sword." Antonio gritted his teeth and looked down, guilt and worry flickering across his face. "I'm not suspicious," he said quietly, "just worried. My homeland's fate is at stake. I hope you understand that." Theo's eyes softened slightly. He exhaled, then smiled with steady confidence. "Yeah, I get it. Just get me there first," he said, his voice sure as steel. "I'll make sure to save it." A faint light shimmered before Theo's eyes. A system notification flickered to life like a whisper from the world itself. Subquest: Dragon Slayer's Sword. Objective: return the sword to its original resting place. Locate the site, defeat the guardian, and earn the right to wield it. As night deepened, wrapping the floating archipelago in a calm, eerie quiet, beneath this calm surface, inside a dimly lit cellar, Antonio had gathered his trusted men. Soldiers ready to stake their lives for their home. Antonio pointed towards Theo as his men stood at attention. "Our mission is simple," he began, his voice low but commanding. "Guide this man to the Colossus of Cream Hill. Once he's there, he'll handle the rest." The soldiers exchanged tense glances as Antonio continued. "You all know the Trovan have bought off the main clan's head. Security around the Colossus is tight, but use the usual route, the stealth passage. It'll get you close enough." Every soldier straightened, their eyes burning with resolve. Together, their voices echoed through the cellar. "Yes, sir," they replied. "Long live the floating archipelago." Antonio turned to Theo. "Then I'll leave it to you." Theo nodded once, his eyes sharp and unreadable. "Understood." Among the gathered men, one soldier lingered behind, his lips curling into a faint, sly smile. His eyes glinted with something that wasn't loyalty. The scene shifted to the heart of the archipelago. The colossal statue of Cream Hill towered over the landscape, a dragon-shaped monument carved into the cliffside itself. High walls and watchtowers gleamed under the moonlight, guarded by soldiers gripping their spears, unaware of the shadows creeping below them. Deep beneath the surface, Theo and his group slipped silently through a hidden passage, an ancient stairway damp with sea mist. Theo's eyes narrowed as he ran his hand along the stone walls. "So, they really had a secret path down here," he murmured. The tunnel opened to a wide cavern where the roar of a nearby waterfall masked their movements. One of Antonio's men whispered, "Thanks to the waterfall sound, there's little chance of being noticed. But still, please be careful." Theo gave a small nod, his expression steady. Without hesitation, he opened his inventory and pulled out the Dragon Slayer's sword. Its edge shimmered faintly, resonating with an unseen power. He turned towards the soldiers, his voice calm yet commanding. "Thank you for your hard work," he said. "From here on, I will go alone." The men stared in awe at the sword's glow. One of them whispered, eyes wide. "The real Dragon Slayer's sword," he breathed. "Incredible." Theo's gaze shifted upward to the towering statue of Cream Hill. The blade in his hand pulsed with energy and he could feel its reaction growing stronger. "The closer we get, the more intense it becomes," he thought. His eyes traced the length of the statue up to the dragon's massive head, the source. He took a breath, then crouched and with one powerful leap, launched himself upward. His boots hit stone. Below, one of the soldiers watched Theo's ascent, off-filling his voice. "He really has the Dragon Slayer sword," he thought. "Finally, there is hope for our archipelago." But his relief lasted only a heartbeat. From the darkness behind him, a faint movement stirred. Before the soldier could react, a hand clamped over his mouth and a dagger slid cleanly across his throat. We can take back the stolen Dragon Slayer's sword, Bamong. Above, high at the top of the colossal statue of Cream Hill, Theo reached the dragon's crown. The night wind howled around him, carrying the salty scent of the sea and the tension of what was to come. He gazed up at the towering figure, the sculpted warrior holding an invisible blade, his eyes narrowed. It reacted strongest here, he thought, feeling the vibration in his arm where he gripped the sword. The problem was, what came next? Without hesitation, Theo drove ballon deep into the statue's head. The blade slid in with a thunderous hum, the stone trembling beneath his feet. Blue sparks erupted from the point of contact, lashing his arm as pain tore across his skin. His hands scorched by the sword's power. Stabbing the ground the same way did not trigger anything, he thought, pulling out a potion with his free hand. Let me think this through. Perhaps there is a message hidden. But before he could finish the thought, the air around him shifted, a flicker, then silence. The assassin appeared from the shadows, his eyes glowing crimson with bloodlust. Without a word, he lunged, his blade cutting through the air with a murderous whistle. Yet, as the blade sliced through the space where Theo had stood, it meant nothing. The assassin's eyes widened. What? Before he could recover, pain exploded in his gut. Theo had reappeared behind him, his boot driving hard into his ribs. The impact sent the assassin flying backward, his body twisting midair before crashing into the stone surface with a crack. He coughed blood, clutching his side, shock flashing across his face. How did he get behind me? The assassin jammed his blade into the ground to keep himself steady, breathing ragged. The first assassin, Gray, snarled, his gaze locked on Theo. Theo, still holding the potion, wiped blood from his mouth and hissed. He is strong. Do not rush him carelessly, he said with a slow mocking grin. 3 against 1, he added softly. That was fair. Outside the walls of the Cream Hill statue, the night's calm shattered. A deafening crack split the silence, echoing through the watchtowers. The guards flinched, weapons drawn. Did you hear that? One shouted. It sounded like something had broken. Another soldier pointed upward, voice trembling. Look, the Colossus of Cream Hill. All eyes turned towards the mountain-sized monument and what they saw froze them in disbelief. Massive chunks of stone peeled away from its body, cascading downward like meteors. This concludes the video. Make sure to like and subscribe for another part.